Back with you live at the 2021 World Racing League 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. Thanks for your patience down in the paddock while we take care of a little business and got ourselves squared away on the streaming side. We head into the early evening and eventually into the darkness for our Under the Lights finish here at Daytona International Speedway. Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels up here in the booth. Joseph Budrak joining from afar, finally. He says, rolling his eyes. Joseph Dorsey Budrak. And Tanner Johnson joining from afar as well on production through most of the day today. Kind of a star as things have gone. Hasn't said a whole heck of a lot because he doesn't. But done a fantastic job mixing cameras on boards and sharing a taste of what it's like to be here in person at the 14 Hours of Daytona. It's been a really... I wouldn't say it's been an out-and-out exciting race, full of on-track action everywhere you look, but it's gone through a couple of very well-defined phases, I think, that have had their own levels of intrigue.
Yeah, it was set up to be really exciting, and then we had 14 hours worth of attrition in the first hour. I kind of spoiled it a little bit, but we're resetting, and we're getting a new group of cars at the front. By the way, that process of the 99 coming through the two leaders has happened, so that car has gained a lap back. More importantly, the Prema car has I think he might be right behind the leader right now, and I think this might be a dive bomb into the...
oh, for sure.
There's
no way this is not going to be a pass. Oh, he'll take 3 other cars with him.
Yeah, that last one...
That's amazing.
That last one was a little sketchy. It was a good thing the guy saw him coming.
Yeah, it was for the round 3 Boxsters, I think. They're right in front of the car.
Probably the 605 that's leading by a million miles, right?
Oh, yeah. Just let it happen.
Just don't kill me.
But that, to your point, Scott, that puts the 693 back on the lead lap, right? The Prema Audi.
Yeah.
Now that he's passed the Screaming Goat number 29. Or is he not? Is he passed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he has.
Yeah, this will be back on the lead lap. Yep. Oh, sorry, side by side for the lead. The 909 has caught the number 29. Oh no, is that the 29? Yeah, it absolutely is. We are side by side for the lead. Sorry, I did a double take there because I wasn't expecting this at all. The 02 has passed the number 29, so I wonder if that Screaming Goat car made a little mistake. He's now
I think that's likely.
behind a bunch of traffic he wasn't really expected to be behind.
You are right, by the way. It will be the Prema car is now on the lead lap.
Yes, okay. And he'll be head down trying to claw back as much of this time as he can. So we're on board the 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi, and significance here is that the lead battle is behind us. Whereas we had been watching it out the front window, now the automatic racing car had been passed by this Audi anyway, but now the 29 has been passed as well. So again, not entirely sure what's happened there. But we'll keep an eye on this. They were side by side down the front straightaway. Through comes the 909 Aston Martin at turn 6, but the 29 has already gapped him by something like a 1.5 seconds on the infield. Which I think tells you everything you need to know about the relative performance of both of these cars. Easy for me to say. So I was telling Scott earlier during the ad, I could use a coffee. Sort of getting to that time. Poor me, I only had half my coffee this morning before I came upstairs, and I forgot to go back down and get it. So I would like everybody to feel bad for me for that, please.
As they say in this part of the country, Brendan, bless your heart.
Bless my heart, there it is. When you say this part of the country, you mean Ohio? Because I don't really say that here.
Well, if you went a little further north and inland...
Nobody wants to do that.
Well...
Trust me. Listen, I mean, I wouldn't... Well, we'll put my feelings on Daytona Beach, Florida to one side. Anyway, the G-Tech Jetta is being brought back on a tow rope through the paddock road from a very far distance in the infield. I'm not sure if it was...
Oh, GTR 99 off in the runoff at turn 1.
Oh.
Back on the track. No, I'm done.
I think these two cars both are pushing very hard. The 693 and the 99.
For sure.
By the way, we may be looking at a pit stop for the 29 in the nearish future, so within the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
We should be seeing the 909 pretty soon after that in that case. They pitted. Did they not pit on the same lap?
They did. Have they
They
been going similar distances, about 30 laps?
Yeah, the Aston can go slightly longer, we think. Corvette in the pits.
71 to 98, so that's 27. Yeah, about 3 laps longer from the looks of things.
I have projections.
Oh, God. I'm going to let you do that, and I'm going to go fix our other track sides for hopefully the last time today.
Okay, terrific.
Let's talk projections, Joseph. I hope Tim Mayer is listening.
Tim Meyer or Tim Mayer?
I don't know, which one is it?
I think it's Tim Meyer.
I'm pretty bad with... well, just blame on the accent.
Tim Mayer, I think, works for. Oh no, which is it? Which Corvette or Cadillac DPI team is it? The 31, the Whelen Engineering car. Anyway,
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
he also runs iRacing sometimes. He beat me at Long Beach once, which is a shame because he's okay. Anyway, who do you think would win GTO?
GTO.
Who would you put your money on?
Can you remind me, how far back does your predictor look?
All the way.
Oh, all the way. In which case it really shouldn't be the Prema car, because the average driver pace has not really been good enough to gain back the lap. I mean, I feel like it's a loaded question. It's going to be not an obvious answer.
I don't know.
I would say automatic racing.
Yeah. And so we're giving them about 84% chance.
Okay, yeah, because based on there is one. We've found one or two combinations of drivers where Screaming Goat is faster, and more often automatic is faster of the two. I think that's the feel I've got for it anyway. Obviously, we're in a phase right now where Screaming Goat is faster.
Yeah, and that seems
that's been the norm over the first 9 hours of the race.
I can mark that as a spoiler. So that's the graphic that if you have access to Discord, that's the graphic that I'm going off of. And I have Screaming Goat as basically being the heir apparent if something were to happen to the 909.
Makes sense. I think 84% seems like a lot. I don't know if I'd give them that much. They've got a pace advantage, but well, I guess that's all predicts can really work off of, isn't it? So
pace advantage and pit stop. So if the 909 was stopped,
they are better in the pits. Actually, that's a good point. The Aston has been on average a significant chunk faster in the pits. So yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So then it would be the 29 would be Screaming Goat, and then you'd be looking at the 693. That would be the Prema car.
Interesting that the 172 has quite a big opportunity to come second, but a tiny opportunity to win.
Yeah, some of that is there's a little bit of an attrition fudge factor baked in. So basically, it would require 3 cars that were in better positions for it to drop out, or for it to assume the lead, which is, I think, that feels about right to me.
Okay.
Certainly not unheard of. We've seen situations like that before here.
No, you're probably being a bit pessimistic there with the fudge factor. I think there's quite a good chance of that happening. But just as good a chance that they'll drop out themselves. So.
Yes, right. GP1, who would you put as your favorite in GP1?
Assuming they've got back running again, PC Racing.
Okay, so I actually have the 701 with a better shot than PC Racing.
Interesting. So we've got 5 hours to go. That PC Racing car got a big lead very early. So I'm assuming it's very fast, but honestly, because they had such a big lead for so long, we weren't really paying a huge amount of attention to them. So I, other than calling their name every time we updated the GP1 standings and reminding everyone they have a huge lead. So I'm assuming they're fast. On fastest lap time, there's no difference. Right now on the last lap time, there's 3.7 seconds of a difference, which is quite a lot. Let's have a look. Round 3 racing, they They tend to be doing... Oh, okay, they just had a bad last lap. They tend to be doing 11s to 13s. And PC Racing at the moment tend to be doing 11s to 13s. So yeah, I guess not really any reason to believe that they'd be able to make up the lap and a bit they are behind. So yeah, no, that's reasonable. How likely is it that 701 is going to be the winner?
About 80%, so about 4
Oh, that's
and
quite
5.
big. So that one lap is big deal then.
It's a big deal, yeah. There is an outside chance that the 44. So I mean, there's obviously more than an outside chance, but the predictor's giving them an outside chance of being overtaken by the 44.
Yeah.
But it's not high.
The race I would like to know is GP1 versus GP2. Because they are currently 4.5 seconds. The GP1 leader is currently 4.5 seconds ahead of the GP2 leader, and they're actually very similarly paced.
My keyboard is giving me issues.
Ratcher Renstall 2 are currently in the pits. I think I'm going to assume that they were right behind HQ Autosport before the pit stop, because they have been right behind HQ Autosport for the entire race. Oh, actually, no, they're now 36 seconds behind, so I reckon they've both just pitted? No, HQ Autosport hasn't pitted recently, so maybe Racker Renstall is... Yeah, I guess based on that, Racker Renstall has managed to pull out a decent lead in GP2. Who do you have in GP2 as your most likely to win?
I have the 211 as a strong favorite, basically about the same odds as GP or GT1.
So it's a really interesting race, that, because the fastest car in the class, I think, is the Core Motorsports Mustang. But they have some drivers who seem to be about 10 seconds off the pace, and that's why they keep taking the lead, pulling away, and then dropping behind again.
Well, and it's funny you say that, because I've got a pretty big variance in where it looks like they'll end up. So I've got them anywhere from, and this is on pace by the looks of things, anywhere from first to third.
Yeah. Well, those three are definitely the breakaway, and it depends. It basically depends which driver's Core puts in the car for the last 5 hours.
Yeah.
They might be a little bit far behind now, because it looks like they're 2 laps off. Well, HQ Autosport owe us a pit stop, but they're a lap off of Racker Renstall. Have Core pitted recently? No, and they owe us a pit stop as well, so they might be dropping out of it. But HQ Autosport and Racker Renstall have been tied together for the entire race so far. And yeah, so there's a minute between them now. No, that's the wrong one. There's 36 seconds between them now. So I think Racker Renstall has pulled a bit of a gap now, which is kind of the first time that's actually happened all race. And yeah, obviously those cars have very similar pace, so there's no reason to believe that HQ would be able to overhaul that. So yeah, I think your 80% sounds reasonable. We've got the Grey Speed NP01 in the pits again, being lightly touched by one person, which seems to always be the case when it comes in the pits. So there's never any sort of rush of 10 men pouring over the car whenever it comes in with an issue. I'm assuming it's an issue. That car's been in and out of the pits a lot recently. They might.
Which car is this again?
This is Grey Speed's MPO1. It's not in contention. It's been in and out of the pits a lot. But I know we have some MPO1 fans in the YouTube chat.
Is it the 994?
Yes.
Okay. You know, they're actually not too far off of their rotation. They're about 10 laps shy.
Okay.
But not...
They're heading back out now.
Okay, well, yeah, so maybe that's routine-ish.
I don't know, I didn't see a fuel can.
Oh, well then, okay, probably not then.
I'm not sure where that car fuels, but I would have thought I'd have seen it. We've got the... so I think this is a landmark moment. We've got the number... Is it? Oh, I always get these numbers mixed up. 178 Honda Civic is in the pits, and it didn't go straight to the garage. It went to its pit box.
Wow.
I think that's might be the first time I've seen that all race. While I see its teammate, the 13, rounding the corner at the back of the garages to go to its garage. So
well, maybe that's why. Maybe they're full.
Yeah, they've had plenty of space all day for both cars. Got the red Boxster coming out. It's a really old school looking Boxster. With just a plain red paint scheme. I quite like that.
Yeah, there's not a ton of so keep an eye out for the 29. The 29 may be pitting soon. That's Screaming Goat, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as you said earlier, we've got a few that are going to be basically in tow. Quite a few, actually. I mean, it makes sense. How many takers to the pits did we have in the last couple of yellows?
The very last one is in the super short one. Hardly anyone. Basically, I can only think of the R8 as obvious cars that came to the pits.
Okay.
And they only did that because they were going to be basically last in the queue anyway. So that car should stay out a little bit longer. But then the one before that was the red flag, the yellow flag on the end of the red flag. So some cars had already pitted before the red flag under the safety car. And the rest of them pitted. So most of the cars will have pitted at some point during that period. So yeah, that was almost like a race start. So we should end up with a lot of cars pitting at roughly the same time.
Okay. I've got the 01 as having just come out of the pits. I think they're pretty far down the order at this point.
Yeah.
But slightly more relevant, at least on a class level, the 525 for Fat and Furious is also just pitted. They were, I believe, scored in 4th in GP2 at the time.
So they're the first car kind of out of contention.
Yeah, a little bit.
Race speed looks fine. By the way, they've just come across the line for the first time. Just checking on some lap times. Is there anyone setting the world on light? Not really. So we went through a period where we were seeing a lot of 204, 205s and a few 204s. I now can't find anyone below, certainly not below 206, and only one car I can see below the 207s. Automatic racing, as I say, that puts in a 206.7. But
picking up the 02, ready for its service now.
Yep.
99 is also pitted. That's Team GTR. Is that in front of us?
Yep, that's right in front of the commentary box. We've also got the GP2 race leader in, HQ Autosport, has just pitted. That will cleanse that field and put Raka. I've got to memorize his name a bit better. Raka Renstall 2. It's going to put them back in the lead. They should be coming across the line pretty soon. This here.
Interestingly, or at least interestingly to me, if you look at a plot of, actually I can pull that up for you guys. If we look at a plot of lap times over the course of the race, all the fastest times were done within the first maybe half an hour or so. The track's only gotten, it makes sense. It was a cooler track then.
Yeah, it was. I mean, remember it was 8 a.m. So
right.
Yeah, it was. That was definitely, and this is why. So I know you were talking to Brendan about the MPO1, specifically the Stratus one, as I was going off for a break. That car, its fastest lap is a 2:05.9, which doesn't look particularly impressive, but it was done on lap 108. If you transfer that lap into the first few laps of the race when the track was cool, I guarantee you that's the fastest lap of the race by a long way. That car definitely had more pace than anyone else when it was absolutely on song. But yeah, the track was incredibly quick for the first half an hour or so, and then dropped off really rapidly as the sun came up properly.
We've got a couple. So the 99 for Team GTR has got pace, and it's displaying it a little bit. It's actually possibly
they might be even more impressive. I've just noticed that their fastest lap was on lap 181, and it's a 2:03.6.
Well, yeah, and so if you're able to see the image that I posted in chat, you actually see there's an outlier, literally speaking, which is the Team GTR 99. So they're kind of going for it. They're maybe sneaking under the radar, but they've definitely got pace.
Yeah, that's a ridiculously quick lap for this time of day. So yeah, that's
What's
but they're a long way behind.
So it looks like the shadows are a little starker now. Is it safe to assume that the sun is more or less back out?
No, it's fully overcast at the moment.
Okay. So I wonder what that's doing to track temperatures, if they're, are they closer to what they were maybe at 10 or so? I guess the sun should be about as low as it was around 9 or 10, shouldn't it?
Sure, but obviously you've got the residual heat from the day rather than lack of heat from the night.
Yeah, the heat
So
soak, I guess.
Yeah, the track temp will be high. Even the air temp will be high, just because you've got to diffuse that heat out. But we're seeing. I mean, you can kind of work backwards from the lap times. We're not seeing anyone very fast at all. Premar just did a 2:05.8, but yeah, we've seen 3s and 4s when the track was cool. So yeah, I would say it's probably still pretty hot out there.
Uh, 983 appears to be in the pits. They've certainly gone missing. I assume that's for a pit stop. The 605 is pitted from the lead in GP3.
Yeah, the 983 is I think it's the purple Cayman that's just leaving. Yeah, it is. Just leaving the pits now.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and we've got one of the other will-to-win cars, 982. The orange camo livery. It's at the start of the pit lane.
I'm really curious to see, just coming back to the track conditions situation, I'm really curious to see when we need to buy a heat gun. Is actually a temperature gun, because I'm really curious to know when that temperature is going to leave the track and when people are going to start picking up speed again. Because I mean, in part, I would have expected a little bit of that heat to evaporate away with the rain. Obviously, it's still in the 80s there, isn't it? So even with that system moving through.
Yeah, I think the air temp's actually gone back up, I think, since the rain.
So sorry.
I'm fine, I'm in aircon.
Sorry, Brendan, I know you can hear us out there, so be brave.
Yeah, it's back up to 28 now, so it's increased 2 degrees since the last time we checked.
Number 9 ACP is in the pits. Confirmation that the 982 has pitted. Brendan says it's 85 and it feels every degree of it.
Yeah.
Welcome to Florida in the summer, baby.
I'm still unsure as to how much humidity makes a difference to lap time as well.
I mean, it's going to make the air slightly less dense.
More dense.
No, less dense. Everyone says it's stickier, but it's damp air is... water vapor is less dense than dry air.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's my pet peeve.
Sure. Oh, I didn't know.
But anyway, which is that's part of why it's so. Oh, that's a great view. Thank you, Tanner. That's part of why it's so miserable to run when it's humid out, is because you're actually less air in your lungs, in addition to not being able to perspire. But not that you know anything about that, Scott.
No.
Thunder Bunny, the 110 has come back out after 40 minutes of service. So that's good hard work from them to get that car circulating.
Got Core Motorsport, the Mustang, coming down the pit lane. Again, I think that car has been just steadily dropping out of contention. Let's see what kind of lap times they've been doing. 2:13s, 14s, 15s. That's reasonable for the class. So they've probably just been hanging around a little bit, but yeah, I think that car's dropped too far behind to really be competitive. 172 in the pits, TLM USA, 4th place overall.
I am a little surprised at how little time is lost to pit stops, if I'm honest. Most of the fast stops are we're looking at about 90 to 120 seconds of time loss. That feels like maybe on the shorter side of what we tend to see, and that's surprising to me because it's a longer pit lane. Obviously,
it's not. Daytona's a very short pit lane.
I'm thinking even compared to like Barber or Mid-Ohio, you feel like it's shorter than those?
I only know from, well, I think the speed limit is relatively high here because it's very wide.
Okay, well that'll help for sure.
Yeah, I know from iRacing endurance experience here, this is always basically the shortest delta we ever have.
Okay.
It's mostly because, and you weren't here at the start of the race, but we are using the NASCAR speed limit lines, so we're not using the long IMSA speed limit line. That would make a big difference.
I was curious about that, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the NASCAR, or at least the old 24-hour. They can get off the speed limit as soon as they're away from the boxes, the pit boxes. Yeah. So I remember, I mean, in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, it's like a 14-second delta. It's incredibly low, 14, 15, something along those lines. I imagine
for a drive-through. So like add your service.
For a drive, yeah, obviously, yeah. I think the speed limit here is lower than we're allowed on iRacing, but it is generally, I think it's quite short.
Yeah, I think it's. What is it? So
you also get the shortcut turn 1, so that helps a little bit. And yeah, a lot of the time that you're in the pits, the other cars are on the brakes, obviously going into turn 1. But yeah, it ends up being quite a low delta. So I guess for me that makes sense.
Yeah, obviously it still takes a decent amount of time to actually carry out the service.
Yes. Well, that shouldn't really be any different to anywhere else.
Right. So it's not, you can't do anything too clever.
But the
in this circumstance.
Pits.
Okay. I see the 997's pitted too. 997 and 172 have both pitted.
Oh, Screaming Goat is also in the pits, but I would have expected the Prema car to go a bit longer because they pitted quickly under the quickie yellow. So it's kind of strange that they've
no. That's dead on. We had them. We were expecting them last lap, so that's spot on for them.
They're just running shorter then. Oh, the automatic car's in the pits as well.
Yeah, their stints are only about 22 laps. It's a.
Oh, well, that's very short.
They're pretty short runs, but they're consistent. Those aren't aberrations.
Okay, but that's a problem for them. Not because
that's part of the reason why they're not favored to win just yet.
Yeah, I imagine it would be because that's losing like a quarter of your stint. So yeah, that's not ideal for them. I mean, it's lucky for them that it's a relatively short delta here at Daytona. So if they make an extra pit stop, but the extra pit stop will take a long time because pit stops just do take a long time in WRL.
Yeah, the sister car can go about 26 laps or so. So we may actually see them swap positions soon-ish. We're expecting them in about 2 laps also.
Okay.
In the 97. Automatic is in also.
Yeah.
I don't know if you called that already.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is exactly on schedule. So none of these are surprises.
Automatics on the way out of the pits. Screaming Goat. They've actually cut off the R8. So that was a quick pit stop for the. So the R8's pit stop's long as well. Screaming Goat look like they're ready to go. They've been jumped though by Automatic. And they still haven't gone. That Automatic is now in turn 1 on the pit exit, obviously. Still haven't gone. Automatic is out of turn 1. And now it looks like they've put the fuel back. Oh no, they are pushing off. Yeah, so Screaming Goat's on its way now, whereas Automatic are in the International Horseshoe. Screaming Goat just comes off the speed limit. So that's probably a good 15-20 seconds they've lost there. On top of the fact that they were ahead, I believe. Were they ahead? Screaming Goat before, and I can check Race Hero.
I believe they were.
Yeah, they were the leader for this whole stint, or the majority of it at least. So they've lost, I'd say they've lost 25-30 seconds there in that pit exchange. I did mention while you were going through your predictions that the Aston Martin has been quite quick at pit stops. They've been pretty much the quickest turnaround team here.
Yeah.
And Screaming Goat haven't been. They're more sort of middle of the road as far as pit stops go. So that's going to be where that time's come from.
Yeah,
that's
the
going to
thing
make
that
it difficult for them to win.
yeah, so looking at stint lengths, it looks like Screaming Goat does about 26 laps. It's very convenient that first run was free and clear, because that gives us a pretty easy indication.
We have had a few full green runs. Don't forget the first run will have the 2 pace laps of fuel as well.
True. But yeah, so let's see. All the top 5 kind of came in around the same time, which is very convenient, because then we can say, okay, well, where are we expecting people to pit? So I've got the 29 coming in 26 laps for Screaming Goat. I've got the 909 for Automatic pitting in 30 laps, which again, they've got the longest stints of anybody in this top 5, which is part of the reason why they're in such a good position right now. Meanwhile, the 97 actually is picking up spots, but that's because they're due in this lap. So keep an eye out for the 97 for Premont.
Right, the RS3.
Yeah. The 693 for Premont is due in 24 laps. So that's already they've lost 6 laps to Automatic in terms of fuel.
So the Audi R8, the Premont car, it's being monstered by some Caymans at the moment. So I'm not sure. I think this driver might be the one earlier on in the race who took a while to get up to speed. He's just been passed around the outside by a Cayman, and he's lost. They came out right behind Pro Speed, and they're now a good 10 seconds back, a lap and a half later. So Pro Speed, I keep doing that. It's not Pro Speed. Automatic, the leading Aston. So I think this car might be about to lose position to its teammate on pace, if nothing else. We're expecting the 97 in soon.
I have a little bit of confirmation on the delta in the pits between Automatic and Premont. I think you suspected that there was a loss of about 20 seconds or 25 seconds just
something
in that pit stop rotation. Yeah, so I have the 909 as having lost a minute and 50, and the 693 is having lost about 2:20. So that's about 28 seconds.
Right,
yeah. So that's just in the pit stop rotation. So that'll include in lap, pit lap, and out lap.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think that's been relatively consistent all race, to be honest.
Leader in GP1, round 3 racing 701 into the pits.
Are you sure?
Yes.
They're not on the pit lane.
Okay, well then they've just exited and they're on their out lap then.
Okay.
But they did absolutely trip the timing loop in the pit, so they have gone through.
Right. So the last lap for the Team Prema R8 was 2:16. So yeah, that's about 10 seconds off. Automatic Racing, on the other hand, did a 2:09.8. So yeah, we're looking at sort of 8 or 9 seconds off the pace for the Prema Audi now. So it looks like they've transitioned away from Alex Prema as a driver, if we're making that assumption, to perhaps a less capable driver. And I think we're going to see that car drop while they were firmly in contention with the pace of their best driver. I don't think that is going to be the case anymore.
More pit stops. So the 44 for PC Racing was able to leapfrog the 701 straight into the pits for their own stop. So looks like we've got a pretty close pit rotation. Does the 701 back out? Or sorry, is the 701 back through pit lane?
They aren't on pit lane right now.
Okay, I've got them tripped as in the pits, and I'm not sure why that is. But also we had second and third in GP3 take to the pits. That'll be 167 for BSI Racing and 86 for 3 Fast Guys, and indeed Denny. 59 is pitted. That'll be Stratus. I don't believe they're sitting about 18th in class right now. Not really in contention, but we know the car has some pace.
It has all the pace. I think it's the fastest car here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Brendan was saying we've had 2 MPO1s break left side half shafts, I believe, on the banking. So looks like we found a weakness in that car, at least when it comes to highly banked circuits.
Yeah, it's curious because I wouldn't have expected the banking to put that much. I mean, obviously it's putting enough strain to tear certain tires up, so it's not harmless. But it's curious to me that actually it's the GP3 field that's had the highest attrition rate. GP1 and GP2 have been relatively rock steady. A decent amount of attrition in GTO as well. So you've kind of got the two extremes there. You've got the high budget performance cars. Why are we missing? I'm missing both the Tremont cars right now.
The first one's in the RS3 is in the pits, and they just happen to have the pit stalls before the start-finish line, so they always come up as salmon. They've just gone across the line in the pits.
That one is on schedule for me. The 693. It's 9 times out of 10 that's a timing glitch, but just keep an eye out for that car.
Oh yeah, it's just come up salmon now.
And they've just pitted too, so it's not like they're low on fuel or anything.
Well, they're not in the pits. Yeah, I was interested in that because I was wondering if they would be, if their teammate was going to pass them. The teammate has passed them because that car has not come across the line yet. So yeah, I feel like they might legitimately be missing. Can't see anything scanning around the track. They've now actually lost 4th place to TLM USA.
Yeah, I would keep an eye on just because, I mean, A, they could be missing. B, if they're not missing, they could have just been docked a lap.
No, it usually doesn't happen like that.
You know what? Okay, so it does happen.
Drop down the timings because their lap gets deleted. It's not that they stop recording them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, now they're behind GTR 99, so I think that Audi this is the Audi R8. I think it's in trouble somewhere. I'm looking around, I'm scanning the track and I can't see any abnormal activity, but
yeah, no lights from emergency vehicles or anything like that, I assume. I don't see anything on the cameras, I don't think.
Yeah, I can't see anyone cruising around aprons or anything along those lines. So it's very confusing.
Which, you know, it's obviously to state the obvious, it's a big deal because that was a car that was ostensibly, you know, in the fight for the win.
Yeah, I mean, as I was just describing, I think the driver they've put in might have been dropping them out of that anyway. I'm gonna blame Pierre Leon because he's just come into the YouTube chat and told us that he's a Team Prema fan, and literally 1 second later, the car has spontaneously disappeared. So
yeah,
definitely his fault.
Yeah.
Um,
Way to go. I'm a little curious as to whether it wasn't the driver change that was the issue so much as it was
Potentially, although we did see some drivers. There's been a large disparity in driver speed earlier in the race with that car.
Right,
That's
okay.
why I jumped to that conclusion. Yeah, I'm still scanning around. I'm expecting to see it like come through the.
Yeah,
paddock.
I think something. So, whether it's driver or mechanical, something's definitely up because even that outlap is way slower than you'd expect. I think you made that point.
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, which that would account for the extra seconds because you thought it was about 20 seconds or so that they had dropped just in the stall, and we were reporting 28, so that would explain that gap.
I think you might be mixing up your cars now, because we were
I don't
talking
think
Screaming Goat versus automatic, whereas this is.
I'm talking about Premont.
Yeah, I am now. But when you were looking at that 28 seconds, that was to Screaming Goat, wasn't it?
No, you're gonna make me remember what I said. I don't know.
Screaming Goat went from having a lead to then being 15 odd seconds behind in the pit stops, and that was obviously for position. Whereas Prema came into the pits before the Aston Martin and left with them, and then lost like 15 seconds on the outlap.
Well, let me look up those numbers because what the numbers that I had reported was 20 seconds between the 909 and the 693 between automatic and Premont.
Oh, okay. I misinterpreted you then.
Yeah, I may not have made that clear enough at the time.
I think you'll find there's a very similar number between the 909 and 29.
There's an awful lot of nines in the GTO
and it was a little
field.
bit, yeah, it's a little bit more relevant because obviously the 909 versus 29 is actually for the lead.
Yeah, I'm actually missing the time loss information for the 29. Not sure where that went. Well, anyway, we're still missing the 693. I don't know if they went behind the wall, because
they wouldn't have, because you have to cross the finish line to get behind the wall, so they're triggered as being in the pits.
What could happen is you could have a mechanical out on track around the bus stop and be taken around Lake Lloyd instead of, because I think there's a cut through there.
Yeah, and we had a car use it under its own power earlier in the race. It was very strange because it was definitely slower than just going around the track. Now there's a slow car at NASCAR Turn 3. It is grey. Let me get my binoculars out.
A pro move.
It's not. It is a Porsche Cayman, black and white. I recognize the car, but can't place it. But if you see, I think it's a Cayman. Pretty sure it's a Cayman.
I don't see a car
missing.
I don't think I see any GTOs that are missing that would fit that description.
It's not a GTO.
Okay. If
it's going to be one of the production car. It's actually stopped now in NASCAR 4. So they've rescued cars under green from there earlier in the race. So we might be okay. Hopefully we won't get a safety car.
I'm not sure who that stopped car would be.
Unless it's a black and white MX-5, but
I've got of cars that I've recently had go missing. It would be 75 from Valdez Motorsports.
It could be the 75, actually. I remember them.
Their last lap, their last pass cross start finish was at 5:22.
I think that's who that is, actually.
Okay.
They've had a handful of problems through the race already.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I think that matches their description. What I remember of them, anyway.
Yeah, they're in the penultimate position in GP1, so that would track.
Yeah, they were running P2 for the first few hours.
I would love to know what's happening to the 693. Not to belabor
Me
that.
too.
but-
Yeah, there's not much more we can really say about it, unfortunately, but it is significant, and it's just disappeared.
Yeah, if Brendan's still out and about, he could probably hear us. Maybe he'll be able to eyeball it, or because I didn't even notice a car that sounded off song. Maybe somebody else has.
Joseph, would you be able to describe the difference? So the question we've got is the difference between the GP classes. I don't know if that means GP and GTO, but would you be able to do a quick rundown on the differences between the classes?
I can butcher it. The difference between all the classes. So all the classes are basically a power to weight formula. There are, if memory serves, it's been a while since I looked at the rulebook, and I think this formula has changed a little bit in recent years. But it's largely a power to weight formula. Modifiers for different modifications, I guess, for lack of a better term, for different modifications from stock, especially. I think the fuel tank is generally supposed to stay the same displacement as it came off the showroom floor, basically. But you're generally looking at GTO is everything from a certain power to weight ratio and up. Well, sorry, not and up, because that's still capped. It's not an unlimited class. So there's a range of power to weight ratio for GTO, for GP1, for GP2, and I believe GP3 just has an upper limit. Cars that were underpowered would have previously been in GP4, but GP4 didn't have the participation. So that's gone away to allow the other four classes.
Simple answer really is that if we're looking at just the GP classes, and really it stretches to GTO as well, but they're all the same thing. It's just if you have whatever your power to weight ratio is, you'll fit into one of them to a limit. So it's not like the difference between LMP2 and GTE in World Endurance Championship, where they are fundamentally different classes, or even between GTE and GT3, where there are fundamentally different rulebooks. They are the same class. It's just whatever your power to weight ratio is, you fit into one of the three general production classes. And then the more complicated answer is there are also modifiers if you have certain aero and certain other things. But
yeah. For example,
it's all available on the internet.
Yeah, for example, we had a Mustang an older Mustang at Road America.
By the way, that's the 75 Valdez car has been cleared from NASCAR 4.
Okay, good news. Yeah, there was an older Mustang at Road America, and it was actually, it hadn't been updated too much from, or it certainly didn't appear to be updated too much from what you'd expect to see basically in a historics race. But the power to weight ratio was such that it was actually GP1. It was slower than a lot of GP3 cars, actually.
I think it was slower than all of the GP3 cars, if I remember right.
Yeah, so, it was... They paid the fee, so they were out there. And they, I don't think, caused any trouble. I think maybe caused a little consternation, but I don't know if there were any actual issues because of it. But the short answer there is that basically power to weight ratio is your primary factor, I guess. I'm trying to, is that the Stratus car that's flashing lights? No, it's not even the Stratus car. All the NPO ones are black, and so I can't tell them apart from the tracksides.
Well, they're not all black. One of them is white, but that's very much not on the track at the moment.
The GP classes and the GTO class, I believe, also still have different rules on what can be done in the pits.
Oh, really?
I think that's right. I might be confusing it with NASA rules, in which case I'm sorry to both NASA and WRL. It at least used to be the case that in production classes you could only do so much with tires, for example. It may still be the case. I think you can maybe only change one tire at a time, or you can only have one. Yeah, that might be right. You can only change one tire at a time in the pit lane, and then if you go behind the wall, you can change all four. Little things like that to just keep pit lane from getting too congested. Because there's all sorts of things that can go wrong with pit stalls.
Sorry, I've spotted the Audi.
Okay.
It's in, I think they're the NASCAR pit stalls, the NASCAR pit garages, sorry, on the back of a tow truck. Like literally hoisted on top of the flatbed. So something fairly substantially wrong, because usually they would
Just
drag a
pull
car
it around.
that can move, yeah, but I imagine there's something substantially wrong in the drivetrain with that car. I don't know where it came from. I just spotted it, and it's stationary there on the back of a tow truck.
Yeah, good to know.
So it's presumably come from somewhere over from the chicane onwards. Otherwise, I don't know how you would end up in the NASCAR paddock, because that's also where the Valdez car has ended up. But obviously, that was dragged from NASCAR 4, so that makes a bit of sense. So yeah, I imagine it's stopped around the bus stop and been recovered from there.
Yeah, if it stopped around the bus stop,
done.
if it stopped around the bus stop and was basically immobile, I wonder if they've made contact with somebody.
I can get a half decent look at the car itself with the binoculars.
My concern there would be, you've gone from Alex Premott, who's an LMS champion, right, to somebody who's not Alex Premott.
He won the Bathurst 1000 as well, didn't he, Alex Premott? As a teammate?
That sounds right.
The car, from the angle I can see, looks fine. I could believe that the front might be crunched. It looks like the wheel is... I can see the left front wheel and it's turned a bit. That might just be that they... Well, why would you load it on a... Yeah, there may be some issue at the front of that car.
But my point was going to be that... Yeah, my point was going to be that you've got... You're putting... Any situation like this where you don't know who's in the car, because we don't have driver indicators, right? You're just going off of, if you're another car on track, you're going off of what that car's done recently, basically. You treat that car with the same kind of, you would have a certain prior, basically. You have a guess as to what that car is going to do. If you have a driver in that's at a completely different pace and confidence level, it would be easy to make a wrong assumption and get into a little bit of a collision, especially at the bus stop, a place where it's a tricky corner. If you're just trying to get back up to speed, you come up to it awfully fast, and you're probably still in the process of getting your bearings. Not saying that that's what happened. We don't know, obviously, but feels like a possibility.
Definitely a possibility. It's particularly as that's a relatively new car, and obviously it's GT4, so the base isn't something that the team has built up from a road car. So
reliability shouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, less likely. It's worth looking back at the time screen. I think we've got a pretty decent battle brewing for third overall, so last place on the podium. We've got TLM USA. They are 4.8 seconds ahead of Premar, the RS3 TCR car, and then it's another 20 seconds back to GTR 99. All of those cars are lapping in the 6s and 7s, which is good, solid pace. So let's sort of track those gaps and see how they progress, whether GTR 99 has, over the last couple of hours, been pretty quick. TLM USA less so, but on the last lap they were the quickest of the three, so that's kind of interesting to to look at. But yeah, we need to sort of take a mental note of those gaps at the moment and see how they start progressing. I don't know if your predictor has any idea of how that battle's going to end up, Joseph.
Who is this? I've gone on an onboard camera hunt.
So this is for third place. So it's the 172, the 97, and the 99. They're all within 30 seconds of each other on track.
I would give the edge to, say, 172, then 99, and who was the other one?
97.
97. That was not on my radar.
That is the Prema
Yeah.
R3, which was running, like, it kept swapping places with the R8.
Hold on, I need to isolate these. There's too many cars in GTO for me to be able to just
It's also
eyeball this.
pitted the most recently of the three, so it should be in good position. It has by far the slowest, fastest lap, but it seems to have pace at the moment.
Yeah, I would put 172 and 99 are about level with each other. Advantage 172, I would say, and then the 97 is trailing by a ways there.
Okay.
I guess I shouldn't overstate that. Yeah, I would definitely say 97 is the one that needs to be making hay. But 172 and 99 is a close little fight to keep an eye on. We noted earlier, about an hour ago, how fast that car is at ultimate pace. You know, even in these conditions where the track is dirty and greasy, and it's still got some heat soak in it.
We've got the Civic number 178 back in its pit box for a normal pit stop. It's quite a novelty. The lead battle is split by less than 10 seconds again. Automatic Racing ahead of Screaming Goat Racing, and I think they've got 2 laps on that other battle we were just talking about, the 172 versus 97 versus 99. Just had the 2 leaders come past the start-finish line. There's 3 laps cars in between them. And in fact, the Screaming Goat car is getting held up a little bit by, I think that's the Grey Speed MPO1. Which now dives itself down the inside of an MX-5 at the International Horseshoe.
No, we've lost this camera while Tanner also hunts for onboards, I think. This is intrepid journalism at its finest.
Do we think we've actually lost that camera and it needs adjusting? I think Brendan's just rejoined, so we could. It's the closest one to us, so I could send him back out.
Tanner says you should send him back out, I think.
The camera pointing this way. It's dead, is it? Oh, it is. It is dead. Yeah. Okay, send him back out.
Yep.
He didn't bring food, so he doesn't get to stay.
Yeah, some of these are pretty okay. All right, we're gonna get onboard cameras back. We got it. We got them in spades, friends.
Number 29 is closed in by another 2 seconds on that lap, so the gap, the battle for the lead is down to 7.7. To go 5.9 from Team GTR 99 on that last lap, which is it's a good solid lap time. It's closing that battle for third up. GTR 99 is currently in 5th place. Unfortunately, that was a slow lap for Screaming Goat Racing, so that's kind of undone all the good work they've done over the last few laps. Gap's back out to 10 seconds. How's our GP2 battle looking? That was the one that was very close for a while. Right now, it's status quo with Ragnar Renstall 2 ahead of HQ Autosport. That gap is now out to 1:07. So that looks like, all else being equal, that's heading the direction of Ragnar Renstall. But Core Motorsports have clearly got their absolute hot shoe in the car again. That car's set its fastest lap of the race about 10 laps ago, and is consistently 4 to 5 seconds quicker than the 2 cars ahead of it. Unfortunately, it's a lap down, but with 4 hours to go, that at that pace differential, it would be enough time. But no doubt there'll be another set of drivers going in all 3 of those cars. But yeah, right now, the Core Motorsports Mustang is comfortably the fastest car in GP2 on track, which has been the case quite often today.
That 75 is back out on track, actually. Only went missing for 16 minutes, which is it might be their shortest stoppage of the day.
The Audi still sat there on the back of a tow truck flashing its lights.
That's interesting. I wonder if that's a dead stick. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to assume, to be on the back of a tow truck, it's got to be something fairly substantial. There's no one around it, like, taking any interest in it either.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with.
Actually, as I say that, they have now angled the flatbed down and are clearly about to roll the car off.
I wonder if they've had to do diagnostics, or if they're really just not interested in it anymore. You know, if this turns out to be a one-off event for them, they're not really. There's no points for them to try to claw back, right? And there's no race tomorrow to fix the car up for.
Exactly. Yeah, I imagine that it's felt fairly fundamental, and they've decided they're done for the day. But obviously, I'm sure they'd like to get packed up. But yeah, I imagine I imagine we won't be seeing that car again. They're still ahead of Stratus Racing. And the number 9 Team ACP and Tangerine Associates car that led early on, and I now see rolling down the pits in front of me, but that car is 23 laps down, whereas Promo is only 14 laps down. So you never know. Kingpin back in the pits again. They again, for the first hour, were right there. They are. They've completed 158 laps against the leaders 216. They've had a plethora of issues, or possibly one issue a lot.
Does that count as a plethora if it's a repeat of the same issue?
No, I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think plethoras require some level of variety.
There are fights lower down in some of the classes. Actually, let's keep an eye on the fight for P1 if we haven't been already, because that gap is shrinking. It's not they're not nose to tail, but it was 10 seconds 2 laps ago. It's down to under 8.
Yeah, it's yo-yoing around with traffic. They're very evenly matched cars, I think. Yeah, Screaming Goat did a 205 last lap, and then this lap they did a 209.9. So very variable pace.
Yeah, I'm not getting a ton of notifications about things happening around the track, so I really do get the sense that things have fallen back into a rhythm, although we've only been back under green flag conditions for hadn't even been 2 hours yet.
Feels very settled, and actually, to be honest, it feels a little bit empty. There's not a huge number of cars out there. Ooh, hang on, they're turning the Audi around. I want to have a look. See if there's any crash damage.
Okay.
It looks clean. It's rolling into the garage just fine. And I didn't see a misshapen front end on it. Yeah, it looks fine.
That's curious.
All the way around down the left side is fine.
Yeah, I hope we can get some information at some point as to what happened there. It's cool to see, even if it is one-offs, it's cool to see entries like that. It's a shame to see that go away. Let's see. I've got new projections. Let's see if anything has changed. Or are we basically where we were? The 909 is kind of solidifying its hold on GTO. Obviously nothing is certain with more than 4 hours to go, but if things continue in the direction they've been continuing, you'd give them something like 90% odds of winning.
Just did a quick head count, by the way. There's about 47, 48 cars on track. Of the 67 starters, so still more than half.
It's honestly,
I've seen some attrition.
To be frank, it's better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a lot higher attrition. I'm curious to see how many cars we end up with. But with the track opening up like this, unfortunately, we didn't really get to see it develop because of the half shaft issues. But we had speculated privately about, is the NPO1 really going to come alive as the track opens up and you have fewer moments of lost time, in the areas where the NPO1s are faster, where those downforce cars are faster.
We sort of got our answer in that there was a stint in the middle of the race where the NPO1 was by far the fastest car on the track consistently. Mm-hmm. So whether that was down to the track opening up or not, I would say maybe a little bit, but I think it's more driver disparity. But I genuinely think that's the fastest car here, the NPO1. And I tend to come away from all WRL races thinking that. They just need the race to go correctly and the right set of drivers and the right team running the car.
Coming back to the battle that you had asked about a little bit ago. Looks like we're missing audio on this one. It's a good looking. Oh, this is the loose cannon 997, I believe.
Oh, the onboard.
Yes.
This looks kind of Porsche, as in Porsche.
It sounds it too.
Oh, I haven't got the sound available.
Oh, turn it up.
I don't know how to work this switchboard. I'm not doing that. That's fine. I know what a Porsche. I'm gonna know what a Porsche sounds like very well. Sam's very interested in the GT3 car coming to iRacing, so I'm sure we'll be spending.
I don't know. I'm one of those people that I just want something to get me in the category, and then once I have that, I'm not gonna buy another one. As much as I like driving Porsches in that world.
They got rid of the Z4. That was our issue.
Yeah, I like that car a lot. I don't think it was a like-for-like trade. to be honest.
Oh,
I think,
absolutely not. No.
Yeah. Really quickly on the GTO side, you had asked a little bit ago about the kind of 3-car battle between the 172, the 99, and the 97. So that would be TLM USA, the remaining Pramac car, and GTR 99. That to me, we're basically in a similar situation still. I wouldn't say that that's changed all that much. The 97
the way
is
in the meantime, since I asked that question and you're now answering it, the only TLM USA and GTR 99 appear to be in roughly the same place, and all that's happened is the Premac car is dropping through them. So the Premac car was 5 seconds behind TLM USA, and it's now 21 seconds behind, and it was like 25 seconds ahead of GTR 99. It's now 11 seconds ahead of GTR 99. So, yeah, that does seem to be reasonable. But that is the Premac car is the slowest of those three. By the way, Screaming Goat is has the gap down to 3.6 seconds at the front of the field. So that's that actually is tightening up now. So your prediction says 172 and 99 roughly equal in the race for third, and then Prema somewhere off the back.
Yeah, still advantage 172, I would say.
Right.
It's funny being in another state from Brendan's camera drama, and not having to deal with it myself.
Furiously typing, press enter, and then you laugh. So I'm not sure exactly where he was entering information, but maybe I don't want to know.
Yeah.
He also didn't fix the coffee or food issue, so again he's not allowed to stay. So he's also left.
Well, good riddance. Okay, so GP1, it's still basically as it was, advantage the 701 for round 3 racing over the 44 for PC racing. And then I would put the 348 for Chattanooga at your favorite to round off the podium. GP2, that looks like the 28 for HQ Autosport in, let's see, 88 it says, so we'll say about 90% odds, assuming nothing goes wrong with that car, which is the caveat for all these, obviously. We're just going off the trends. If something unusual happens, it's
yeah, the core motorsports have continued to be easily the fastest car in that class since we last talked about it, but yeah, they're just too far behind.
Yeah, and that seems to be they're the easy favorite for second.
Core?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Oh,
they're currently
okay.
in third.
Oh, good. I'm glad I found something interesting. Okay.
Well, that is interesting because HQ and hang on. So you've got HQ as the favorite for GP2.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know why.
That makes no sense at all.
Hold on. I don't understand. There's a couple things I don't understand here because I've got the 211 is basically slipping down to second or third by the end of the race, so that's worth investigating to see if there's anything to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is. They've been very similar pace to HQ all race. I'm not actually sure where they picked up the minute they have on HQ, but I don't see any reason why they would lose it. What's their pit stops? Pit stops are about 4 minutes. Well, the last one was anyway. HQ's last pit stop was 3:58, so there's no difference in pit stop time. Their fastest lap is slower, but I mean that's just track conditions at the start of the day and which driver you had in the car. Yeah, I don't know. You may have to do some digging on that one.
Something that might be getting missed out, although I don't think. Well, okay. Yeah, something that might be rectified as we get more data is it might be assuming that the 211 stints are 22 laps rather than 40 some, which is what they appear to be.
Yeah, they should be 40 something.
But they've had several. Basically, their last 4 stops have all their last 4 stints have all been like 22 lap stints, which is kind of interesting in its own right. I don't know if that's a weird coincidence from your red and yellow flags that we've had.
It's their last. I don't know why their last one was when it was, but the previous 3 were all under yellow flag.
We've got a change for the lead in GTO. It might have just happened under your nose. It's the 29 getting
right.
around the 909.
I was just looking for that when you came up with your weird prediction. Put me off. Yeah, I can see that on the timing. We did call that gap was closing up, so I was trying to keep an eye on it, but I failed miserably.
No, I'm surprised that it actually, because I was content to assume that it wasn't going to change.
Oh, there they are. Okay, they're going through the kink at the moment. Yep. Confirming timing, screaming go is ahead. Got about 3 car lengths on, maybe a little bit more, 5 car lengths on the Aston Martin as they go through the West Horseshoe. Not a lot of traffic around, but there's not a lot of traffic on the whole track, really.
Alex Mayer is on board the O2, according to this graphic. That's a driver that obviously Brendan knows well.
Yeah, I think he was in the car when it broke earlier as well.
Huh. Yeah, okay. So a very eventful day for Alex.
Yeah, it would seem so, yeah. If anything, yeah, I would say Screaming Goat is pulling away from automatic racing, which you'd expect because they just caught them past them. But they kind of just caught them past them out of nowhere. A little bit out of nowhere. Obviously, it was a 5 or 10 lap process, but the 5 or 10 laps before that, those 2 cars were very even. So a little bit surprising.
I think Alex just gave us a thumbs up there. I'm going to assume that was directed at us.
How sociopathic of you.
Or narcissistic. I'll take,
Yeah, either
which
one.
one?
I think that's probably the word I was looking for. Leaders across the line. It's going to be something.
That's the O2 in.
A second and a half.
That may actually have been a pit confirm that thumbs up was for, which would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, GTR 99 is really closing in on Prema 97 now. So that's the RS3 and the BMW. That gap is down to 7 seconds and it's closing in. Well, last lap it closed in at over 2 seconds, close to 2.5 seconds.
I'm trying to get a handle on. I still want to dig into that GP2 battle and why we think that the 211 is on the back foot.
Two things it could be. The 211 is pitting 5 laps or so earlier than the other car. So if your predictor is working out the race is going to end at exactly the wrong point where the 211 is going to have to make a splash and dash, but that still shouldn't cost it a minute.
And I'm not really doing. So the prediction is a little better at giving some wiggle room. So there should be some random variance around when pit stops happen, like a couple laps, just so I don't do that.
Right.
Because I have had that be an issue in the past. So I don't think, unless I don't have that tuned right, which is always a possibility.
I have just noticed on in the chat, somebody, it was a while ago, I missed it, asked for an update on BSI. Honestly, I think they had some pretty significant issues early in the race, so they haven't been competitive the whole time.
The thing is with GP3 though. The thing with GP3 though is that the rate of attrition has been so high. They're back in a podium position.
Sure. So they're third. That's about all we can really update on because the story of their races had early problems, are now just logging laps and waiting for everyone else to brake. I think we had, I believe it was BSI's team owner on earlier on in the broadcast. Brendan was down in the pits doing interviews. So we featured them then, and she confirmed that they had some issues early on in the race. So, but yeah, they're plugging away and they're on the podium.
For whatever it's worth, I don't expect any changes. Again, barring the unforeseen, which that's always the caveat. GP3 is basically the way we expect it to finish. we're under 4 hours to go at this point now. So that's 10 hours down that you've been talking. So congrats.
I went off for lunch for a bit, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that we're 10 hours down, I always get the feeling when you're that far into a race, one that is obviously not a sim race, so something where mechanical failure is a thing. To a large extent, if it's going to break, it will have broken by now, sort of deal. I know that's not completely true, but I've certainly found with WRL races, the first few hours we tend to get quite a lot of mechanical issues, because if stuff is ready to break on a car when it starts the race, or if stuff's going to break, it will probably do it quite early on. And if you can get a car through 10 hours, then that thing will probably survive a bit longer. So I wouldn't expect anywhere near the rate of attrition from now to the finish as we've had. So yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume that GP3 is going to be fairly static from where we are.
Yeah, the thing that's sort of peripherally interesting, I guess. Ooh, that Miata. Okay, maybe it was just in a high gear. It didn't quite sound right. I hope that was a Miata. It could have been a Boxster. Oops. But the thing about GP3 is because the rate of attrition's been so high and everyone's kind of had issues, that actually gives the front runners a lot of leeway. I mean, they could break down, and for example, only the top 5 are running in GP3, so they could break down now. They'd still come up with 5th place points.
True.
So there's obviously you wouldn't want to do anything, unnecessarily. You wouldn't want to take any unnecessary risks, but it's nice to know that you have that cushion, I guess. The gap in GTO is gradually growing. It's still close, but it looks like I believe that's the 29. Yeah, the 29 is slowly growing that gap out. It's now finally over the 2-second mark.
I made it back, guys.
Oh no.
Yeah.
28's in the pits. That's HQ Autosport that's pitted out of 2nd in GP2.
So I've obviously been away for a little bit dealing with other things. That's embroiled in a decent little battle there, both with Rocker Renstall ahead of it and with the Core Motorsports Mustang behind it, depending on how this pit stop rotation sort of shakes itself out from here to the end. I don't know if you guys have discussed that in recent past, but
We've been talking a lot about that battle, mostly on the basis of our projections are counterintuitive.
so what is your projection?
Projection puts
Give me a-
Rocker Renstall falling back to 2nd or 3rd, which we cannot figure out why that should be the case, and so something we're digging into.
It's going really long on fuel.
I know, and that's the only thing we can figure out is that actually, because of the yellow flag periods, it hasn't been going all that far on fuel lately.
That makes some sense.
But that obviously
it was fully green, or its current stint is fully green. Sorry.
But anyway, we should be going off of the higher. Oh, people are taking some really wide entries into the West Horseshoe. Anyway, yeah, the script should be taking into account the longer. I think it's the 90th percentile stint length, something like that. I don't think it's the median. If it's the median, that would explain why we're sort of potentially misrepresenting its chances.
Have we reviewed the weather situation at all recently?
It should not rain the rest of the race.
That's kind of what I'm seeing as well.
We didn't discuss it.
Something developing at maybe 9:15, but if it does, it would be a simple pop-up shower. Really, nothing sustained like a thunderstorm or anything like that.
9:09 in the pits. That is a little ahead of schedule. It's about 6 laps ahead of schedule.
Okay. It's
Actually,
just stationary in the pit lane here. It's just putting fuel in the car at the moment, just right across from us, actually.
You said that's the 909?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said 99. 99.
No.
No.
909,
909, I think, is come and gone already, Joseph.
okay, they maybe...
Are you sure 909 is in and out?
Have they been... I want to make sure they haven't been docked a lap.
Well, I know how we can find out.
Because they're definitely showing up missing for me. And WRL's MO tends to be to delete the most recent lap when they... So...
This is 909.
Yeah, for automatic.
Yeah, I'm seeing them as a lap down for no...
And that wasn't the case earlier. Interesting.
No, in fact, Screaming Goat took the lead like 5 laps ago.
Improper pit road procedure.
Okay.
1 lap penalized. The infraction was at 5:12. So I assume that will have just been finalized recently.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were in the lead, according to Race Hero, they were in the lead 6 laps ago.
Yeah, see,
Okay.
I hadn't realized that had gone back to the 909. I thought the Screaming Goat... I mean, this is how long it's been since I've sat down in the booth. I thought the Screaming Goat car had still sort of just run away from it on that... like after that first restart, or second restart, I guess.
No, not
Obviously,
really.
that's not the case.
Yeah, it's been going back and forth.
Yeah, I see this. Really, once the Screaming Goat car pitted under green at lap 201.
Joseph and I discussed this. It's because Screaming Goat's pit stops are 20, 25 seconds.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And then they caught back up, overtook them, and now are automatically had a
Well,
penalty.
and nobody in GTO is that much quicker than anybody that they can make up that sort of deficit with just raw pace.
Yeah. Only caveat, of course, being if automatic can just peg them and then take 25-second chunks out of them every pit stop, then that still doesn't put it anywhere near.
No, but that's my point. Is Screaming Goat isn't nobody in GTO, especially Screaming Goat versus the automatic car, isn't faster enough on a lap-by-lap basis to make up 25 seconds over the course of a stint.
Right.
If they are even marginally quicker on raw pace, they certainly aren't doing it consistently.
Well, they did do that since the last stint. They gained back the 25 seconds and overtook them. And then,
I thought that the position change happened because automatic lost the lap.
No, that's why we missed.
Okay.
That'll be why we missed it,
Gotcha.
because they had already had
I
the position
understand.
change, and now they've lost a lap.
Okay.
Because actually, if automatic were in the lead and they lost a lap, they would still be on the lead lap now. but
Understood.
They're not.
That 99 GTR BMW, I believe, has come and gone. It's out.
Although they are actually now on the lead lap, apparently, because Screaming Goat are in the pits.
Aha!
Yeah, okay. I see that.
Automatic will be due a stop here in the next 4 to 5 laps as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out whether this has ruined the race for us or made it, because, or with automatic pitting slightly less often and being quite a bit quicker in the pits, even though Screaming Goat, I don't think on average Screaming Goat is any quicker. I think their pace between the two cars across all their drivers is very even. If you give automatic those 2 advantages, they were kind of always going to win over the next 4 hours, or else being equal.
Right.
But now they've lost a lap. They've got to work pretty hard to catch back up. They've got 2 advantages. They're not enough. Automatic needs a bit more pace if they're going to catch Screaming Goat now.
So if we're pitting here and roughly every 30 laps, it's a pit stop every 60 to 60, let's call it 65 minutes, 70 minutes, something like that. With 3 hours and 55, or 3 hours and 50 now left to go, that should be 3 more stints and a short stint, right?
Okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, 3 more stints, 2 more stops. Right, because we go 350 to about 245 to 140, and then down to about 35 minutes to go.
3 stints and 1 short one. I
Yes,
think.
3 stops. Yep.
Yeah, 3 stops. Yeah.
And that last stop should be a reasonably short stop to
And it will
short till to
be.
the end.
It's going to be way shorter for automatic because they're going to have built up 10 or 15 laps.
Right. So
Maybe they can make it. Just 3 stints.
that'd be close. My
Yeah.
point anyway was going to be that with those 3 pit stops, Automatic is going to be gaining 3 times 20 or 25 seconds.
Right.
Right?
So that's
a minute virtually. A little over.
Well, 75 seconds, yeah.
Right, yeah. So you're right. The point is it's not quite enough.
No, so they need pace. Although their last pit stop will be shorter, so they'll gain some time there.
Well, they both will be.
So that...
Well,
yeah,
even shorter,
even
though,
shorter.
because it's... Yeah. Right.
So that will... Let's say they gain 90 seconds. They still need to gain another 30 seconds somewhere.
Yeah, that's about right.
Unless... So I think they will have to make that extra splash. But if there's one more yellow flag, which there is right now, then that brings us closer to what Automatic needs. Also, actually, this Automatic is now on the lead lap, and we've got a yellow flag, so that's completely undone the penalty. Because they're just going to...
Well, it's undone whatever their margin was. The penalty still stands at virtually... Well, depending on where the 29 comes out, right? If they're on the same lap as a result of the 29...
Pit 9,
oh, there it is.
29 just
came through.
So.
Well, 909 just came through and put itself onto the lap.
Yeah, yeah. So they're going to catch up with the back of the train. So that was... If that penalty had taken a few laps longer to be assessed...
I think there's a car that's gone off at the very far end down at turn 5. If the binoculars over there. I think it's behind the safety truck. You can see skid marks sort of just going straight off. Does that sound right to you? They are dispatching an ambulance over there. Again, standard procedure, but that usually indicates that there's been an impact somewhere.
Yeah, I can see the time marks. I can't see a car. If it's behind the truck, it's completely eclipsed.
Unfortunately, at this point, we've our producer has taken a short break. Ooh, there's a rear wing there, but I know what I can do to help address them. Stand by.
Okay, so actually, you can see in this shot that they're scrambling vehicles towards the kink.
Yeah,
Or
it's
past the
towards
kink,
King,
rather.
it's towards West Horseshoe. It does look very much like a car's just gone straight on. But I have safety truck in the way, so yeah, that's definitely where they're acting, or where the safety crew are.
Yeah.
So let's take a
This will
look.
have been a fairly quick reaction. I have a cast replay, boys. Ooh, it's a round 3 car with a brake failure. Oof.
Wow, that's an awfully fast place to go off.
Yeah, they did
or a partial
particularly
brake failure anyway.
quick.
No, they had scrubbed a lot of speed off, but they went in basically. It's down here in the corner. Pull this back a minute. A little bit.
Use your left and right keys.
Can I?
I don't know.
While you guys are trying to figure out how to use the internet, I've got a little histogram of lap times in GP2 just to try to, because this is now my white whale. I've got to figure out what's going on. The 211 is it's sort of modal lap time is in the 217 to 217.5 region. That's about 4 seconds slower than the number 17. I want to keep a really close eye on that number 17 and see if they're able to.
Yeah, the number 17 is very, 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 very fast.
Guys, I think this is the 701 that's gone in down at turn 5, which was the GP1 leader, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's now not the GP1 leader.
No, very much not. Although the PC cars come straight into the pits.
But it is the leader.
Automatic in the pits.
True.
This is the 909s. That puts it basically on, 2 to 3 laps within range of...
Where is the safety car?
Great question.
I hope they're not going to get...
Exiting turn...
Okay,
so they picked up Screaming Go.
Yeah, so they did what the Audi did in the last one. The R8.
Oh, right.
They're putting fuel in because why not? We're at the back of the train anyway.
Well, they were going to be due a stop regardless, weren't they?
They absolutely, yeah, they were.
Yeah. So this has actually come at a really good time for them.
Yeah. Combined with the penalty is almost
so they've gone from a lap and some margin down as a result of the penalty to basically just being the distance of the safety car train. And not even, because they're going to come out, I don't know, probably 10 cars in front of the back.
Yeah, absolutely. So that penalty it'll still end up being 25 seconds.
No, and there's
But it's gone from 120 seconds to 25.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to make our race because we need them to make it as an impartial. We need them to have a little bit of a deficit because they have an advantage in the pits.
Right now the onus is on Screaming Goat to find an advantage, to find pace in the car, and it clearly has it to some degree. But like you said, automatic holds considerably more cards.
Yes. Yeah, the one card. The one card our leaders have at the moment, Screaming Goat, is that they are going to have something in the region of 25-30 second lead, whereas automatic have shorter pit stops and less often pit stops.
Here's video of that 701.
Yeah, by happy accident, Tanner is on his dinner break when just before this happened. He just took about 15 or 20 minutes, and there you see it as a 701.
Yeah, honestly, the only
no, it's really not. It's on a tow rope.
It's broken the splitter off. That's what's hanging out the window. But other than that, it looks fine.
But if it was mechanical failure that put it in that situation, that's why it's getting towed, presumably.
Yeah.
Brake failure.
Yeah.
I mean, it can still get a podium in class if it gets out. I mean, we've got a yellow flag, but although this yellow flag should not last very long, the WRL have been very good at. Depends on what damage they did to the barrier, I suppose. The WRL have been very good at restarting promptly after cleaning up a crash. So I don't expect this to last very long, but they've got something like 8 laps until Ginger Racing passes them for third. So they could still get a podium out of it.
Yeah, that's part of the deal with having already done 10 hours of running, right? These gaps have grown
particularly
wide away.
Yeah. We're being asked who's in the O2 now. I think, who did you read it was, Joseph?
Prior to this round of stops, it was Alex Mayer.
Right. So we'll go with that.
Yeah. So that's a stop for.
Are they loading a car on a? Oh no! You know what, guys? We've missed half of this full course yellow because one of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates M2s is being loaded on a rollback at the exit of road course turn 2. Is this in the 9? I think it is.
It is the 9, yeah.
No, when you say 2, do you mean the left-hander coming off?
It's basically a beam, the end of the blue Armco as the right-hand kink, like in the middle of the right-hand kink.
Okay.
For pit out.
That is bizarre. That's a bizarre place to.
It's very damaged.
Yeah, so that car's been in the wall.
Yeah, the front's, let's say, very damaged. It's got a solid amount of front-end damage.
As in, like, it looks like it's been turned into the Armco?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. I mean, okay, this is speculation to the extreme, so, but bear with me. I wonder if that could have, if the first incident could have strewn some debris around and cut a brake line on the 701.
So that's one we're probably not going to get a decent view or review of to try and tell what's happened there. Yeah, because even the turn 2 camera won't catch that. Sorry, the turn 3 camera won't catch that. May have to put that one to one side.
The 28, for whatever it's worth, that's second now in GP2. They have not pitted during this yellow because they just pitted about 4 laps prior. So the 17 has dropped back to third in GP2. That'll be the core motorsports. I believe it's a Mustang from memory.
It is, yeah. So this is essentially just where it was 20 minutes ago when I came back up into the booth.
So
has that whole class cycled through already?
It's about to. The 211 is taking the opportunity to pit. That'll be Rocker Renstall. Rocker Renstall Zwei.
Yeah, I did that earlier. I called it 2, and then I'm like, no, if we're doing Rocker Renstall, surely we've got to do Zwei as well.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to do it.
I think so.
I'm just going to ignore the number because there is no 1.
That's a really good point.
Because we've seen just Rocker Renstall. So I'm wondering if this is the second car in their stable, or if they've written off the first one.
So one of the things I'm looking out for here is I think TLM USA, then 172 is pitted.
That's right. Yeah.
In and back out, and where we have things in the queue will be all three of the leaders on the lead lap. So here comes the 909, 20 seconds, and it's something like 15 cars between him and first place. The TLM car.
The TLM car hasn't been on the lead lap for a long time, so have they managed to get back on the lead lap?
Yeah, no, they were ahead of the 909 after the 909 pitted.
Yeah, they're going to fall back to third here. The 909's retaken second.
So they got... Basically, Screaming Goat got pretty unlucky with that yellow flag timing.
Yeah,
and it's let two cars back on the lead lap.
Relative to the 909 and the 172. I'm looking for the 172 there. I don't just... Oh, where are we here? Is this it coming out of the bus stop into turn 3?
Yeah, I think so.
I noticed the 420's got for TLM has a shift up now partnership.
It does, yeah. I did not investigate that further.
Okay.
That is 172.
Oh, Joseph, you missed an interesting tidbit from one of my interviews earlier, and those of you who are not with us, you'd be interested to know this as well. I had a chat with Will Choice, involved in Choice Racing.
Sure.
Their brand new car for this weekend, which we've discussed to some degree. Will told me that they had an M2 reserved for them, an M2 Club Sport, and they canceled pickup of that car 2 days before they were due to pick it up.
Why?
They realized that building a car, rebuilding or building up a car that somebody else designed for you is not nearly as much fun as building a car on your own. And
fair enough.
A large part of the reason they're all involved in Choice Racing and the World Racing League, then why wouldn't they just build another car instead?
Yeah.
So they built their new Monster M3 instead of having another boring M2 Club Sport in the GTO field.
Oh, shots fired.
Yeah, wow.
It's worth noting that with that car, when you interviewed them, they were in fourth.
Hold on. Look at this. Somebody's stopped. Someone's lost power on the way into the West Horseshoe.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the TLM car?
It's now moving again.
I think that's the 172.
So they've recycled the power a couple times.
It is the 172. It's moving now.
What on earth? That's the third place car.
It's going to remain the third place car. But yeah, that Choice Racing car dropped from 4th to 13th shortly after you interviewed them.
Son of a gun. Well, brand new car, teething problems.
Yeah,
that's all for.
You'd have to assume so. They had a 9-minute pit stop in there.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on the 172 because that's. Can we think of why you would do that? I mean, it's a good if you've got some little electrical gremlin, it's a good opportunity. But why not just do it in the pit lane? Because they've just taken a stop, I think.
702 is in the pits. That's the sister came into the 701 that was just in the tires down there in turn 5. No sign of a green flag this time around. Don't see lights on the safety car, but also we are displaying a double yellow at start. Nope, safety car's down on the apron. Oh, that was very sudden. The green flag waves, and the Screaming Goat BMW screams away at the front of the field. Comes through with a considerable margin back to the next closest car, which will be one of the W2W Porsche Caymans. I haven't really featured this weekend at all, actually.
Now let's keep an eye on.
Sorry, the Chattanooga Tourenwagen BMW absolutely squeezed to the wall on the way into turn 1 by the JNR Civic, who you see in the middle of your screen there. No fault of anybody's, but that's what happens when you're on the outside, going 4 wide in a massive gaggle of traffic.
Let's try to monitor the gap here from the 29 to the 909 because obviously the 29 is going to be able to make hay while the 909 is mired in traffic.
And we saw the 909 in traffic earlier, Scott. Super conservative.
Yeah, that was in conditions. And obviously a different driver.
Yeah.
172 did manage to catch up to the back of the pack, by the way.
Sorry, a little hip check there, Joseph?
I'm not sure it was a hip check. It was definitely a running wide. I believe that was a round 3 Boxster.
Only 2 of those at the moment.
Yeah. So,
So 1 and 605.
take your pick.
Yeah. So
7-1.
TLM USA, having pitted, stalled on track, caught up to the back of the field and taken the green flag, is within 23 seconds of the leader. So our top three, 10 and a half hours deep into the 14 hours of Daytona, sits within 23 seconds. It's a BMW from a previous generation GT4 Aston Martin, from a BMW M2 Club Sport, with a Audi RS3 TCR for good measure in fourth, about a lap behind the 172. Team GTR with their new M4 GTR sits in, M4 GT4 sits in fifth, 11 seconds behind the Team Prema Audi RS3. So we'll be watching that battle for fourth overall, fourth in GTO as well. Another battle for sixth between the number 2 and the number 982. That's the highest place of the W2W Caymans. Go ahead, Scott.
It looks like I was just going to say, it looks like the Aston Martin's taking it pretty easy again. I think it actually got overtaken on the outside into the bus stop by the Chattanooga GP1 car.
Yeah, so this margin's going to go up pretty considerably this first lap under green here.
209.4 for Screaming Goat
There's
Racing.
automatic.
And automatic is 217. So yeah.
So that's 15 seconds. The total margin was 23 seconds back to the... where are we here? Back to the 172. There's the 172.
240.
That's 27. So TLM was better than automatic was, but still ceding time to the Screaming Goat car, which again we sort of expect.
Yeah, I want to shift gears slightly over to GP3. The 167 for BSI Racing holding down the final podium step may still be in the pits, or maybe on an outlap.
I would buy outlap. I don't see it in the pits.
Okay.
BSI Racing, founded and owned by Shea Holbrook. Oh, it's coming out of the paddock, Joseph.
Interesting.
Yeah, does that car have damage on the nose?
On board with a loose cannon 997.
No, they just put some tape around the headlight corner there, or the right front corner around the headlight.
Just did the old touring car business of just taping axes over the
You
headlights.
see the ducting around the right side mirror? Yeah, you're about to do what I did. It's literally just a large air duct hanging out the right side window, facing forward.
Yeah.
Some fine engineering. Anyway, to your point, Joseph,
I'm
the car
hoping
being
for a
in
mecha duct.
this. Oh no!
No, more closer to plumbing.
Okay.
You say closer to.
That's exactly what it is. Guttering. that's sort of thing. Which, if it works, it works.
They do have 14 laps in hand over the overnight motorsports number 197. So I know you guys have said that class is probably going to be fairly static from here to the end.
Yeah, but it's so a couple of these classes, GP3 in particular, obviously currently a race of attrition. Looks like it's continuing down that route.
Yeah, a bit par for the course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, GP1 was... I was ready to just hand that to the 701 before they had their issue.
Automatic, by the way, now that they've cleared most of the traffic as we've returned to green, 206.841, half a tenth quicker than your leader.
Yes, but they did get overtaken by the other Aston Martin into turn 1 straight after setting that up.
Oh, interesting. With a Pro Speed car.
Explain that.
Or Pro Sport, excuse me.
Pro Sport, yes.
Yeah, because that car did a 206.2, and I think is the quickest car on track. Hammer 02, a 206.4, and then things sort of drop away. And then it's 34 seconds total from first back to third, so that TLM car not having, well, it's had more traffic to contend with than that 909 did. So, again, to be expected.
We've got
also worth noting that. Sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a fight-ish on for first in GP2. I just want to keep an eye on that because that is with the full course yellow and I'll double check the pit stop rotation here. Yeah, in part because the 28 for HQ Autosport didn't pit on this last yellow flag. There's less than 10 seconds between them. The gap is relatively stable, but if something happens to the 211, they get used up a little bit in traffic. The 28 is right there to capitalize.
The 28, right, didn't need to pit. They had just pitted right before the yellow. So in effect, I feel like this has benefited Rocker Renstall because they will have pitted under yellow, whereas HQ had to make their pit stop under green.
The BSI Master
Or am I
is
reading
just
that
leaving
wrong?
the pits.
You're not reading it wrong. Well, I guess they've both kind of benefited, if you will, because they both... The gap that the 28 had lost by pitting under green, they were basically able to recoup by virtue of the fact that the yellow came out. Overtake for 4th in GTO. That's Team GTR has made up another spot on the 97, so that's kind of things settling into where we had predicted them to land anyway.
Yeah, but I don't understand why the 97 did a 2:14 that lap versus the 2:07 for GTR 99, and presumably they had similar traffic because obviously they're in the same part of the track because they 99 just overtook 97. So I don't know what that 2:14 was about.
I know what I've been missing. What happened to the 693?
693. Oh, that car. Yeah, they're in the garage. They we don't know.
They're broken. We don't know why.
Literally disappeared. Took us 20 minutes to figure out, and they just appeared in the NASCAR garages over there on a flatbed, not being dragged. So
Did they end up in a wall somewhere? Like where we?
That car.
We have no idea. We were saying it
yeah,
over the PA several times in the hopes that you would hear it and be able to investigate.
Our best guess is that something fundamental happened with the drivetrain coming out of the chicane, and they got brought back in on because it was on a flatbed as well. Not drag. They didn't drag it with a tow rope. Put it on a flatbed, and it's in the garage down there, which I assume for some reason I guess they're in those garages rather than these garages. But yeah, we're not expecting. Didn't look like they were in any rush.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they
It was
never
a few laps
tripped.
into a new driver's stint, wasn't it? After
Well, it was.
Timeout got out.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was like,
okay.
it was 2 laps after they'd made it, what we assume was a driver change. They had a slow out lap and a slow lap after that, so it's unclear whether or not that was due to a mechanical issue. I don't know. I always
Brendan's pointing at nothing, and I'm too curious to work out what he's talking.
The wall just passed pit out. It's your boy, the 178.
Oh,
The
the Civic, finding new ways to get into the paddock.
Oh, I don't mean to laugh at JNR. They've had such a tough. I mean, they have tough weekends on a regular basis. But this one in particular, they had actually a really good stretch there in the heat of the day, when you would expect cars to be at their least reliable.
Yeah,
they had a really good stretch for both cars.
They made multiple real pit stops and everything.
Just by point.
Yeah.
guys, we've got a lead change in GTO, and I'm not sure how.
Oh, so we're missing. Are we missing the 29? He has come through.
Looks like a deleted lap to me.
Ooh.
Is it a deleted lap or a restored lap to the 909?
Oh, that would be ridiculous if that's the case. Because
It's exactly what it is, because they've registered, they've quote unquote registered two
Same
207
lap
461s. Yeah.
So they docked them a lap, then the yellow flag came out, which meant they gained all of that time back, and then they've given them the lap back, so they've essentially given them a lap.
2 laps.
No, 8.
Well, right, yeah.
They got
One lap from where they were.
They got one back
Okay.
semi-naturally through the condensing. Ooh, that I'm not sure about that. That's
I mean, these are all natural events, right? That got us from where we were to where we are.
Well, natural-ish. The point Scott's making is that if they hadn't been docked the lap prematurely, they would have just been picked up by the pace car.
Right. And no. I completely understand that. My point is, when the penalty was issued and now it's been overturned, we had no, you obviously can't predict the events that follow. So we have the full course yellow, everything happens the way it does, screaming goat pits, everybody's on the same lap. Now they've re-given them the lap back in a way that would have never happened had...
So they now have a 1 minute 48 second lead, which they wouldn't have had if they'd never been given the penalty.
Right. Now with all of their cards back in their hands, right? Now they're not, maybe not considerably quicker, but they're having considerably shorter pit stops and going a little longer on fuel.
Well, I mean, just being given a 1 minute 48 second head start through the officials.
Yeah, luck. It's luck. Right, the officials one way or the other. The penalty was wrongly issued. It was overturned. That blow for blow is correct. If you mess up the penalty or the penalty was issued in error, you have to fix that. However, what happened in between is dumb luck.
Well, the what is the consequence of, and I don't say blame or fault, but what it's a direct consequence of is the policy, which is to issue the penalty and then ask questions and appeal later, right? Because it was done straight away, it's for better or for worse, it's affected the running order. Pretty cut and dry, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's the second time this race, isn't it, that we've had a penalty overturned?
I mean, it's not common.
Yeah,
and the point is, you go off of sort of judges of fact, which are your pit marshals, your corner marshals, and then when somebody can provide video evidence to say, okay, this was an error, then you deal with that on a factual basis, right? Judger of fact to, okay, actual video factual evidence, and we deal with that at the time that we can deal with it in person. So the 909, I mean, ostensibly here, has done nothing wrong. To make that clear.
No, absolutely.
It's a tough situation because when this happens at the end of the race and there's a decision that's made, in the dying minutes, right? You can have a result basically overturned post race. So there's no correct way to go about it. There's no objectively correct
Sure.
Yeah, if you're an engineer and you're looking for the weak link here, you need to fix having to deal out these penalties that then get overturned.
Yes.
So there's something wrong with the facts being presented to race control to make their decisions.
Oh, the breakdown there is human.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's happening a little bit too often for my.
I don't know that it is. I mean, this is
twice in one race for something like this. Seems like
this is not actually that much. I mean,
maybe it's just that this is
when you consider the workload issues that are down on pit lane, right? I mean, everybody is sort of up against the same thing. But here we've got a 14-hour. You've got guys cycling through dinner breaks. All this sort of thing where you need to keep people moving. Things will inevitably slip through the cracks on occasion. To 909's credit, Automatic Racing's credit, thank God they have some. Why I said that? Thank God they have some evidence, to present their case to an official, and thank God there's a protest protocol in place to be able to deal with that.
Would we be able to change the workful where before
we wouldn't be able to do anything? No, we are commentators.
We as a hypothetical, the royalty
society.
Could the process be changed such that you tell the team that's about to get the penalty, you're about to get the penalty, can you provide us any information in the next 10 minutes?
If you have the manning or staffing down on pit lane,
The alternative to that is we actually mentioned at the time, imagine if that lap was taken away just like a few laps later after the yellow flag. Yep. But, I mean, at that point...
in hindsight, obviously, that would have been the preferred outcome because when the penalty was rescinded...
And also, a penalty shouldn't... We got cars on track there, have we not? There's a spun car.
Oh, yep. Is that the 172? No, that's a Cayman. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a 7.0. One of the 7.0s.
No, definitely. That's a W2W car.
Oh, is it?
The purple one. 982, maybe? 981?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, no, it's definitely the purple W2W.
Yeah, I think that's a 982.
Looked like kind of like I'm done, but yeah, I mean, our friend the Civic is coming back out of the garage.
That's amazing.
I mean, if you're going to give a one-lap penalty, you don't really want it to be undone like 2 laps later by a yellow flag, because then the penalty doesn't mean a lot. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, maybe that's something to think about, is maybe before we actually even issue the penalties, just check that they can't very quickly. But then again, if it's an onboard camera, you have to wait till the next pit stop to get the SD card, don't you? So
yeah,
which is what's happened in this case.
Ironically, this one was a pit lane penalty.
Right.
So I want to say it's a track issue. I'm sure it was an onboard camera, but I think I mentioned the infraction time was 5:12.
Right. So an hour and a half ago. Yellow flag's out.
Oh, yep.
Well, that's going to undo everything we've just been talking about. Because now Screaming Goat's going to catch up the lap that they would just...
Yeah.
Or at least Automatic's going to be brought back the lap they just gained, roughly.
What I find is the best...
It swapped them around because Screaming Goat had a lead and now they don't.
Which is still significant because Screaming Goat is taking longer in the pits. and requires more time.
So it's going to be,
You know,
it's actually probably
on its
going to
last
be
stop.
about a minute still. From a 25-second lead, they're probably going to be 25 seconds behind now.
The Screaming Goat car.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, so 50 seconds on a minute, but or something along those lines, which is definitely not insignificant. And as you say, particularly when automatic racing have cards in hand.
If you're Screaming
it's
Goat,
not completely undone.
I think if you're Screaming Goat, you pit here. If you're going to be towards the middle back,
they're going to be in the same position we saw automatic last time, and the same position we saw the R8 the time before that, where they're going to be right at the end of the train, so you might as well pit straight away.
My point here, right, well, that's part of it. The second part of that is we're at 3 hours and 18 minutes to go, and if you're clever or you're good on managing your fuel mileage, you might be able to get this done with 2 more stops.
I think it's quite likely, because we've seen a lot of yellow flags. We're probably going to get
2 more stops after this one. Of course,
yeah.
Whatever this.
I think we're pretty likely we're going to get another yellow flag, which will
does feel likely. Yeah.
Well. So who knows how long this one's going to last? We need to figure out actually what this is for.
Normally the way to do that is to go find where they've sent an ambulance, but I haven't seen.
Yeah, we had a yellow flag earlier where we couldn't figure it out as well.
So I've lost the 75 recently, as well as the 178.
75's in the pits right now. They're rolling down the pits, so you'll get them back.
As is the Pro Sport.
Pro Sport. What was the other car you thought you'd lost?
That would be the 178 from JNR. That'd be your Civic.
That's sitting in the paddock here.
Oh no, this is it.
The one. Oh, what is
this?
There's a car up against the wall there. So
yeah, the 178 was the one that Brendan was laughing at, giggling about, not at their expense earlier, where they'd pulled to the left through an opening in the barrier immediately after pit exit. So that's why, and they got into the paddock that way. So that's why they went missing. They're actually in their pit stall right now. But yeah, what car do we think that's going to be? I reckon that's BSI.
I'm not. No, I don't.
Is that a yellow back and a blue front to an MX-5?
I think
it is a blue. Yeah, blue front.
I don't. It might be the headlights that are reflecting.
Yeah, but that car's not missing. I think it could be the 130.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a fact. If the car's not missing, you think it could be what?
I think it could be the 130.
Well, who's the 130?
That'll be Little Bastard, that's a thing I said over the PA at Daytona.
You know, I saw that car in the scrolling through.
Why have I not seen that little race?
I just imagine Joseph is sitting back in his chair, like smiling, like just grinning to himself.
Been waiting for this all day.
Yeah, he has nothing else to add. He's like, if
that car had crashed at 8:15 this morning, it would have been here all day because he'd have turned up for that.
And we'll pause for 10 seconds for a station identification.
Oh, this car, they are spilling oil dry. Or fluid dry, whatever.
Yeah, I suspect that's the reason that
very much down the banking.
Because that is. I mean, it's obviously in the firing line if something were to happen to somebody.
Well, and there's no other way you can get to it other than to cut across the racing line, which is far from ideal.
Well, if there's oil everywhere as well.
Well, yeah, right. So that's the other question: has it been dumping oil down the straight, or is it limited to where the car came to rest? So where have that car been?
No, my speculation. I know we love this. My speculation is that they've broken something on a downshift.
That could very well be.
That's so iRacing.
The old money shift. Well, here, but with an H pattern, let's say you're going for third and you grab first.
Well, yeah, sure.
You know, that'll do it.
I'm gonna propose something that might be completely undone straight away. Automatic racing being given a lap back might have completely screwed TLM USA because they might not be on the lead lap anymore.
That is
literally just
sure they won't be.
Yeah, just because our automatic racing is leapfrogged so far ahead. So it's okay if we're screaming and go, but unfortunately our third place car is now no longer, through no fault of their own, is no longer on the lead lap.
What a range of emotions over the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes, if you're in one of those three camps. Especially TLM, right? Because you were already a little bit, not on the outside looking in.
I think it might have locked GTR 99 2 laps down as well.
Well, that will depend on where it is in the... Well, of course, the leader on track will be the 909, so you're absolutely right. So we'll see what the 29 does here. I would be shocked if they didn't pit, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of shocked they haven't come in already.
Yeah, that's a good point.
99, I think 99, I think, is pitting right now.
No, we're talking about 29.
29 is
Okay.
a screaming goat car.
I think they're over there, aren't they, in the bus stop? So they're right on the back of the train.
The 130's come back out.
White with red on the bottom. I think there's only one car that is that.
Oh, so it's not the little bastard. Listen, if they're going to
Broadcasting
allow
live
it,
over-
if they're going to allow it, I'm going to say it.
Can I think BSI is missing. Maybe. They're at least
I
salmon on my screen. Although a lot
Okay.
of cars are. Although a lot of cars that are genuinely missing.
No, actually, BSI,
BSI had just come out of the pits as well.
Yeah,
After
BSI
20
is gonna
minutes.
be a
We saw
weird
that,
one.
didn't we?
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Look at this paint scheme. I've not. Now that it's getting dark, I didn't realize quite how chrome the
That's
top
28.
is. Yeah, the 28.
you know, it could be BSI. I could have, I could have, excuse me, I could have
Yeah.
missed it because their lap prior to the lap prior to their last one was about 19 and a half minutes. Obviously having been, I don't know. Lots of people taking the pits now.
Sorry, I have to interject. Scott and I, we're both sitting here very quietly, just looking at cars on pit lane. I was looking for the number 28 Scott mentioned. Somebody came down the steps into the little race control suite here and into the operations room to our left, where race control actually sits, and yelled coffee. And immediately we both sat up in our chairs and spun backwards because we've been saying for about the last 2 hours consistently now,
More
man,
than two.
it would be a good time for a coffee. But we went from nothing to coffee, and then my heart sank as I realized there was a possibility she actually said the word copy, like over a radio, C-O-P-Y. And again, this range of emotions like we've had for the top three have really struck us here in the commentary booth. If anybody wants to deliver coffee, C-O-F-F-E-E, we could do with some of that.
I think it. Didn't you say Hammer have got a spread going at 6:30 and it's 6:50?
You want to go get some dinner?
I'm pretty tempted.
Yeah, why don't you? That was a good time. Just when I can carry this for a while.
What is that mark along
They have to go boxes.
what is that mark along the road or along the wall right by the A in Daytona?
Did they tag the wall? Oh,
That's kind of
wait.
what it looks like.
Oh, no, that's the flag, isn't it? That's a little flag logo.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that's just
All right,
conveniently
1080p
placed
next
because
time.
that's- yeah, isn't it? Oh, that one's not. Oh, I forgot to fix that one. Sorry,
Well-
that's the one I left in 720
Oh my God, Brendan.
because it wasn't a camera I was planning on using this weekend. It was meant to be a spare. Yeah, okay. Scott confirms it's a logo.
I like Scott's theory more and more about that stock car being the 167 because I don't think they registered a lap under this full course yellow. I'm not showing them as missing, but I think that's in part because of. Actually, they. I wonder if it's because the yellow came out so quickly. And my algorithm's going to be a little different for compared to Race Heroes for when a car actually goes missing. Rocker Runstall Zhvai has now pitted out of the lead in GP2, so they've relinquished that to was probably 17? No, it's the 28. Excuse me. I think the 28's just overtaken the 211 in the pits.
We've gone back to green, Joseph. So this is our GP2 battle you were just discussing, correct?
Yeah.
In the pits, well, they're both on outlaps now. The margin was 1.5 minutes when they came through the pit lane, so I'm going to keep an eye out for these two on track. I have a little clue here. Rocker Renstall's last lap was a 4:29.9, which says to me they were probably pitted before start finish.
I
whereas
was
the
wondering
28's
if
pitted
that was
after
okay.
start finish, and that you only see their outlap. So they'll have passed them in the pit lane.
And then
Start finish
repass on
happened.
the outlap.
Yes, the 211 will have gone by the 28 while it was stationary in its pit stall on the west end of pit lane.
Okay, I'll buy that.
But again, we kind of need this one to shake out. Incidentally, that those two pit stops have left Core Motorsports, as far as we know, in third. And very much on the lead lap. half a second. They're nose to tail. There, that is the 20. That was the car Scott pointed out actually earlier. They've got these nice LED strips, as does the Rucker Renstal Porsche Boxster. So our GP2 lead battle, even on pit stops, was about 3 hours and 8 minutes to go. Potentially one stop left for both of them. I'm not sure what that number looks like, but there's a chance that this is just our battle to the end in GP2. HQ. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah,
Sorry, no, sorry. Sorry, I just want to make the point that the 28 did keep the lead. So you weren't wrong, Joseph. They did pass him in the pit lane. The 211 did not actually take the position back. But they are now nose to tail.
Okay. So I'm really curious to see how that pans out because, as you remember, I posted an image in our private chat that shows the histograms of the lap times for those top 3 runners in GP2. The 28 is marginally quicker on average compared to the 211.
Not marginally quicker. It's, I mean, pretty considerably quicker there. I assume those are half-second intervals, each little bar?
Yeah, are you looking at the right one? Because the red is the 17.
It's a 17, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the cars that are right on each other right now, which is
the 28, the 211. Yeah, no, those are very close. Yeah, sorry.
And so I'm really curious to see how this pans out. Yeah. And
well, the other point here...
It's a minute and a half gap to the 17, as we see on the timing tower.
Yeah.
So, let's see, 90 seconds, a 3 or 4 second gap. We're still looking at 30 laps. You know, it's going to take him to pull that gap back.
The core car.
Yeah, and that also
and
assumes
every yellow is going to hamper them, at least where things are right now. If we get another quick yellow, it just closes that margin back up. If anything, the 28 and the 211 didn't catch the back of the field before we went back to green, so that's very much aided the number 17. Because these two are just running around out there on their own, whereas the 17 was in the field. You know, and that I was looking at their pit stop history. That may have been a reason they chose not to pit under this full course yellow, knowing that if they did, they were probably going to come back out a lap down to their class leaders. Whereas at least now they have a fighting chance if they catch a yellow with the overall leader in the right position that they can make up, you know, that margin. Or even if not, they've got some fighting chance with the pace they have, the raw pace they have to be able to make a difference there. The flip side of that is I don't know where things lie on pit strategy there in GP2.
Well, and that was going to be the point that I was going to make.
Core cars going to have to do 2 stops to the end. My guess is they probably will.
I think they will. They'll be pitting in 16 laps, which would be, call that about 20, call that 40 minutes. Does that feel right?
16, that's probably, yeah, in GP2, that's probably about right. Yeah.
Okay. So they'll pit in the ballpark of 2.5 hours to go. They'll definitely need to stop again. Rucker Renstal did take the opportunity to stop, and they've been running longer, so we don't expect them to pit for another 36 laps. That'll be...
That's closer to an hour and a half. I bet they pitted because they knew they could make it from there on one more stop. Both the Rucker Renstal and the number 28, the HQ Autosport car.
I think it'll be a little more marginal for the 28. I expect them to go another 25 laps, so it's not as cut and dry for them.
No, that's not even in the ballpark. There's no way they can do that on one more stop. At 25 laps?
At 25 laps, yeah, and
is that as far as they can go? 186 to 12. 12 and 14, 26 laps, for heaven's sake. Man, they're really behind the 8-ball down. Now I'm curious as to how they've been so competitive. I mean, like your histogram has shown, the pace between the two of them is dead even, right? Those two are locked together. Right. Oh, they've actually switched around. the Rocket Wrench Sport car has gone through at turn 1.
Oh, they were about 100th of a second apart at the straight.
Yeah, so they've gone through on the brakes into turn 1. It's put the 211 into the GP2 class lead. But what does the 28 hold in hand that the Rocket Wrench Sport car doesn't?
I think it's a
there's no way it's going to go on one more stop.
I think it's a minor pace advantage and probably a little bit of luck in the caution.
Actually on track at turn 5. We can follow them for a little bit. I don't know if we can. Do we still have the onboard from the HQ car?
I pulled it back. I don't know if we still have it.
No.
The 54 Janetta has come back out after 2 hours and 17 minutes of service.
That car we saw on a tow rope coming through the paddock. And fair play to them. I mean, we still have 3 hours left, right? So it's not like we're basically done here. But in a 14-hour race, you spend 2 of your last 5 hours in the paddock. That's a rough whole way to finish things out. 02 Audi from Hammer Motorsports into the pits. Where has that car fallen to? A 14th. So my interview with Tim Myers earlier was the first time I've interviewed him live here on DriversEye. He thought there was an outside chance of that car ending up in the top 10. Right, especially if it rained. Now, obviously, that hasn't really come to pass. We didn't have any really wet running. A couple laps after the restart after the red flag, but it's really kind of it. We are on board with the 28. There we go. So this is the HQ Autosport BMW. I see now we don't spend a lot of time on board this car. I believe this artifacting is part of the camera in their system there. I don't think this has anything to do with what we've got or anything on Tanner's end. Man, they are evenly matched on the front straight. But this explains why the 211 was able to get by in the slipstream, right? If the 28 is just barely holding station in the draft, the 211 wiggles a little bit under the brakes. You know, that was kind of one of my realizations while I was managing some of the cameras up here, especially the one that faces turn 1. These cars are moving at a decent clip by the time they jump on the brakes for turn 1, right? Your GTO cars are probably doing, the TCRs are doing about 155. So I wouldn't be shocked to see the very fastest car in a straight line about 160. Right? Now, those cars have big wings and some downforce, but even the GP2, GP3 cars and the occasional GP1 car are probably doing about 130 as they jump on the brakes into turn 1, and those cars have no downforce. So they get on the brakes, the weight transfers, and all of a sudden you just see the back end of the car squirm around, and it really dances around on the brakes until they start to sort of lift off the pedal. Oop, lock up for, I'm not sure who that is, somebody on the way into turn 2. But until they start to lift off the pedal and get the car loaded up to go into turn 2. And it looks very sketchy watching from high above. I don't know if it's that sort of marginal, you know, in car, if you can feel that much movement, but man, does it look, it looks a little rough.
Yeah.
Not a straight braking zone is kind of the point there.
No, and you even saw through, I think it was the International Horseshoe, this car, you know, kind of four-wheel drift for a little bit there. I mean, you can get away with that because they're treaded tires, right? So you don't necessarily need to be minimizing slip, although it's still a good idea.
Yeah.
Watching the 211 pull away there, this is gonna be an interesting little fight to the end. I've decided to run some projections here so that we have some actual, we have something to sink our teeth into. It's everywhere.
Oh, okay. Before you do this, I just want to make a point. Screaming Goat has the hammer down. Last lap, 2:05.599. Now, some of this will be the temperature coming out of the track. We've had consistent high overcast now for probably an hour and a half to 2 hours.
And the sun should be on its way down. You're not necessarily in twilight hours, but it should be lower than when you started the race. It
kind of doesn't matter because we've had all this high overcast, right? So you don't have any sun anywhere. There's no shadows.
Yeah.
They actually haven't turned the floodlights on yet either, which I'm a little surprised about. But I guess we've got till sunset, probably another hour or so.
You got
anyway. So you're well. No, I know. I am anticipating floodlights. So if we don't get them, by all means, this is fantastic. I would love to watch a race in pure darkness here. That'd be phenomenal. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Anyway, this Screaming Goat car, it's got the hammer down. It's done another 205.667 compared to Automatic's 207.1. So some of that is the pace coming back into the track as the temperature comes down and the sun drops low. Some of that will just be Screaming Goat realizing the situation they're in, that they've been put in, really through no fault of their own, where they need to kind of put pen to paper here and really do some work and try and claw back the time they're going to lose in the pits. We expect them to lose in the pits to that number 909 Automatic Aston Martin, and they're doing exactly that. So fair play to Screaming Goat. We'll keep an eye on that margin. Joseph, by all means, jump into some projections.
One of the things that I keep getting the same answer, which is that I have not been able to run a projection where the 211 comes out on the top of this field, and that is
fascinating.
Yeah, I kind of don't understand it. So the favorite there is going to be the 28. I don't know if I agree with that. Followed by the 17, and then that would put the 211 third. I'll be surprised if that happens, to be honest. But that's what the numbers are telling us. We have a lot of they have pulled that gap back, though.
Is part of this, Joseph, based on the idea that one of these cars is cutting it, maybe the 211 specifically, is cutting it a little marginally on fuel, and they're going to have to save in order to get to the end, where your projection thinks maybe they're sort of outside their range?
Scott brought that up too, and that shouldn't be the case. There should be a little bit of variance.
HQ's 11 laps shorter than them.
Yeah, I understand that. But if it's saying that they both need the same number of stops and the 28 has a pace advantage.
Yeah, I could see that, I guess.
But yeah, Scott brought up the same issue about pit stops, but I've got a little bit of a variance on when a pit lap should be, and so that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
Not to say that it's not. Mistakes have been made,
sure.
but that should be accounted for. GTO, we're back to the 909 being the favorite. That shouldn't really be a surprise to anybody.
No.
And that would put them ahead of 29 for Screaming Goat, and then the 172 for TLM USA. I've got a sleeper in the top 5 that I don't think we really called out all that much. I don't know how much I believe this, but I have projections that tell me the number 2 for Team ACP will leapfrog from its current position of 6th up to 4th, which could have hashtag points implications. GP1 is, now that we've lost the 701, that's elevated the 44 to basically strong favorite position over the 348 for Chattanooga, and then it'll be the 46 for Ginger Racing, who we haven't talked a lot about, but they've been pretty steady and pretty stable. We've got a new... Okay, this is interesting. We're starting to get cars setting PBs again. Well, the 211 runs way wide in 2. This is going to be an opportunity for the 28, but the 211 is able to keep their foot in it. Maybe getting a little nervous with the 28 behind them because they have lost what was about a 2-second gap. Key for the 211 is that there's no real reason that they need to be in too much of a hurry here. As far as we can tell, they might be able to just give up this position to the 28 and take the race on pit stops. Not that that's something you really want to bet on, but it is a possibility. Yeah, way loose on the downshift into turn 6. Very different lines between the two. 211 runs it wide out to the edge of the racetrack. 28 keeps it tight. There's going to be a fast car moving to the right here. It'll be the, I think, well, certainly an Aston. Perhaps the automatic car. You hear that in your right side, and then you see the Aston sweep on through. But you made the point, Brendan, that the straight line advantage is such for the 211 that the 28's able to pull so much on the infield, and it just all kind of goes away once they come out of turn 6. Even here at the bus stop, 348 has gone red for me, which tends to indicate that they're pitting.
Car. Yep, yeah. They are. They're another one of those cars that's pitted before start finish, so they go missing before they trip a timing beam in the pit lane to flag on race hero.
Lap before their in lap, they had just registered their fastest lap of the race at a 2:14.28, which was an improvement of about 7/100ths of a second.
Is it 20? Sorry, I think the 28's about to get by the 211 here.
Well, we've been watching it.
Yep, sure. There it is.
Big wiggle.
There it is. I was gonna say I just looked out the window and caught the two cars. I saw the 211 with the white BMW in front of it. I think this pass is about to happen. That's exactly what happened. 211, huge wiggle on the brakes into turn 1, and that's exactly my point about 10-15 minutes ago about how much these cars move around under braking and loaded up. Go ahead.
Who's this to our right here? Because that was a pretty wide line, and that's the answer. Is the Corvette sweeps through. So another car that had just run a fast lap was the Stratus Racing 59. Obviously way down the order, but they've just shaved half a second off of their fast lap of the race.
So what are they into the 4s now?
Not quite. Okay. And by not quite, I mean not that close. 205.4.
Oh, okay.
982 also.
I remember Scott making a mention of them breaking some barrier on a fastest lap on lap 100 or so, but I couldn't remember.
Oh, it would have been the 205 then.
Yeah, okay.
There's the other Aston sweeping through. How many Astons do we have?
Just 2.
Okay. Well, we've seen both of them in the space of 2 laps.
Yeah. As always, DriversEye Live, I'd like to thank everybody for their company, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook, down in the pit lane, in the paddock, around the Daytona International Speedway, 107.9 FM, although I might have been the only one taking advantage of that while I was working on cameras. But regardless, it's been good to have everybody along, and it was a nice atmosphere down in the cold pits earlier. I had a chance to go down and interview a couple of folks, talk to a couple of folks, and get kind of caught up on what was happening in the race. Things happening in the race, the 211 is into the pits.
Interesting. Is that ahead of schedule? I would say...
It must be, yeah, and there's some gesticulating going on down there.
Oh,
a bunch of people milling around under their black canopy as if they don't know, A, why the car is here, and B, what to do about it.
Well, that car had skipped across the infield grass a couple laps earlier. Turn 1 was a little bit of a trouble spot for them, and I just wonder if going across the grass...
That was an effect of something that happened earlier?
I kind of wonder if that bounce over the grass maybe bent something or caused some other issue.
First thing they're going to do is put fuel in the car, but it took some time for them to decide that was what they were going to do first.
Yeah, so their pit lap history has been 182, 219, so about 37 laps or so. Then they pitted at 230 for the yellow. They're only on lap 238 now. This is an 8-lap stint. They shouldn't be even close to thinking about pitting.
So the Jack is All right, they've got some fuel in the car. They didn't have to put a lot in. It was probably 2 to 3 gallons worth. They are jacking up the right side of the car. And it looks like they're doing the right rear first. Is the driver out of the car? I think the driver's got out of the car and just taken his helmet off straight away.
So many questions.
Yeah, this is very peculiar. Oh, now the driver's looking underneath the sort of center rear, left rear of the car while they replace the right rear tire.
Maybe they picked up a puncture by running off track?
Yeah, I think it's more likely that they'll have done some damage to the car. They didn't even get the right rear tire off. Oh no, there is a driver. Who was in the car? There's clearly somebody on board it. They haven't done anything. Maybe just tighten the lugs and sent it? Kind of from the looks of things.
Maybe something just felt loose. Maybe this is basically an installation lap. And by loose, I don't mean in the handling of the car. I mean in the something didn't feel secure.
I mean, that would be my guess. It looked like a driver had immediately gotten out of the car, taken their helmet off. But now I kind of get the sense that that was maybe a fueler or somebody else who was doing some maintenance on the rear of the car and had taken his helmet off after he was done doing whatever he was doing. In any case, this has sort of spoiled our GP2 battle.
I don't know that it has, if I'm honest. It's taken one car out of it, but I think we've gone from a 3-car fight to a 2-car fight.
Oh, with HQ Autosport and Core Motorsports.
Yeah, I'm not sure how close it'll be, but I watch this space.
Well, HQ's up their pace. They've done a 2:18. Well, actually, this is probably Core having their pace slide off a little bit. They've been kind of mired in the 220s for a while. Since their pit stop on lap 216, they've got two laps below 220, finally at 219.8. But meanwhile, HQ Autosport is just sort of running away at the front of the field to the tune of 2 to 3 seconds a lap. So if anything, Joseph, this is kind of coming back to HQ just because the consistency isn't there in the number 17. The pace was when a different driver was in the car, but now that they've cycled back through to somebody else, it's sort of dropped them back away.
Well, and you can see in that image too, it's a little bit of a bimodal distribution.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of these teams, I shouldn't say a lot, at least some of these teams are, a couple driver coaches and then amateur drivers who are still, basically racers in training. In a lot of cases, that's what that distribution represents. It's somebody who's, you've got someone who's pro or semi-pro level, and then somebody who very much is not. And so you're just seeing a difference between the capability of the car between driver A and driver B.
Apologies for the shortage of track sides at the moment. This is by far the longest race we've ever covered with continuous trackside coverage, and got a few
That's not
to
right.
go. It's Orlando. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, but even those weren't foolproof.
True.
Yeah, and they weren't in 85 plus degree heat, direct sunlight. I mean, it was Orlando, but it was also Orlando in January.
Right. Very different.
Considerably different than Orlando in June.
Yeah, cold was the issue.
Oh my gosh. The overnight hours were brutal.
Hypothermic. Yeah, I'm looking at the lap time chart again. I think it looks to me like maybe two fast drivers and one driver that's not so much.
Scott a little earlier accidentally, maybe slightly intentionally, but probably accidentally called the Three Fast Guys and Denny car Three Fast Guys and Denny's.
Oh, that sounds good.
Sorry, let's stay on this 28 for a second, because
He's wheeling it.
It's nose to tail with the Mustang. I can't
That'll be
tell
a lap
which-
difference between them, right?
Oh wait, is that the 525? I'm sorry, and maybe picking out the wrong white BMW.
Okay.
That might have been the 525. Yeah, sorry. I thought there was something odd about to happen here with the Mustang, but wrong white Beamer.
Yes, that'll have been the, I want to say, 02
An Audi
passing
there,
by?
yeah. No, that was, I think, the 01.
Okay. Has Hammer taken possession of a third car to replace the one?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the thought did occur to me that they might be very interested in the progress of a certain entry in the field today, which would have been if your silence says it all, which is that you have no idea what I'm talking about, which is the fact that the Prema entry showed up with an Audi GT4.
Well, yeah, we've discussed this, actually. They also showed up with a TCR.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, Scott and I discussed this at some length, and I sort of walked him through where I was with that GT4 situation. Tim was, last time I spoke to him before this weekend, Tim was pretty surprised that there was a GT4 on the entry list, and he was confused as to how they were going to make that work.
Yeah.
Because they just couldn't. Try as they might, there was no way they were able to really get that car to where it needed to be to run consistently for any endurance race. Well, run at all, never mind running for an endurance event. So, whatever that Premont team has done, I think will interest the man you speak of.
Yeah.
If only in, well, okay, how did they make that happen? The other point with that car, and we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on it just because it's already down the field and
its race is run.
Well, yes, not in contention, just not running. That car was very competitive in the hands of Alexander Premont, but it really didn't have any.
But what car wouldn't have been?
Well, exactly, and it didn't have anything when anybody else was in the car. I mean, the car was in the 210s, 11s, and 12s on a consistent basis. Which, okay, you're 5 seconds slower than Alex Premont. That's not really a huge surprise, 4 or 5 seconds slower as an amateur driver. But my take on that was that, okay, you have a car that's massively underpowered because it has a huge restrictor on it. It's overweight because you've maxed out the 200 pounds of ballast. And you're sticking an amateur in a GT4, a big, already very heavy GT4 car that now doesn't have the power it's supposed to have and is running on DOT tires. So
this is a little bit of a sideways question, I guess.
Yeah.
But I wonder how the electronic aids are affected, or whether they are at all, by the car being in a obviously pretty different specification than
I don't know.
than the SRO spec, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, TCR even, I'm sure will have different specs that they sort of planned for. But I'm not sure on the details there. I do know that, of course, the Hammer car had an ABS failure, an ABS issue back at Barber on lap 1 of the Sunday race. Pit stop for the 29, Screaming Goat. Into the pit lane for what ought to be its penultimate stop.
Yeah, before that, even the 909 for automatic racing was gapping them a little bit.
No, they found pace. That 909.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I agree with that they actually ran long on this stint for whatever it's worth. The 29, we actually expected them in about 3 laps earlier than they ended up coming in. Maybe the caution working in their favor a little bit.
Yeah, driver change on that car, by the way. Core Motorsports is in. One of our protagonists in our GP2 battle.
Yeah, that's actually slightly early, so they might be They might just be splitting
Back
stints
timing,
to the
yeah,
end. Yeah.
I would buy that. It's not tremendously early.
It's not tremendously early, but it's about 5 laps. This is setting up to be a really solid sunset, by the way. If the if those clouds continue to stick around, that's looking pretty good.
Well, I was going to say it's considerably darker on track than it is what you see there. I'm not sure whether these windows are treated or tinted or anything.
I guarantee they are.
Yeah, to some degree. But it's still this just sort of very gray, high overcast layer. It's not nearly as bright as...
Ooh, that didn't sound right. The car fell out of gear there, the 997.
Oh, that not silent, but mixed down in my ear.
Unusual. This is a car, by the way, that's running 7th overall and in GTO.
This is a loose cannon car, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that car here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen it on track.
Well,
us personally, I think.
Yeah, it has, and I'm not sure how many races they have in the WRL. They generally stick with a different region of the country. Interestingly, that region is also hosting a race this weekend, but they're here in Daytona, which is, like I said, it's really nice to see them on track. I think that car fits tremendously well as sort of its own approach in GTO, right? I mean, it's the only Porsche Carrera we've seen in eons, right? It's
the only one that I can remember since the Pierre Arret car at Thunderhill. That's the only other one I can pick up.
This is just a 996 Carrera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I mean, we had Porsche Carrera Cups at Thunderhill on a fairly regular basis anyway, as we get 3 wide down the front straightaway here with... That's one of the Team ACP cars, the 366, MP01. Anyway, that car is the only car it's the only Carrera we've seen in a long time. It's a 2005 car, so I think it might be the oldest. Well, C5 Corvette maybe might just have a couple of years on that Porsche. But anyway, I mean it's a 996, so it's a couple of generations of Porsche old already. And it's a nice looking car, and I made this point I think earlier this morning while you were doing whatever it is you were doing. That car, in the hands of a professional driver, in places we've seen that car before, a series we've seen that car in before, would run away at the front of the field. Right? I mean, we saw it at I think it places Summit Point, where it was, over a second lap quicker than anybody else in that field. And here, okay, maybe we don't have, I think it was Mike Skeen was in that car. Maybe we don't have Mike Skeen here this weekend in the Porsche, but it's still a quick car. The potential pace is there, and at best, it's gotten them to sort of mid-pack in GTO, which I think speaks well to the depth we have here. 99.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good to. Okay, I see that 2 now.
Yep.
So that's.
So he really hadn't made up any ground on that TLM USA car over the course of the stint, and now the margin's up over a lap as the 172 comes across start finish.
No, I wonder how much of that is driver dependent too. I'm gonna pull that lap distribution down and see if I can find anything interesting on the 99. I can tell you that the pace of the track is definitely picking up a little bit.
Yeah.
I can tell you that graphically. I'll share that with you in a moment here. I love charts. Can't get enough of charts. Nobody else likes charts, so we don't show them on the air anymore. But I like charts. There, I've sent you the charts. You can kind of see how the track is, was basically at its slowest between. I don't know, what would you call that, to about 3 hours in to about an hour ago, and it's only been picking up speed since then.
So like 11 to 7 or 11 to 6.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm really curious to see what happens into the evening hours, as that ambient temperature drops also. Not sure it'll drop an awful lot, but because of that I don't know. Would you, amateur meteorologist, suggest that you still get a lot of that warming effect from the ocean air?
Oh God, I haven't lived down here in so long. I haven't even given it a thought.
I'm just thinking, is it actually going to get that much cooler, or is it, should we kind of expect it to stay in the upper 70s through the end of this race?
Oh, you mean the ambient temperature?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I wouldn't expect it to drop below maybe 77, 78 before.
Ooh,
yeah,
big
before
lock
we
up
get-
into turn one.
Before we get to a checkered flag, I can actually take a peek here. It does get very humid very quickly.
I believe that.
Yeah, 76 is the projected temperature at 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay. Yeah, so upper 70s indeed.
Yeah.
Should be looking for the 997 to come into the pits relatively soon. I have.
We have a completely empty pit lane at the moment.
I am shocked. That will not be the case for very long.
No, I don't believe so.
We'll actually be expecting the 909 in very shortly also, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Just going to make the point that we've seen the 29 now a couple of laps ago, but we have not seen the automatic Aston yet.
If we see them on this lap, it'll be right on schedule.
Well, I will keep an eye to my south and east here. We do have a ticker to the pit lane, but that is not an Aston Martin.
Is it the 997?
It's the 366?
I like when you see a car that you're like, I didn't know that was here.
Well, so in fairness, not seeing them, normally it takes me till about Sunday morning when I just have a sort of fresh perspective on the race and I haven't been naturally filtering cars out trying to
Right, and this is
find
now
things that are
Sunday
relevant.
morning.
No, exactly, right? So we've gone through 8 hours. I've taken time to manage some cameras, which obviously hasn't done a darn thing. And now that I'm sort of preparing for the end of the race, I'm seeing cars that, like the 366, I noticed for the first time about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, that is the TLM.
But it also looks like
Flash.
44.
It's the which is unfortunate because they're both GP1, but it's the TLM USA / Rova. So they've pitted out a fourth in GP1.
Ooh, good battle on track between the 99 and the 2. 2.5 seconds between 5th and 6th in GTO. The 997 is into the pits.
Yeah, as we expected. TLM Marathon has gone missing from 5th in GP2. That's usually indicative of a pit stop.
What's that car number?
11. New personal best for the number 2 for Team ACP at a 2:04.4. That's an eighth of a second faster than their previous.
The 80 is into the pits. It's CMD Motorsports. Have not mentioned them. They're old boxy Acura Integras, but I quite like them actually. They're painted in sort of an old sort of Marlboro getup. The red with the angle, with some white down the sides. It's actually quite nice. Still no sign of the 909, by the way.
Yeah, maybe they're stretching it also. How?
So I'm not sure where that's going to get them, other than maybe a shorter pit stop at the end, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, who's that coming to the pits now?
525.
Okay.
909 behind it. There we go. That's the second car. You'll just see it aim its lights at you now.
Okay.
So race leader is in. 11.5 hours gone. 2.5 hours to go. So this, we think, will be the penultimate stop. Well,
I don't think they'll stretch it to the end here.
no, of course not. But will they stretch it 75 minutes? Because that's what it'll take to split. What did they do on the stint? They're in
The 909?
30, so they've done 31 laps, right?
29.
29, yeah, that might be tight. So they'll still need a splash at the end. But the further they push it, the more likely it is that a yellow will help them get to the end, actually. if
Yeah,
you're going to play that gamble. That being said, I'm not actually sure they really need to. Screaming Goats come through, by the way. I'm looking for them on track to kind of get a sense of the margin. They're at turn 5, I believe, headed into turn 6 now.
when we last ran projections, let's see, who did we have? I guess what odds was I giving the 99? I was giving them about 86% odds.
It's moving now. Changing front tires on the 997 for what that's worth. Which is an interesting strategy and not one I'm against. Right? If you're going to whack a set of tires on it, do it when the track's going to be at its fastest and its coolest. Your wear rates are going to be lower. Your temperatures are going to be lower. And you're going to a lot more, not necessarily longevity out of those tires, but you're going to get a lot more pace out of whatever it is you put on.
Yeah, I wonder too if they're running into the same issues that the Hammer cars ran into with their tires.
I don't know. Actually. That's a good point. I don't know what they run.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one of those situations where they're just boxed into needing to stop.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know.
So, Automatic is exiting turn 3 as we speak. Screaming Goat
I think I had.
is coming up to start finish now.
I think I had
Go.
made the claim, by the way, just really quickly.
Yeah.
I had made the claim that I thought we were looking at the number 2 sneaking in from 6th to 4th in GTO by the end of this race. They're about a second behind 5th right now.
In GTO.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to reset live time. Yes.
All teams, headlights and taillights must be turned on now per supplemental rules.
Do we have floodlights on now? I think we might.
I don't think we
the light
do.
from somewhere else. I think they've actually just been flicked on. Right, which is exactly when headlights and taillights are required. Right? So this makes some sense. Be interesting to see what exactly gets turned on. I think they're doing the speedway up to about 25%, which is the standard for the Rolex 24.
Yeah.
I don't know if I see any infield lights that have turned on.
172 is taken to the pit on schedule. That'll be TLM USA. That'll be one of the front-running GTOs.
Yeah, we'll have floodlights on in the infield. All right. This will be the first time we've done any real night. I mean, other than Orlando, I guess, for karts, but for full-size cars, it's the first time we've done any night commentary, night coverage in quite some time.
I'm to be perfectly honest, I'm dreading it a little bit because I can already tell we're gonna have the situation that you get with really any broadcast, TV or otherwise,
Yeah.
where all you're seeing is headlights.
Right. Well, we have onboards, which will help for now.
Let's continue to keep an eye on that fight for 5th overall because that is down to under a second. That should be
PR and ACP, of course.
Yeah, and that may resolve itself across the stripe on this next lap, so be mindful of that.
I'm looking to the left here. I did notice GTR coming by earlier, but I wasn't able to pick out the number 2 behind it. But they've just come through. I think it's the 99 heading to turn 2 now. Yeah, and the ACP car, the number 2. Yeah, they're essentially nose to tail. 1.1 seconds is the margin there, but that's, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're right together on track. Now in MX-5, briefly in between them as they make the run up from turn 3 into the kink.
Oh,
Good catch.
kind of just let the car catch itself on that one. He just kind of let go of the wheel. Camber take the wheel, and it did.
Camber take the wheel. That corner's off camber, though.
No, I mean like the camber of the suspension.
Of the tire. I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
172 into the pits. It's TLM USA from third overall, third in GTO.
Some of these battles, I'm just looking at other GP3 especially has, not to. Wow, that is a handful. That 997. You said they just changed the tire.
I
wonder
think
if
it was the left front.
I wonder if that's messed with the balance a little bit on that car. They've got one tire that's a little less worn and hasn't quite come up to temp
would
yet.
not be shocked if that's the case. Yeah, up to the temperature would be, I think, the issue there. A couple, a lap or two around the banking should resolve that.
Yeah, but boy, does that look like a handful as is.
Screaming Goat does a 206.3. So let's back up a second here. When Screaming Goat was into the pits, when the last time we sort of reset the field, right? We had the penalty rescinded for the 909. Do we remember what the margin was between the 909 and the 29? Do we remember what our sort of baseline gap is there between the two of them?
I honestly don't recall. I remember it being...
Yeah, I remember Scott
was
thinking it was about 25 seconds, but I can't remember if that was him projecting to the end of the race or him just discussing where it was going to be at when they went back to green.
Yeah.
The margin is 35 now anyway. TLM exits the pits, but now is 2 laps down to the 909 and the 29. It has gone further than either of them, so if there's going to be any car that I think is in the running to go to the end on one more stop, it is probably that 172, and he'll be able to do that, especially if he can do that same length stint again. He should be able to do that with some relative ease compared to the number 909, who I think would have to save a little bit in order to pull that off.
Leader in GP1
But
in the
he's
pits
2 laps
also.
down. Okay, it's the 44?
Yep.
Yeah, by 4 laps over Chattanooga Tornwagen.
We've also got the 97 has pitted. That's the remaining Pramac car.
The HQ Autosport car has... its pace has dropped off a little. Well, he's done a 216.8 recently, but 218.5 and a 219.1. Whereas whoever is in the core car now is into the 214s. So I think they've done another driver change there after that stint where that car was mired in the 20s and the 21s, with the occasional 19 to their credit. But now they've got somebody in there that can go to the end, I assume can go to the end, with that kind of pace. And if that's the case, that's kind of another game changer there in GP2. We are predicting that car to be competitive right to the end, but now they've got the on-track pace to actually be able to sort of to try and push and make that happen.
Yes, another car. I'm really curious about this. I'm actually gonna share this window with you, Brendan, because I think if you're able to look at it, I think it's actually really interesting.
I think I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, give me 1 second here.
Yeah. So the point that I was going to make, and I'll make it while you're figuring out whatever it is you're figuring out.
Sorry. I'd let Scott in.
Did he bring food or coffee?
He did bring food.
Oh, well, was it for him?
There's no coffee. As far as I can tell, there's no coffee.
So I should be sharing my screen to you, which will be of use to nobody that's listening or watching, but the 525 is one of those cars that seems to very much be driver dependent.
Yeah.
You've got one driver who's capable of 2-minute 13s, and another one that's struggling to get within 2 seconds of that. They appear to put in there the slower of the two drivers. I don't know if it's just two, but The 17, you can kind of see the stints where they've got the slower driver in. Whoever's in the car now is a little quicker. The other thing I like about this is you can actually see how the driver
get into their
improves.
rhythm.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting, I think. 211 is rock solid stable, but it just doesn't have the same ultimate pace that the 17 does. That'll be Rocker Renstall. 28 is kind of a similar boat, but as you say, they've kind of been losing pace rather than falling into a rhythm. That seems to be the way this car has been going. You see, they'll hit a rhythm and then they'll just kind of fall off of it. I don't know if it's maybe tires overheating or I don't know. But something to keep an eye on, because what basically happens is you end up with a crossover in pace between the 28 and the 17.
Right. That 17, based on the way this stint has started, we think, we think it will probably be able to sustain something like this 214, 215 pace through to the end of the race, assuming there's no driver change. Now, Rocker Renstall just did a 215.6 as well. Right, so that pace is there. The HQ car, at least over the last couple of laps, really kind of hasn't been.
Yeah, if they were all nose to tail, I think it would be really tough to pick a winner out of these guys. As is, it's just kind of, it's a track position and pit stop battle.
Yeah.
By the looks of things. You curious about any other cars while I've got the graphic up?
Not at the moment. I'm sort of looking to my left for the number 29 Screaming Goat car to see where this margin is at. The 909's just come through about 10 seconds ago. So I would expect the Screaming Goat car to be... Oh, here it is, actually. Start finish. It wasn't 10 seconds ago. I'm just bad at estimating time. It's down to 32, so it is coming down a bit. From 35 to 32 over the last 2 laps or so. GTR has picked up the pace too. 204.4. They've actually just come across the line and done a 205.6. But while that's gone on, the ACP Tangerine Associates number 2 does a 206.7. Oh, wait, what? I was going to say sets its fastest lap of the race, but now it says their best lap is a 203.6. So I'm terribly confused. Got any thoughts there?
Lap taken away?
Oh, that's the thing that... no, they're still 1.1 seconds behind Team GTR.
Okay. Then that's the only thought I had.
Although we've lost some time, the TLM car has lost quite a bit of time, actually. It's dropped behind both the 99 and the 2. I know it just pitted, but... Oh, are we double yellow? Yes, we are. Or no, we've got a single... Sorry, there's a car in the pit wall. Just going into...
Yeah, can we switch over to that turn 1 camera?
No,
Your other
sorry.
turn 1.
Yep.
So emergency vehicle.
Well, it's been in the wall. I mean, that's the reason the EV is there.
Now we are full course yellow.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a white BMW. That's not the 28, is it?
Who's just come out of the pits?
Not the 28.
An ambulance.
We've got a few. The 197.
My guess is this maybe Fat and Furious, the 525.
Oh, no, that's not a. Isn't that a red car? Does that have a red
white
roof?
I don't think so.
Thought it did. Maybe it's just a roll cage.
Driver's out of the car and appears to be okay. So
have they hit
right.
the abutment there?
No, they haven't made it that far. They are in the wall. Drivers like to the very far left. That blue Armco. To the left of the pit wall. They haven't made it up to the start of the pit wall. When I said they were in the pit wall, I guess it was a slight misnomer. But they're in that blue Armco before the abutment of the pit wall even starts.
Yeah, I wonder how that's happened, because I don't see any skid marks to the inside. It's so that's really odd.
refresh the race control log here and see what I see.
It might be the
It's
525.
525. It is. Yep. According to the log, that's exactly who it is.
It looks like they probably had a car issue and pulled off. It obviously quite a sudden one.
Yeah, but they sent an ambulance there.
Oh, true.
Yeah, which is almost certainly indicating that there's been an impact. And also, it wouldn't go in the race control log if it were a pull off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ignore me then.
No, it says impact here, so that's kind of what I'm buying.
Yeah, I don't know how you end up there
I don't either.
doing an impact.
The only thing that I could figure was that maybe they'd gotten turned by a faster car, not coming out of the pits, but between the first apex and the second.
It's such an odd trajectory to end up on, though, to go sort of careening left.
Well, the only thing I can figure is that you would have gotten bumped in the back right.
Because at that point, you're tracking out as well.
No, I understand. That's the closest thing I can come up to an explanation.
It's the lack of
Is
skid
that-
marks that's confusing me.
That's exactly what I said. The only thing that I'm thinking is that maybe it didn't leave skid marks because the tires are such a hard compound, but is that maybe a divot in the road that it would have basically passed the puddle? Is that a indicator of
Yes,
that
it's
wreck?
possible that he clipped the grass on the way into turn one there, like on the brakes, and that just sort of unsettled the car to where
But there would be
Was
skid
he-
marks.
tried to yeah. It doesn't say there's any other car involved. The log doesn't indicate traffic or anything like that.
I mean, it is the slower of the two drivers. I shouldn't say two. I don't know
Yeah.
how many drivers they actually have, but it is one of their slower drivers in the car. So it's possible that maybe, I don't know. You always see things with mixed driver teams where, somebody hits the brakes a little earlier than you expect, and you just kind of go into the back of them.
That is possible. No. Oh, we're just waving a yellow. I see. Yeah, Scott was making a slight joke. No,
Oh,
they're
what?
waving yellow here because the incident is down here with.
I don't love that truck being
Oh.
pit out.
Did we ever go full course yellow?
Yeah, we. Oh, well, allegedly we did. We went yellow on Race Hero, but maybe that was
Yeah, and Scott's right. We're back to green, but the pit lane exit is closed because they've got
Yeah.
it blocked with wreckers and such. Meanwhile, they've sent everybody back to set the track anyway, back to green
I
because
don't
there's
think-
nothing on track.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because now you've got teams that are getting ready to make pit stops, and they're not going to be able to unless you're going to let people exit directly before turn one, which also isn't all that safe. I don't love that because that is
Yeah.
blocked, right?
What what is really? We're going red.
Okay, that makes that's making more sense than green.
Yeah. as colors go, that was the one I would have picked.
Yeah.
What an
Are there any-
odd sequence?
Are there any important cars stuck in pit lane that have been caught out?
Well, and this was going to be my point, Scott. Not only have we let cars into the pits, okay, you throw the double yellow, cars come in to make their strategy. I think it's just trying to get everything stopped, but I hear what you're saying. Anyway, you've gone double yellow.
Hold on, the 997 has just stopped on track. Is this a red
Everybody
flag or a
stopped
black
on
flag
track.
all?
No, it's a red flag.
Okay.
Everybody stops on track.
So this is everybody stop where you are.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
I
So
prefer that.
what we've done is gone double yellow. Cars that need to pit come in, right, do it as soon as the double yellow drops. Do your thing, but then you've sent cars back racing on track, gone green, and closed the pit exit. So anybody who's coming to the pits thinking, oh, this is my chance to, sneak a stop in here, immediately the first thing they've done is now been blocked at pit exit with cars doing 2 or 3 times the speed they expected their competitors to be doing out on track.
Now, to be clear, this shouldn't be a lengthy
No.
stoppage. It's just that they have to clear pit exit because otherwise you would you would have an immeasurable effect on the race if you left the pits close like that.
Oh, and this is going to be a minute too. I mean, this isn't the work of a moment. They've got to pull the car back.
Right.
Yeah,
Take away
it's
from the wall.
one of those funny situations where something small happens, but it affects something very important, like
a single lane pit exit. Yeah.
or if you, I've seen it before where you've had someone in the pits have a medical incident and the ambulance has to go to them, and then you don't have enough ambulances to cover the race, so you all of a sudden have to pause racing. So, not that that's necessary. It's obviously a small incident. That sort of thing is a small incident relative to the race, obviously. If it's a
Well, it's the same. Think
this
about
is just
any.
like, it looks like a very small incident. It just happens to be in an absolutely critical location where you can't not have the pit lane exit open and carry on racing. So
Yeah, I mean, think of an international event where they can't run the race because the conditions are too poor for the medical helicopter to take off, right? Even if the medical helicopter isn't needed.
Not even that. If it's too, I think I've seen it where the conditions at the nearest hospital are too poor for it to land, and that's caused them to have to revive the race, that sort of thing.
Yeah, RJ just sent a message to me and said the red flag is only because the pit exit is blocked. Can't be fair to the car stuck on pit road. Otherwise, they're extracting the car now. Which is, like you said, Joseph, you're going to pick a color to go from double yellow. This is the right one to choose. And he's absolutely correct. You can't leave cars on pit lane there, especially ones that pitted. I don't want to say we're goaded into pitting because of the double yellow, but if that's your strategy move, then you're going to commit to that, especially with 2 and some change hours to go. And then to get to the end of the pit lane and be stuck there for 3 or 4 laps while they try and maneuver everything out is a challenge. Or it's not fair. In addition, now you've got a little more freedom to maneuver the rollback and the surrounding EVs down there at pit exit to get that car recovered, which it is now. But now you've got the freedom to pull it back, counter race, go right into the cut here between road course turns 1 and 2. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, so this will be relatively quick.
No, it's very quick. It's the cleanup is essentially already done. So after a little chaotic development there in terms of the decision making and how the flags fell, the recovery procedure, the cleanup procedure, has actually been very well managed by the DIS staff. And
yeah, I'm actually a little curious.
5 cards back into the
front
paddock.
of that car is pretty destroyed, by the way. It's very heavily crunched, so it has definitely impacted the wall. How it got there, still a mystery.
So it's that car. The driver's only been out for 3 or 4 laps in that car. It wasn't an out lap, and it wasn't coming out of the pits.
I wonder if we're gonna go straight to green from this, actually. Because was the pace car ever actually scrambled?
It's not rental karting, I don't think. Well, maybe that could obviously be their protocol. That could be their protocol. But like, I saw this Ginetta overtake 6 cars as it was slowing down. It's not really.
You should have added more words before you said it's not rental karting. Well, maybe. I know that wasn't your point, but
well, maybe that is their protocol. Was what I'm getting at. But the only place I've ever seen that protocol. But then I thought the only place I've ever seen this protocol, where we literally stop everyone on track.
We've gone
we've gone straight to yellow. So I shouldn't say straight to yellow. We've gone to yellow.
Procedure in SCCA as well, Scott.
Is it?
Yeah, for a lot of club racing, the red flag is actually just a stop course and be done. Yeah. So double yellow on race hero. I assume this means they're gonna. Yeah, safety car has its lights on now at turn 3. The question is, where is our leader? As cars begin moving again from just about everywhere. I think our leader is here at turn 3, actually, the 909. Yeah, this is it here. So if the safety car hurries, he can go pick that 909 up. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to.
Where's the? I have a question. Where's the 2? Because they were
in the
just
pits.
About to pit. Okay.
Yeah, no, they had not made it to their stall yet. They were basically a beam start finish when they had to stop for the red.
This is. I mean, that is right on schedule.
There's additional confusion now. Oh no! There's real confusion here down at turn 1. The 54 Ginetta that went blowing by a couple of cars when the red came out didn't move. I assume it was because they didn't want to have gained those positions. They were trying to give them back, so they were going to sit until the right number of cars moved, and passed him.
Yeah, good luck telling all those cars.
Exactly, but
Well,
nobody moved. The first car in that train to move was the 29 Screaming Goat car,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that.
which is
There's no
potentially just
passbacks.
straight up. Exactly, which means for the 54, the infraction was already committed under the red, if that's an infraction. And now the 29, the Screaming Goat car, the first one to move out of that line past 2 or 3 cars, and I'm not supplying this as evidence or whatever, but this is what I saw at the window. It passed 2 or 3 cars because the 2 or 3 cars in front of it weren't moving because they were waiting for the Janetta to go. So how do you sort of parse that as passes under yellow? How do you, classify something as a miscommunication? Do you deal with it at all? I mean, because the rules on passing under yellow are very, very strict and things are dealt with very aggressively. But that's a very odd, specific scenario where a car passed a bunch of cars under red, tried to give it back, nobody moved, and so somebody had to do something, and they just happened to be the first one.
Yeah, I mean,
I would let it go. If I were sitting to the left, yes, I agree with that.
Situation. Let's all just get on with it.
I completely agree.
Again, okay, race heroes just.
Yeah,
no, we are green.
Yep, we haven't even deployed the safety car. The safety car is still sitting behind the wall there at turn 3. The green flag waits to start finish. The 909 is into the pit lane.
This is going to be a real mess. So this is the car that may have really made out like a bandit on this one is going to be the 2, I think.
The 2 is stationary in the... Oh, no, it's already coming on, actually.
Yeah. That's kind of my point.
I will be interested to see what this does to the 29, because I think the 29 is going to come out of this in the lead. That 909 isn't due into the pits. My guess is they brought it in to top it off, thinking we were double yellow.
It's a possibility.
They've thrown some fuel in it and sent it. Where is our 29 car? I looked...
Unfortunately, this is an almost entirely green flag pit stop.
No, that's exactly my point.
Yeah,
I think this is going to advantage the 29. Here it comes. Pass, start, finish. Right behind the number 99 GTR BMW, who is 2 laps behind it. Through goes the 29, while the 909, the Aston Martin, which you'll see on your screen. Oh, no, I'm watching that on my own. Sorry. Disregard. While that 909 was coming out the pit exit lane. So this margin is going to be something like 4 seconds on track, 3 seconds maybe.
Very close. Is the 99 is 1.99 laps down, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To the 29, which is now, I guess, the overall leader. So let's address this, right? The 909 only has 1 stop to go till the end now, for sure. Because they've come in and done a splash, they can now, they've done their splash, they've got 60-minute stints to go to the end. The 29 pitted on 257, which is now 14 laps ago. So, Joseph, they'll be doing in something like 15 laps, correct?
Which car is this?
The 29, the Screaming Goat BMW.
13, I have.
13 more laps. So that will get them to about 1 hour 35, 1 hour 30 to go. Right? Somewhere down in there. So they're still going to need 2 stops, or at least a full stop and a splash. So even though this temporarily put that 29 in a good spot, actually that 909 is still in really, really good position.
How many laps does the 29 do on fuel?
He's done 14, and Joseph said 13, so we'll call it 27.
27, okay. Sure. I did bring this. Yeah. I've been picking at it, but if you want to go down, it's going to be better hot. But yeah, right. No.
Sorry. Scott's not muted himself while we're discussing dinner.
Yeah, I was like, no, this is great content, guys.
Brendan reached for the controller, and I thought he pressed both buttons.
I did not. No. I don't know why I didn't actually come to think of it. Should have. Well, I appreciate it anyway, Scott.
So Brendan's going to stay then.
Oh wait, what's this? We've got a car. Are we full course yellow again? There's a car stopped at the pit exit.
We are. Well, there is a yellow
at pit exit.
Yes, look at that.
Yeah. Yep.
I think it's a single yellow though.
It is at start, but there. Joseph's absolutely right. Is that the 242?
Your binoculars are going to be better than my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's. I think that might be the 242.
Is that tons of gas? I don't remember who runs the 242.
It has been tons of gas. Yes. I'm not sure if it's still tons of gas.
Because if it weren't for the fact that I don't remember seeing that car name today, I would have
It
just
is
called
still
it.
tons of gas. Yeah, down in 56. I think they. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, the tons of gas car. It was sort of obscured by one of the pillars here in the broadcast booth. It's still stationary in pit lane. That might be nice.
Excuse me.
That might be one of the ACP cars.
That it's not the 2, is it? No, the 2 circulating. I think.
If it's anything, I think it'd be the 50. 52. Is that the other car?
It would be the
This
9 is
speculation,
stop.
by the way. It's not the 9.
It's not the 9. No.
That's definitely not the 9.
$52. I would maybe buy.
So I've been playing with my calculator.
Okay. Well, there's a race on, Scott.
Screaming Goat, they're doing 27 laps per stint. So that means each of their stints, they're doing, let's say, 208's a bit optimistic, actually. I'm going to stand by.
I've been playing with my calculator also. We've got a race on for the win between the 29 and the 909. And it's a lot closer than it's been for the previous 12 hours.
So what's the thought process there, Joseph? Because I'm certain that 909 is, or I'm sorry, the 29 is going to owe us an extra stop.
So that's what I've been working out, is that their stint lengths are, they're about 58 minutes. So you're right. They can't make it to 58 minutes to go if they've been doing 27 lap stints at 109. So they will owe us an extra stop.
The only potential benefit here is that the 29 has been going more quickly than the 909 on a fairly consistent basis. So if it's going to do it, now is the time to go really, really quickly in that car and try and make up a margin. They know what they have in front of them, right? They've got about a half an hour's worth of fuel they've got to put in the car, plus the pit lane delta.
What this might be showing us is just how marginal the 909 may or may not be, or the 29, maybe both of them.
The 29's not marginal. I mean, we know that car is going to do a pit stop and a splash, for sure. Right? There's no way. That 909, I thought was marginal, but now that it's done a splash at basically right at 2 hours to go.
It could be okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because its stints are going to be longer because it does something like 31, 32 laps, right? Or 32, 33, something along those lines. So its fuel stint is going to be a bit longer, so that should be just over an hour. They pitted with 2 hours to go. We're not even, with the 29, we're not even that close that if a yellow came out, they might make it, or one more. I think they'd need multiple yellows.
Okay.
So I think that's where we are. It's interesting that you say that the 29 has been faster than the 909, because through the first half of the race, that certainly wasn't true. So I wonder if the 909 have a driver in hand that they're waiting to put in at the last pit stop, who's going to be particularly quick. Someone they've used earlier in the race.
Well, I'm showing you guys a pace comparison.
Right.
At the moment.
On Discord.
And it looks to me like the 29's given up a little bit of pace.
It's been pretty variable all day. I would say it's completely even.
Any hoozle. Let's look at the other classes real quick. GP3 seems like a little bit of GP3 seems like a little bit of a foregone conclusion. 605 is a strong favorite there, unless something happens to it. GP2, we've kind of the timing has come back around to favoring the 211 to I think re-overtake the 17, or has that pass already been made? Oh wait, hold on, I've missed a trick during the red flag. The 211's leapfrogged back to the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how that's happened. Oh, it was a pit stop from the 28.
Okay.
From which will have been on schedule, I think, because they're going considerably shorter than the 211. But the 211, we were pretty sure was going to be marginal on one stop to the end. We thought it could do it, but that it was going to be close. So once again, now that the 28 has made its penultimate stop, with one to go for each of them, the margin is 8.2 in favor of the 211 of Rocker Rennsport, and it would seem that that is now the margin, or the battle to the end. One pit stop for each. The difference being the lap times on track and the time spent in the pit lane for their final pit stop.
Yeah, that one's going to be okay. So we're back to having a fight there.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
going to be pretty interesting.
And what does that mean for the core Motorsports Mustang? They'll need. Oh, they might need two. Do you have a projection on how many stops the 17 will need from here to the end?
I think they're going to need two, if only because projection's putting them, an easy third. And putting 2 and 2 together, to me, that looks like the 17 is going to need a stop. I'll tell you when each one will stop next. 17 will pit in about 13 laps. 28 will pit in about 24 laps. And 211 will pit in about 17. Now, the 211 also has a longer stint length that it can run, so that's not necessarily a problem for them. The 17 doesn't have that advantage, so that seems right to me that the full course yellow again?
Yep, that's correct.
What's happened?
Car stopped out 10.6, right in the middle of the NASCAR circuit.
It's not the 211, is it? Because the 28's just overtaken them.
Scott, that's stopped on track, like dead center on the oval. Can we go to the turn 1 cam? Facing out towards turns 1 and 2.
It looks red, possibly MX-5-ish, or Boxster-ish.
Guys, I think if it's...
You can just see it behind the catch lines on drivers right there, basically on the racing line at turn 6.
I think it's a red Boxster.
Wow.
What an odd place for a car to just stop.
It's like it locked up.
Yeah.
Like just froze up, coming to maybe pick the bad gear. I don't... Ugh. Well, now we've got...
Will to win number 982 just set their... Oh, no, they didn't. This is one of those race hero things we get towards the end of the race. There's definitely...
Okay. Okay, so we're officially missing the 211 and the 130.
So the 130...
And the 982.
Well, so they won't have come through yet, right?
Yeah. 982 I'm fine with, because as you mentioned, they're pitting. We know where they are. The other two, I don't know.
I just realized we actually never recovered the car at pit out.
No.
Either.
No.
Yeah, it came through the...
Down where the first 2 wreckers are here to the driver's left.
Yeah, they're finally recovering that car.
Oh, I didn't even know that car was there. I thought you meant the crash car.
No. This is a new one. It stopped. They left it as a local yellow and then decided to move on.
10 minutes ago. It's been there for a while.
Yeah, I didn't realize it hadn't been recovered. Core is into the pit lane. The 17.
Okay, keep an eye out for the...
Yes, this will be the penultimate stop for that car. They certainly can't go to the end from here. There's no way that'll happen. Right? An hour 50 to go.
Okay, Rocker Rennstall is back, so that's not the car that's stranded. It could still be the 130. Rocker Rennstall...
Sorry, this would be a pretty opportune time for the 29 to pit, because if this is a long yellow, maybe they could make it on one more stop. Well, they definitely could make it on one more stop, couldn't they, if they topped up from here?
Yeah, we're just under an
this would be the time
hour
to
and 50 to go.
Splash, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, essentially splash. Yeah. They'd fill it all the way up, but it wouldn't be. Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't be removing it. You'd still have the the one full stop to the end.
There's that red Boxster, but no better identification on it.
The downside there, Scott, just while I'm thinking about it, the downside there is you go from the front of the pacing order to the very back.
Sure.
Right, and you've got to pick your way through 40 or 45 cars in the waning light.
Way quicker than a
green flag
than a
stop.
full green flag
that's
stop.
true.
Yeah, or even a splash green flag stop.
Yeah.
Pex, it's
17
not, but they've left it open in this on this occasion.
This, well, okay. Oh, anyway, the 17 has pitted, so that'll be your third place in GP2.
Did make mention of that, and the thought there is we knew there were going to be 2 stops to the end. This will make it 1 stop to the end. I don't think there's any way they can make it home from here.
Right, safety car queue is. Oh no, that's not the safety. The safety car is in NASCAR turn 3.
Is that the 17 that's now having to take to the grass to get around this pit blockage?
It is, yeah. They'll get a penalty for an unsafe rejoin for that.
Okay, so we've got 2 crews managing collection of both cars. When's the last time we ran ads?
This would
Should
be
we run ads?
Say hello to Uncle Cooper again, yeah.
And then, Brendan, is there anything that you can do about other technical things? Or do we consider those things to be lost in time?
No. I can take like 20 minutes to go to it. I do have somebody that was interested in speaking to us briefly.
Ooh, okay.
We're going to come to the end of the race, so I can go grab a microphone. Here comes the 29.
Yep, that's what we. I think that's the sensible thing to do. It's pretty much the only thing they can do at this point. I think, yeah. So the automatic car is about 7th or 8th in line. So then they're going to have a pretty clean restart, whereas Screaming Goat is going to be right at the back of this queue. So they're going to lose 20 odd seconds getting through the pack. But at least then they're on fuel-wise. They're actually in. Actually, they're probably in pretty much the same situation as automatic because they're not as good on fuel, so their stints are shorter, but they've pitted later, so it's going to end up being basically even. So yeah, it'll be a race to the finish with they've got to find that 25 seconds somewhere over the course of the last hour and 40 minutes or however long this. I don't think we're going to be yellow very long here because the car has been cleared from NASCAR turn 1.
It's in the process of being cleared.
Yeah, relatively cleared. It's well off the inside of the track, but I'm sure it'll be clear by the time the pace car gets through this lap. Whether we go green at the end of this, I don't know.
Yeah, the track blockage 2 has been cleared up.
Yep, we do have 1 tow truck on the Advent Health sign on the inside of turn 1, but I'm sure they can get rid of that pretty quickly. With WRL's form, I wouldn't be surprised if we go green at the end of this lap. They do tend to be pretty prompt with that sort of thing.
Yeah, so let's throw in the ad now while we still can before they go green.
Yeah, we'll send it to that. We'll go see Uncle Cooper again for a little bit, and then we'll come back on the other side here in anticipation of a green flag from the 2021 14 Hours of Sebring on DriversEye Live for the World Racing League.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
What a lovely Florida evening. We are back under green, so that was perfect timing and predicted by me. WRL being prompt as usual with their restarts. We're just getting to the point in the evening where it's difficult to pick the cars out because of the tail lights, but I believe the automatic Aston is about 7th in line, and they haven't really made any progress through the first corner there. They've been relatively conservative on restarts, I think we'll say, which is absolutely the thing to do. As I say that, they then overshoot turn 3 and try and force. Is that again? I might be picking out the wrong car. Getting towards that point in the evening, the Screaming Eagles car is Screaming Goat car is extremely easy to pick out because they've got huge red highlights, lit up highlights down both A pillars. So that car is right at the back of the train. Very, very short train compared to what we were seeing at the start of the race. There's really not that many cars left in the running. But yeah, this is basically, at this point, if we go green all the way, we have a straight fight all the way through to the finish of the race between Automatic Racing and Screaming Goat, and the gap is 25 seconds, which is roughly what we've seen be the gap. Actually, usually after the GTO cars have cleared all of the traffic. So Screaming Goat is going to lose. It's going to lose a solid amount of time over these next few laps, clearing this 40-odd cars that it's got in front of it, where Automatic only has 6 cars. So once that's all been, once we've got through all that process, we'll see a gap, which will be, that's the gap that Screaming Goat has an hour and 40 minutes to close down, and that basically is the race. All else being equal, which it never is in WRL, but it's what we'll work with for now. We've got one more car coming down the pits. I think this is the Nissan 350Z, number 350. Yeah, it is. That car was running very strong earlier in the race, but it seems to be becoming a more and more regular pit visitor. First 5 cars come past the start-finish straight, and none of them are the Automatic Racing Aston. It's the 6th car, which there's a little bit of a gap before. So yeah, again, it's been conservative with passing these cars, but these are faster cars. I think all the cars at the front of this train are all GTOs.
Yeah,
so
speaking of,
they're just taking their time.
Speaking of cars that have not have kind of underperformed what we might have expected, that would be the
I don't
Hitman
even say
Racing.
that about the car in the lead.
No. Well, I'm switching subjects to a car that I think has maybe underperformed, but the 34 for Hitman Racing is a car that we expect to be pretty quick, and they've actually had a run where they've kind of struggled to crack the top 10. They had just, but it looks like they're in a real neck and neck fight with the 511 for Choice Racing.
Yeah, they've been pretty anonymous all day, to be honest, the Hitman car, and which is, as you say, that's uncharacteristic for them. Screaming Goat was actually quicker by 2 seconds than Automatic Racing on that first lap, despite the fact that Screaming Goat is dealing with all the production cars at the back of the train, and Automatic is not. So that's pretty interesting. I mean, I know, yeah, I get Automatic really wanting to be conservative and safe on restarts, because it's the most dangerous part of the race from a driving standpoint. But yeah, they're not in a position where they really need to take risks. So yeah, fair enough. They've now got a 23-second lead, which is based on the fact they've had very similar pace to Screaming Goat. That's solid. Take it if you're offered it. We'll see once they get out into clean air. Hopefully they'll pick up their pace again. But yeah, Screaming Goat doing a great job on the first lap, cutting through as much traffic as they can. Big thank you to Screaming Goat for huge lights they've attached to their A-pillars. Super obvious where that car is anywhere on the track, so that's going to really help in the last few hours. As they go screaming past 2 cars going into NASCAR Turn 3. I've got to start learning what the highlights are, because there's a car with a lot of purple on the roof. It's worth learning who that is, that they've just swept around the outside of. Automatic racing across the line, 285, a little bit more like it. Let's see what Screaming Goat can manage through traffic. We're about to come across the line now. 213, so that one was much more challenging for them. Just got to spend, probably only got about 2 more laps of getting through GP traffic before they'll be able to stretch their legs a little bit. So just a little bit more pain. If they can stay within 30 seconds with 90 odd minutes to go, you give them a chance. Problem is their final pit stop is presumably going to be slower than automatic racing. That's what we've been seeing all day. So whatever deficit they have now, you've got to add another 20 seconds or so, at least, in the final pit stop. So it's going to be tough work for Screaming Goat, but they've certainly had the pace for it earlier in the race.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a fight on for, excuse me, for 7th overall. That'll be the 982 trying to take that spot from the 420. W2W and TLM.
Had a question from Swift Motoring. How many cars started and how many are still racing? I can be very precise with how many started. We had 67 starters out of the, I think it was 88 entries. So fair few cars didn't show up or had troubles in qualifying. As for running now, I can only give you a rough estimate. I did a head count 2 or 3 hours ago, and there were about 47 cars on track at the time. That didn't count cars that were in the pits or on the in the garage and have since rejoined. But obviously, we've lost a few cars since then as well. I'd estimate 40 to 45 right now. So we're down about 20 cars, 20 to 25 cars from the 67 starters. Update on BSI. Are they still? Did they manage to hold on to third, or were they the car that was stopped at the bus stop, Joseph? So they're down to 4th, and off the track. I'm guessing, does that mean that they were the car that was stopped over at the bus stop?
I think that's what we had deduced. I don't know if we ever got official confirmation of that.
I think when I was down in the garage grabbing food, I saw that car in the garage. For what it's worth, it's salmon on Race Hero at the moment, which means that it's not on the track. There's only 1 car behind it that is running, so it can only possibly drop to 5th, and that's if the 6 sideways car gains the 12 laps it currently is behind. But yeah, not looking good for that BSI car to get on the podium. Let's hope they get out for the finish.
I gotta be honest, some of these cameras are actually looking a little better now that the temperature started to drop. This one in particular looks a lot smoother, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it looks a lot smoother, and NPO1 flashing its lights. So
yeah, it's not doing that badly with the headlights, is it? I mean, obviously,
no.
Very few cameras can deal with headlights straight on, but the moment the cars have turned, you can tell what they are, which is pretty impressive for what we're using. And the low light levels we've got. That last lap, Screaming Goat Racing was 2 seconds faster than automatic racing, and I'm assuming automatic racing are in clean air at the moment, so that might well be all the pace they have. If that's the case, then they're going to be in trouble. Potentially. I mean, Screaming Goat have a long way to go to make up for the 25-26 seconds they are behind now and their pit stop deficit, but 2 seconds a lap over an hour and a half will do it. So there comes automatic racing across the line. They're in clean air right now. I don't know if they have to overtake someone. 207.9, basically what they've been doing. They've been in the 208s the last couple of laps, but that's not significantly faster. Screaming Goat Racing should be... Well, I guess they should be coming around NASCAR. No, here they come. Across the line now, 3 wide. Well, trying to be 3 wide. 207.1, so they've taken another 8 tenths out of automatic racing on that lap. despite, again, they're in heavy traffic at the moment. Particularly, actually, right now through turn 1, they're struggling to pass. I think they had the 511 Choice Racing GTO car. So they were optimistically trying to get around the outside into turn 1. Didn't happen. And now they've got some general production cars to deal with. So this lap might be another loss. But beyond that, it's then clear road. We've got 3 or 4 production cars, and then some, it looks like dispersed GTO cars ahead of that. So it looks like Screaming Goat's got some pace to play with, which it needs, as we know. GTR 99, looks like they got that last yellow flag period has brought them to 1 lap down rather than being, I think they were about 1.99 laps down before the yellow flag came out. So that's going to have benefited them. Probably separated them from the cars behind, on the lap behind, which are number 2 team, ACP Tangerine Associates. I haven't called them in a decent position for quite a long time. I felt like they were running well earlier in the race and then dropped away. Quite surprised to see them back into the top 5. Perhaps unfairly, they've been running 6th for quite a while. The last 50 laps or so, they've been in that region. Yeah, they were earlier on in the race. They got up to P2. This was on lap 45, 46, and then they dropped away to 29th during a safety car period. A pit stop during a safety car period, so they obviously had an issue there. They've been working their way back since. 240 laps later, they're back up into the top 5, so good for them.
Yeah, speaking of cars that have dropped away, I'm noticing that the 46 of Ginger Racing is, that's a great shot. 46 of Ginger Racing is still in the pits.
This must have happened while I was in the garage myself, because yeah, I remember they've been sort of there or thereabouts in that 5th to 10th range for a lot of the race, as far as my perception goes, but not really getting involved that much. But yeah, it looks like they've totally disappeared.
They were in contention for the they were in contention for a podium in class at one point, but they haven't. Oh, is the 46 potentially the car that was stopped at pit out? Maybe. Did we ever establish?
It's so far down. It's 40 laps down, so it must have stopped hours ago.
Excuse me.
38 laps behind. 38 laps is, it's at least an hour and a half, isn't it? Without including yellow flags. That probably would have stopped 2 hours ago to be that far behind.
Why would it be? When did we have the red flag? The red flag was for the first. No, the only red flag was for the 525 that was stopped at pit out, right? I mean, other than the rain delay.
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if it was a car that we lost.
Stratus Racing have just set their fastest lap of the race.
They've been doing that.
They've got their fast driver back in the car. 205.3. Is anyone... Actually, I was about to say, is anyone within 5 seconds of them? We've got Team GTR 99 has just done 2 204s in a row. It was a 204.9 followed by a 204.2. So they are absolutely screaming. They're a minute 53 behind Screaming Goat Racing, which means that they are something like 10 seconds behind the leader, who they obviously need to pass to get back on the lead lap. So that's, which frustratingly for them, they were on the lead lap until that car was given their lap back, having been given a big advantage under a yellow flag. So they're really fighting against a current in this race. But if we can get them back on the lead lap, it's all to play for, because that car is super fast right now. As is the number 2, 204.9 on the last lap, and a 205.2 for the TLM USA car. I don't know how they've dropped behind number 2. Any thoughts on that, Joseph?
The 2 is fast.
Well, goes to 172.
I don't think it's well. I'll look. I don't think it's as fast.
Maybe
as
not
the,
quite
oh,
as fast, but
you know what it is? The 2 lucked out with pit timing around the red flag.
okay,
So they basically got a free pit stop.
right. I think TLM USA also were one of the cars that got relatively unlucky when Automatic Racing were given their lap back and then a safety car came out. But
Right.
that it's just the way that sort of thing tends to go. At this point, Screaming Goat is roughly pegging Automatic Racing. The gap is 25.4 seconds. I imagine both.
There's just a little
Both mid 208s.
something that is potentially relevant for the longer term here. We're on board with the 28, as you can see there. But the car that's 2 cars up the road that is gapping this car is the 17 for Core Motorsports. So that's 3rd in class. They're gonna be call that a lap behind. Well, now under a lap. So it's just basically put itself on the same lap as the 28.
Yeah, it's not quite as important as if this was the overall lead, because obviously if a safety car comes out, unless by some miracle the safety car gets in between them, it's not going to make a difference. They'll both be stuck in the same train. But yeah, I get your point. Actually, what's potentially more interesting is that they're only 18 seconds behind second place.
Yes.
And Core certainly have the potential to go a lot faster than the second place Ratcher Renstall car. Not necessarily showing it on this stint.
Yeah, that for me is still... This class battle is still kind of the thing that I'm really interested in, because I'm not sure that this is really... I'm not sure that this is really dissipated.
By the way, as I was saying, that Screaming Goat were pegging Automatic Racing. They do a 2:05.8 and gain 3 seconds on that last lap. So yeah, that's going to make they can continue on with that kind of closing rate. That will make a big difference to the race for the lead.
I try to wait to do projections every hour, but I might do one a little sooner. I might do one at maybe in about 10 minutes time, because GP2. What's your sense of GTO?
My sense of GTO, I'm very interested right now in GTR 99 getting back on the lead lap. So Automatic Racing's just gone through, and then GTR is right. It's 2 cars behind them, and they are going 4 seconds a lap quicker. So I'm going to keep my eye on that for a little while. This will be GTR 99. It's not for position, but it is to get them on the lead lap, which is super important should a yellow come out.
Yeah, one of the things I'm seeing in both the class battles that we're following, so GP1 and GP3, I mean they're worth mentioning, I suppose, but they're in GP1 it's a 3 or 4 lap gap, and then in GP3 it's a 5 or 6 lap gap. So it's not. That's pretty well decided
in case there's any mechanical issues, but other than that, it's not going to be.
Yeah, that's what it would take. So
whereas GP2 and GTO, it's all down to what drivers go in the car. I think for the top 3 cars in both of those classes.
Yeah, I think that's right.
A driver could make a difference, particularly if Automatic or the 2 leading cars. If they put drivers who are capable of matching everyone behind them, then that's going to win them the race. If they don't, then it leaves the door open for those chasing them, which right now Automatic Racing is a long way off the pace of the 2 cars behind them. And we know that in GP2, Core Motorsport is capable of being a lot quicker than the 2 cars ahead of them. So, yeah, there's definitely some interest in both of those classes at this point. For the end of the race.
That 46 for Ginger Racing has finally come back out on track. In about a lap's time, I'll have a better sense of how much time they lost exactly. But it has obviously dropped them out of the podium spot, as we discussed, and back down to 7th.
BSI have 2 cars here? Or is it just the one?
I was only aware of the one, but as you know, I showed up late.
BSI. So we were looking at the 167. Someone in chat is asking for an update on the BSI number 178. 178 is not BSI. It's a JNR
that's-
Racing.
Yeah, that's the Civic.
Yeah. So not sure if that's.
But the
what we need.
167, I don't know if we have an update on the 167 other than we think it was. It came to a stop.
It had a crash and it's disappeared, or something, or blew up, or something. Like that.
It had something that was semi-catastrophic happen to it into the bus stop.
Yeah.
And beyond that, we don't know the cause, but it was losing an awful lot of fluid, so I don't think we expect it back.
No.
99, it has come into the pits exactly on schedule.
Oh, I was trying to find them then. I was wondering if they'd passed automatic and completely gapped them. But that's a shame because they would have passed automatic on that lap to get back on the lead lap. How long have we got to go? An hour and 22 minutes. So they've got an extra splash. So it's just not going to work out for them at this rate. They're very, very fast right now, or they have been.
Yeah, so they...
Noticing when teams do driver changes.
It should be a 29 lap stint for the 99. So it'll be awfully close. I mean, that feels very marginal. I'm not sure that they will need a splash.
You think they can go to the finish from here? 80 minutes. They would need to be doing 42 odd laps, wouldn't they? No, not 42 laps. Yeah, they'd need to be doing high 30s, I think.
Yeah. All right. Okay. That's fair. All right.
That's the problem. Is they're not a million miles off. If a lengthy yellow flag comes out at some point in this last hour and 20 minutes, possibly.
Yeah. So the move would be basically if you can get a yellow within, say 65 minutes to go, you would take that. That would be your splash, and then you could make it to the end.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking if it's a long yellow, you could just trundle around under yellow saving fuel, but whether you would take that or whether you would just take the splash of fuel, I don't know.
The thing is, the yellows have been so quick and they've been so quick to clean up incidents.
You wouldn't gamble on it. If it was a red flag then and you just sat there for 10 minutes, then maybe...
Yeah, that'd be ideal.
Yeah, but... Okay, so they exit the pits now. They're actually going to come out almost... Oh, actually, they are extremely slow through the pit exit. Oh, they've got a problem.
Big time.
They've stopped. Yeah, they've stopped. I can't see them now, but they've stopped behind a building or in the pit exit road.
This is the 99.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident. I definitely saw a car. They may have... I don't really want to call it, but they may have hit the wall on pit exit.
Oh, okay.
I thought I maybe saw a puff of something, and then the car didn't accelerate off the corner and has not appeared from behind the building. I hope I'm right about this. Another car has just gone through that area, so the pit exit isn't blocked.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious to
Keep
see.
an eye out for them, but I don't think they've emerged from the pits. So that would... I'm only about 90% sure that I ID'd the right car. But that would bring an end, really, to the 99's day, which is really... That really sucks for them with an hour and 20 minutes to go in a podium position. Number 2, Tangerine Associates has taken that position. So they probably were going... No, they weren't. They shouldn't have been... Maybe they should have been in the position. When's Tangerine Associates going to pit next?
11 laps, so they're a little past halfway through their stint.
Actually, they're in a good position because they've only got one stop left to make.
I think that's right. Yeah,
it's possible they would have been beating GTR 99 anyway. Although GTR 99 I think was quicker than them.
I can give you an update on the 46 Ginger Racing. That took about 44 minutes of repairs, whatever issue they were having. They are back out, but they are third from last of the running cars in their class.
You have the number of full course cautions we've had as a stat?
I don't have that as a stat, but we could take a look based off of...
you can just count them, can't you? It's
right.
I keep getting at like
It's pretty solid.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've had 9 yellow flags, I think, and that includes 1 red.
The one yellow might be a phantom one because I don't think we actually went green when that red came out. I'm not 100% on that, but it was a
I
weird
don't think
situation.
I'm not sure that I've only got 1 red flag that I can count on the lap chart, and that would have been the lightning delay. So there's something weird going on. It
depends on what the lap is when that car crossed the start finish. So the rain delay would have
could cross the start finish under a red because they just stop.
Right, but a black flag all there, they call them into the pit lane.
It's about
was-
9, plus or minus 1.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw something in the distance that distracted me a little bit. I don't want to call it out because I'm wrong, but
Apparently I was wrong because GTR 99 appears to have finished the next lap. So I don't know what I saw.
interesting.
And it looks like it's relatively normal. Do we have any cars missing?
Recent ones, I don't.
Could have sworn I saw a car coming slowly out of pit exit and then disappearing behind that building in front of me and not reappearing.
The closest I would say would be the 200 for Overnight Motorsports, but I think that was the one that was coming out after the fact. Maybe Ginger Racing, but that car is circulating, I think.
Well, if GTR 99 were listening and I called their car retiring, I apologise. Because apparently I was completely mis-ID'd the car. And the situation. Either that or they got going very quickly, but I thought I was just keeping an eye on it. So.
Yeah, that also seems possible. Let me look at their outlap and see if there's anything interesting about it.
Well, that's what I looked at the time, and it's not particularly fast, but it's not particularly slow either.
Right, okay.
4:37.
Yeah,
I suppose 20 seconds down on their last green flag. I don't know what the 8-minute one was.
Yeah, I mean, if they did a driver change, it's not unreasonable to think that maybe, maybe it was something as simple as the belts didn't quite feel tight enough, and so they wanted to just pull over and tighten them.
Potentially. It is. This was their trying to vindicate themselves. This was their slowest outlap by a good 25-30 seconds of the entire race.
It seems pretty believable that they had an incident, but that just resolved itself.
Yeah, I thought I was keeping an eye on the area to see if they did pop back out at some point, but must have missed them. But yeah, we'll go with Race Hero. They are apparently they appear to have lost 20 seconds on their outlap,
which could still be pretty substantial.
It could, because they're in a very close fight with the number 2 car, and they were on the verge of getting their lap back as they pitted, and so therefore they needed every second to try and leapfrog ahead of the automatic racing car when they pit in about 15 minutes.
Another car that's come out after a long service is the 11 for TLM Marathon. About an hour and 20 minutes to service there.
Nice.
Yeah, I do like when these cars, as much as a marathon effort as the driving itself is, the teams are putting in one too a lot of the times. So if someone's willing to work on the car for an hour plus, I think that's it's pretty fun to see. Probably not fun to do, but at least you've got the car fixed and it's back circulating.
I just noticed so now that it's got dark, we've got the reflection of all the race control screens on the window. One that's very obvious is the radar, the weather radar.
Okay, so that was kind of what I didn't want to call. I thought I saw something in the distance.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to see it because it's behind us, as in behind me. So if you're looking
pointing that, oh no, the other way. It'll be the next camera.
You know how I'm sat. It's behind me.
Yes.
It's where all the weather is. It is also not necessarily heading this way, at least not very quickly. It's more heading north. It's kind of growing this way. Brendan said earlier in the race that there's a chance of spot showers at 9:15.
I remember that.
So,
and spot showers in Florida can turn into thunderstorms pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, yeah, let's hope we don't end up with another red flag in the final hour. But
Right.
certainly, it's possible we could end up with a little bit of moisture.
I would be fine with
I
some
think
rain.
It's unlikely, but
I don't know if the teams would be thrilled about it, but I would be fine with a little bit of rain.
yeah, other than the fact that it almost certainly comes with lightning, unfortunately, in Florida.
Yeah.
Which we definitely don't want. Chattanooga Tourenwagen, I believe that's who that is. It's difficult to tell in this light. Exiting the pits. For a GP1 car, that is probably the last time they'll be down pit lane. I imagine their stints are long enough that that's it for today. Those guys, last time I checked, were running in the top 3 in class. They are second, in fact. Yeah, because we had a car recently drop away from the lead, I think, in that class, I want to say. Round 3 racing, okay, not super recently, but they did take the lead and then they had a brake failure into the West Horseshoe, didn't they? So
Are we taking a look at the gap between the 909 and the 29? Because it looks
like it's 1/10
tight.
of a second. So yeah, that has closed down very quickly, and we should have been looking at that because
I think it's
3 and 4 seconds a lap quicker. So.
no, I think it's the fact that it's tightened up so quickly that it took us by surprise. Is that right there in front of us? The picture? I'll get the sense out. Yeah, I think
Where do you think they are on the track?
West Horseshoe. No, I don't think so. Okay, so maybe coming to West Horseshoe now.
I can see Scream and Go because I've just remembered that they're extremely easy to pick out. They're side by side with someone. And I think that was the Aston. I think they just overtook on the outside of turn 6. So I think the lead, I literally just saw the lead change. So yeah, that will be Screaming. So let's have a look at their lap time progression. Is it them going fast, or they've been very consistent? High 205, low 206s.
That was the thing that I wanted to point out about, and I forgot to point it out, but about both the GP2 and the GTO battles is you've got a leader that is running really conservatively in both cases.
Well, I think
29.
if you've just lost the lead, that's not conservative at that point. That's you need to be running faster.
Yeah.
When you're being so conservative that you give away the lead.
Yeah, I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
Well, you run conservative because you don't need to run. Because you run slow to be conservative because you don't need to run any faster. At this point, they do need to be going faster because they've just lost the lead. Yeah, they've been losing 4 seconds a lap on average, I think, to Screaming Goat since the restart. So yeah, no surprise that that's happened. And here they come past the finish line. Sure enough, Screaming Goat 1.2 seconds ahead. So they made that pass on the outside of turn 6 on the previous lap. That'll be lap number 293.
Yeah, the thing about this situation.
They need to pull 20 seconds though, because their last pit stop's going to be longer.
Yeah, but it's just going to be in the delta on a pit stop. So because I don't think that they're so tight on actual rotation that I don't think there's anything in it between them there.
No, I agree. But their pit stops have been 20 odd seconds slower all race. Let's try and get a bit more accuracy than just 20 odd. Let's see, the last full run, I think it looks like Automatic did a 3:32 out lap. It's actually a 3:32 in lap, but the equivalent for Screaming Goat was 3:58. Yeah, that looks about right. So 20 to 25 seconds, it looks like, is what they need. But they don't need that necessarily before the next pit stop. Looks like they can come out behind, unless Automatic have a particularly fast driver ready to go for the final hour. That could
I want to make the point really quickly that it looks like we've got some weather over northwest of Orlando. So not near here, not a threat to this race, but just something to be aware of, that there are, we have the conditions for pop-up showers around. I don't know if anyone, I assume nobody's explicitly.
There's plenty of stuff to the west of Daytona. It's quite a way to the west of Daytona, but according to the radar that I'm looking at over my shoulder.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's stuff around. I don't think it's. Yeah, it doesn't look to me like it's going to head this way anytime particularly imminently, but we'll keep.
No, I don't suspect that it would be heading this way. My worry would be that you might have something, because if the weather pattern is going from southwest to north, or sorry, from southeast to northwest, you know, it's possible you pick up a little bit of energy and some moisture over the Atlantic and bring that in.
I'll take
Now,
your word for it.
if that just ends up being a shower, I think that's perfectly fine for us. Obviously, if it brings thunder with it, then it might be the end of proceedings. Now, I don't know if that affects anybody's strategy, but it's worth thinking about.
Certainly, the leaders are equal, so it's not going to affect their strategy.
Right.
Other than them making tire choices, but yeah, I think if it's a quick shower, considering how quickly the last one dried up, and that we are running treaded DOT tires in this series, I think you have to stay out. So I can't see the two leaders doing anything unless it becomes completely crazy. Other than just pitting with an hour to go and sending it to the finish.
Yeah, looking at the radar, it looks like everything's moving slowly from south to north, and it all seems to be the same system. So if it is, it's going to be okay. I feel a little more confident that if we get anything, it'll be a quick pop-up shower. It'll probably dissipate pretty quickly.
Automatic Racing's picked up a little bit of pace. Their last lap was a 208.8, which I think is the first 208 they've done since the restart, or certainly a rare 208 since the restart. So they're trying to cling on to Screaming Go by the looks of things.
Number 16 for 6 sideways has just done their fastest lap of the race. They are, to be fair, the rear of the GP3 field, but they are still pushing. They've improved to a 222.8, which is about a quarter of a second improvement. Did you call out the leader in GP1 into the pits?
I did not.
Okay, that'll be the 44 for PC Racing. No threat of losing that spot. They've got a pretty good gap. Oh, 6 sideways no longer. Okay, well they are technically at the rear of the field, but they've elevated themselves to 4th, having finally passed the 167 from BSI.
GTR 99 is struggling to get back anywhere near the pace they had before the pit stop. I suggest, yeah, potentially a driver change there. But yeah, since the pit stop, the car's been doing 211s, 210s, 2.9s. We saw as the Corvette comes very, very slowly, not quite into its pit box. It's missed it by 1. So they'll have to pull that back. Yeah, the GTR 99 car, Team GTR car, it's 4 or 5 seconds slower than it was on the last fuel run. So that, again, that looks like that's going to be the end of their... Considering that they're going to be very close to making it to the finish, I think there'll just be a splash. I doubt there'll be another driver change. That might, unless the new driver can find some pace. That's going to be the end of their run for the podium, I think. Is
the only thought I had is that, I mean, you wouldn't try to back off and save that fuel, would you? I think that's too much to try to pull back.
Yeah, you wouldn't back off 4 seconds a lap. You might as well pit, I think.
Right. I mean, so you'll lose about 90 seconds by pitting, at least for full service.
I was going to say, but you're not doing full service. You'd be doing a splash.
We call it a splash. They're probably they might be as much as 10 laps short. So if they're 10 laps short, that's a third of a tank. They're probably still going to lose, say a full minute or so, ballpark.
Minute. If they're losing 4 seconds a lap, it only takes 15 laps. So
Yeah.
And a full stint is 35. Is probably 35 to 40 is what they'd be trying to do at that point. So they'll lose
Probably not
way
worth
more
it.
So, yeah, definitely not worth it. Basically,
Yeah.
based on those plans.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lap times for the 99, and you do see that drop off, but you see it. There was a stint about maybe 6 hours ago that was followed a pretty similar pattern. Just a drop off in speed.
Was it straight after a pit stop?
It's a little unclear.
Did they find pace again before the next pit stop?
Well, you can't. It's a little weird. So it's tough to. I need to do like a smoothing average, like a Trusswell style moving average, because it's a little all over the place. They're a little inconsistent actually, but there is it does seem to be one of those deals where they'll lose a little bit of pace and then gradually get faster and faster, and then it's all up and down, and I'm not totally sure what I think it would be connected to. Maybe just the comfort of the driver.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is one of the things we're very used to seeing from the professional racing we tend to watch. That's not necessarily a trait of amateur drivers, so
right.
It's certainly a variability within amongst amateur drivers. So yeah, that wouldn't be super surprising. So it looks like in that case the number 2 car, which I feel like I barely talked about all day, certainly since about lap 40 when they dropped out of the top 5 the first time, dropped all the way down to 29th at that point. I feel like I've barely had much reason to mention them, but they're very fast right now. 204.2 is the last lap. Yeah, really, that genuinely I think is about the fastest lap I've seen from any car since the first hour or so, when the track was really nice and cool.
No, they're awfully quick. I mean, both them and the 99 have a lot of ultimate pace. Like the car has pace. It's just a matter of extracting it, and then the 2 had a really wretched stint. I don't know if they had a mechanical issue before or after that to cause that, but they had a really wretched, let's say, half hour or so where they were about 6 seconds off their ultimate pace. They've since come back, and really that car has only gotten faster since be about 3 hours into the race.
Yeah, they've just been doing it anonymously down in the 20s and then the teens and then the bottom half of the top 10, and just been picking off car after car after car, and they've ended up in a podium position, which is awesome for them. Right now, I think they're on the same strategy as the leaders, first and second place, where they've only got 1 pit stop to go, and it's going to come pretty soon.
Yeah, it'll be in 2 laps actually.
Yeah, which will get them to the finish. And that means, and right now they're within 2 laps of the lead. Just kind of thinking about it. I mean, we've had quite a few yellow flags to reset the field, but we're 13 hours into this race, and we've got 3 cars within 2 laps of the lead. That's around Daytona, which isn't the longest track in the world. It's pretty tight.
It's pretty extraordinary, yeah.
It's not surprising that we've got 2 cars right together because of all the yellow flags.
Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah, I just wanted to interrupt here. I know we're coming to the last hour, and this is kind of our last chance to tour some of the pit lane and chat with some of the fine folks down in the WRL paddock. If you have a moment, I'd like to talk to Chandler Lunny here at Thunder Bunny Racing, if you guys could make time for that.
I think we can.
Let's do that. Chandler Lunny, Thunder Bunny, data engineer?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. I walked up to you at about 1:30 this afternoon, and you were kind of locked in your lair in front of a laptop with a couple of screens in front of you. I walked back up at 8:30, and you were standing there in your lair with a couple of screens in front of you, waiting for your last pit stop for the number 110. First, it's great to talk to you guys. We love the feeds, love the cars. Second, you guys are stalwarts here in the World Racing League. We see all the time. What's the ethos behind Thunder Bunny? What are you guys about? And just tell us a little bit about your team and your guys.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. It started off as just a bunch of friends having a bunch of fun going racing. It kind of evolved into a fantastic way to get make some rental drivers out of this and go racing, have some fun. We still have students here we are based out of a technical high school in Anderson, South Carolina, and we bring our students out here to learn. 3 of the crew guys are based off of this. out of that technical high school. And I joined the team early last year. Was able to do what I do with numbers and data and whatnot, driver coaching, and sit in my lair and keep on my fuel numbers.
Well, so you guys have had, you said it was a great day, then it was not such a good day, and now you guys are kind of on a recovery drive. We just saw your last pit stop for the BMW 1 Series, number 110. You said to me offline, fuel pump issues. Just share a little bit about, what you guys have gone through the course of 14 hours of racing in the Florida sun and kind of bringing it home here under the lights.
Sir, so with the BMW, it was actually a water pump issue. So the water pump failed on us. We took us out from P4, dropped us down to P10, lost a bunch of time, but we're able to sit there and get it back, work our progress a little more, and been working our way up to P5. We just got it off of this last pit stop. Our crew is top notch, and we're able to get the car in and out, no issues, no worries. Again, a bunch of time during pit stops.
As I've walked up and down the pit lane here, and I'm sure you've seen it, you spend time in the WRL paddock, you have a wide range of approaches from, NASCAR-style war wagons down to easy ups or no canopies at all, where guys just wait for a pit stop, throw fuel in a car, and carry on. You guys are kind of right in a sweet spot. You've got beautiful-looking cars. I mean, they're both fantastic. They're prepared well. They're obviously quick and consistent throughout the course of a day. You've got a pretty modest setup down there in the pit lane, and you've got your little, your lair, I guess I started calling it, with your laptop there, where you dive into the numbers and make racing and strategy and competition happen. You guys are happy and feel at home here in the World Racing League with the product you guys bring to the track, both in terms of your car and what you offer for your drivers?
Oh my goodness, yes. We love racing with the WRL. We're right in the sweet spot. We want to bring a professional team atmosphere to this amateur racing. And we hit it right in the sweet spot. So we're very organized. Get my data just perfect. We actually, when I tell my crew chief the car's going around out of fuel, it runs out of fuel. And we catch it early enough, it's perfect.
So as a data engineer, World Racing League, 14 hours. I'll let you just talk about what it is your role entails, what you're for, and what it is about your little bubble there that kind of A, enthralls you, but B, kind of gives you guys a leg up over, like you said, you just pulled off P5 in the pits, last pit stop, your crew guys, you had that orchestrated. I saw you, gloves on, moving fuel jugs around, fist bumps all around as soon as the pit stop was done. It's not just numbers for you. I mean, you are in the midst of what you guys are doing here in the pit lane.
Yeah, and everyone on the team is. This is all our passions. We want to go when we're competitive as heck, and the pit stops are when us crew get to be competitive. Like, we get to go and affect this outcome. Yeah, my role is essentially data engineer. I go and take all the sensors off the car, analyze it, help my driver coach, Laura Hayes, present what she says feeling-wise to the drivers in a graphical manner, as well as I can support the car chief and saying, okay, this, the car's doing this, and I see a potential issue in the next, couple runs.
Well, we're running time here for the end of the race. 55 minutes to go. You guys are all done in the pit lane. Looks like you guys, are set up awesome. You've got a great team down there. The cars look fantastic, well prepared. We look forward to seeing you again in the World Racing League. I'm sure we'll be back. And most importantly, you guys finally made good on a promise to get us stickers. So I'm coming away from Daytona with a pair of Thunder Bunny stickers, and I'm the happiest man in the world. I really appreciate it. Everything, you guys are doing to help promote WRL. This onboard streams are fantastic. I do have one more question for you, actually. BMW 1 Series, a little passion project just for fun, or is there a real advantage to running that tiny Beamer?
Passion project for the owner, but man, we do love her. That's Heidi, the 1 Series, and she just treats us so well.
I love it. Well, Chandler, I really appreciate it. I'll send it back to Scott and Joseph, and I'll rejoin the booth here in a couple minutes and bring this thing home to the checker. It's Chandler Lunny in the Thunder Bunny Racing 110 and 350 pits. Back to you guys.
Well, it sounds like they're having fun. Kind of a bit.
Yeah.
A little bit that we miss from the sim racing enduros is the odd little opportunity those guys get. Firstly, to actually be amongst like real sound and stuff, but it's just like physically handle fuel jugs and watch your car be serviced and whatnot. It's yeah, a little bit jealous of that kind of that side of this this level of sport that we don't quite get to do. But hey, being up here in the booth and watching it isn't too bad either. We did just have a pit stop from Automatic Racing. Second place, number 909, Aston Martin. All looked like it went to plan. I think it was at least as fast as all of their previous green flag pit stops. In fact, probably slightly quicker. I think maybe they timed it, because I imagine that car can go slightly longer than the amount of time we have left in the race. We're now waiting with bated breath for Screaming Goat Racing to come in the pits. As I say that, Team ACP Tangerine Associates have pitted. So they are making their final pit stop. I think at this point they are fairly secure they're probably, I don't know, there's a good chance they're going to lose third place to GTR 99 here, depending on how much time GTR 99 did actually lose on their outlap, and then the car's not been running quite as quickly. Well, actually, it's been running nowhere near as quickly as number 2 since the pit stop. In fact, GTR 99 just came past, apparently.
Yeah, and ahead of the 2, it looks like.
They've got ahead of the 2, have they? So that will happen, but GTR 99 has a splash left to do, and that's going to cost them third place if they don't lose it on raw pace anyway.
Yeah, that's...
So I think ACP Tangerine Associates are pretty locked into third as we stand. Can't see any way they're really going to lose that, even though they don't technically have it right now. Really, we're just waiting for the number 1, number 29 car, sorry, number 1, P1, number 29 car to come in and sort of cleanse the front of our field. Then it will just be GTR 99, waiting for them to do their splash. We've got a car, I can't see because it's too dark, being pushed back in the pit lane. It is a Cayman. I've seen that car, but I don't recognize it.
It's if it's a Cayman, it might be either a W2W car or
not a W2W.
one of the Round 3 racing cars. 702 maybe?
It might be 702. Yeah, actually, that might be right. Yeah, because it's got the black down the middle.
Guys, can I offer just one more observation from down here in the paddock before I head back upstairs?
Simon.
I like how I'm asking permission. There's a handful of dead race cars down here in the paddock, in the garages, which is not to be any surprise with the state we're in. Just under an hour to go after 14 hours of racing and 14 hours of attrition. The Thunder Bunny team that we just spoke with, the 350Z pulled in right as I was finishing my conversation. And for as many cars as they have sitting under tarps, down at the Hammer Paddock Round 3, the Team ACP, for one reason or another, no hesitation in the Thunder Bunny pits. Straight to work, hood up, trunk up. Let's find out what the problem is, why it's here, and get it diagnosed and try and get this thing back out, which is absolutely the right attitude to have with under an hour to go. Get both of your cars home to the finish, mark up the accomplishment, and let them both see the checkered flag. Certainly you've earned it by this point. Kudos to the guys down at Thunder Bunny, and kudos to the couple of guys you guys have already mentioned who have put in the effort to get their cars back out, with short time remaining. I saw the 130. That was our car stopped at turn 6 a little earlier, rolled out of the pits, I don't know, probably about 20 minutes ago to come home and try and take the checkered flag. So love the attitude down here in the paddock. Love seeing guys get their cars home and try and get a checkered flag after 14 hours.
Yeah, thanks for that. I agree 100%. It's
Joseph, I feel like we've had a development. The number 2 is suddenly sick. That feels like it's dropped way too many laps.
I agree 100%. I was looking at that too, because I had noticed that the 172 had passed it. And that seemed odd. That didn't seem quite right.
The 982 has also passed it. So as I said that they were locked in to third place, there was no way they could lose it. It appears that they've had a lap deleted. I think that's because their pit stop out lap
Ah, okay.
Everything looked normal, but they have dropped. Oh, now they're being listed as in the pits again, probably because they had that. Yeah, they've had their outlap deleted.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes sense because they've been stuck in the pits for me basically the entire time.
Unless, of course, they are in the pits, because I never spotted it. It's quite difficult. The cars that aren't lit up and don't have obvious, but I don't think it is, because there's two cars in the pits and they both look like some version of a
Well,
game.
unless they pick it behind the wall, but I don't think
Yeah,
that they do.
potentially.
Okay, so we've got a couple takers that I want to
But no,
mention
actually,
really
I don't
quick.
think that's the case because they had a time for their outlap and it just disappeared. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've had a penalty there. Maybe Brendan, if he's listening, can check in on the spreadsheet for us. I don't know if you have access to that, Joseph, but
I don't know if I do actually.
I don't know if I do either, and it's too late for me to be motivated to figure it out. I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this could be disaster for Tangerine Associates and saviour for GTR 99 in their podium.
So we also had, I guess it wasn't that long of a stop. It felt like a long stop for the 211, which I was a little surprised by. Where I think we're done with pit stops for the 17, and we are close to being done with pit stops for the 28. I think the 28 is going to be a little marginal. 29's in the pits, okay.
Yeah.
That is slightly early, but about right.
Well, I wanted to make a point that through my completely non-mathematical, not looking at data at all perception, I thought they were going to be pitting at around 1 hour to go. Your data is a lot more reliable than that. So the fact that you say that they were actually due to pit about an hour, this pit stop's not going to be that long because
No.
they can go roughly an hour, and we've only got 45 minutes to go. We thought they had to make a bit of time back on automatic racing because we were expecting their last pit stop to be a full pit stop, which would be long relative to automatic racing. But this isn't going to be long relative to automatic racing because they've got way less fuel to put in. So, as I'm stalling, waiting for them to come out of the pits, I think it's going to be quite close where they are relative to automatic at pit exit.
Even that notwithstanding, I don't think. So I ran projections at the top of the hour, and they had the 29 ahead of the 909 by a pretty substantial, odds, which was a little surprising to me. But that seems to be the way that things are going to pan out.
Well, having said that, automatic racing's last lap was a 2:06.9, which is
back on pace.
Yeah, that's as fast as that car's gone for, like, taking a really quick look through the lap chart, hours basically. Lap 2, when they pitted on lap 262, whichever driver got out of the car there, that was the last time that car was as quick as it is now. And we're on lap 303. So there's been, as Screaming Goat leaves the pits now, and automatic racing has just come across the line and they sweep past them into the turn 1 apex. So automatic racing is going to take the lead here by a handful of seconds at most. And this is it, really. This is the race to the finish.
Yeah.
The last lap for automatic was a 2:07.3. Screaming Goat can go faster than that. They can do 5s. So I think the BMW in second is going to be the faster car. It's not even 5 seconds. It's probably 5 seconds. It's 4 or 5 seconds. So yeah, this is it. This is head-to-head now. We need to focus, Joseph. This is we're in a sprint race now.
There's a race now, yeah.
Yeah. 13 hours in and a race breaks out.
So I just really quickly want to divert attention back to GP2, because I think our top 3 are done with pit stops. And if that's the case, then the 211 has gone from a pretty stout first place to what looks like possibly having to settle for third.
Yeah, what's happened there?
I don't know. I got the sense that stop was a little on the long side. I'm not sure it actually was.
4 minutes? I think that seems normal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The previous one was 5. 4 minutes
So-
0. Like, it's literally bang on what they did earlier in the race.
Yeah, and it's not.
Yeah, 4 minutes 1. So it's
It doesn't-
perfect.
Doesn't seem like it was a short stop. Really, the only thing that's cost them basically was that second stop they had to make on lap 239. I think that's the thing that's kind of messed them up.
Was that them trying to be clever with a yellow flag or something? 'Cause we saw a
No,
couple of-
no, that was
GTR 99 in the pits for their final pit stop, by the way.
a lap or two after they had run wide, racing the 28. They ran wide coming out of turn 1, turn 2, racing the 28, and they hit a pretty good bump. I don't know if we ever got confirmation that did or did not cause anything, but I think we were concerned that maybe it had punctured a tire because they were all, the handling seemed to go away pretty quickly from them. Confirmation and timing that the 909's overtaken the 29. 99 is back in the pit. Have they? What's happened?
Yeah, we were expecting them for a splash. They weren't going to be good.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But they shouldn't lose third place to TLM USA. So they seem pretty safe in third place as long as they don't get a lap deleted.
Right.
Which we should check in on the number 2 actually, make sure that does seem to be what happened. Yeah, because their outlap doesn't exist on Race Hero. So you can see they pitted, but it was a normal lap time, so which means that their outlap was deleted.
So
that's when they dropped from 3rd to 6th.
This is speculation, but I wonder if they had a penalty pending, basically, and they waited until the if race control
has left the pits.
if race control opted to give them the opportunity to hand over an SD card at the pit stop.
Let's see if Brendan can check in on this.
What's up?
The number 2 car has dropped from 3rd to 5th.
Okay, I heard that when I was in the car on the way back up here.
Yeah, so we're hoping you can look up the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I did earlier and I hadn't seen anything.
Well, it's happened in the last 5 minutes.
This is the number 2.
Yes.
2 laps to car 2.
Oh, 2 laps.
Contact at turn 3 with the number 77.
There you go.
Huh. All right.
Simple as that. So that's
Yeah,
dropped them out of the podium to 5th place. Yeah, they're an extra lap behind TLM USA, so they're not likely to catch. They're a minute 25 ahead of Will to Win, who are running 6th. So that looks like their bed is now made.
So who does this put on the podium, Scott?
GTR.
Unbelievable. How do they keep doing this? They were pretty much down and out there for a while, something like 5-6 laps down. We knew it was a new car that they were kind of working through some teething issues with. And
To be fair, it's the same story for the 2.
that's true.
45 laps into the race, they dropped to 29th, and they've worked their way back slowly from then.
That's fair.
So they had a similar run to GTR 99, and team number 2 has kind of been a bit quicker, at least in the latter stages. Don't hit other cars.
Yeah, no. I can see it.
Yeah. And a 2-lap penalty. It's clearly it was fairly egregious. Then again, they could easily appeal and
That may have been their second offense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, normally it's not straight to 2 laps. I mean, penalties are intentionally draconian, but normally it's not just straight to 2 laps for a first offense.
All right, so the gap between automatic and Screaming Goat is 5.6 seconds. I know we've had a lot of a relatively high number of safety car periods that have condensed the field, but we are over 13 hours into the race with no more pit stops to go, and we've got 2 cars within 5.6 seconds. That's pretty cool.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's make the point. We have safety cars, but we don't have the IMSA rule where you can just pick up a lap under full course yellow.
No,
Right?
but
Where if you stay out,
it does mean
Wave
that
around.
exactly. Yes.
You need a lot of pace on a car to put them a lap behind you at any point, because if you get a safety car period every hour, to pull a lap on someone,
I mean, sometimes that's a driver mismatch over one stint.
it would have to be big. We can do the maths on it. It needs to be quite a
30 laps, like 4 seconds, but that's not unheard of.
Sure.
But yeah, we've seen
different drivers deal with traffic differently. We saw how conservative the automatic Aston was up against the Screaming Goat car
But
earlier on, up against the Prema car earlier on.
You're right that in IMSA you have the option to just stay out and
Yeah.
you will get a lap back.
Yep.
And you can sometimes end up getting 2 laps back at once. If you were just ahead of the leader, you catch back up to the train, you stay out as the leader pits, you
Yes.
get another lap back, and all of a sudden if you have 3 consecutive safety car periods, you pick up 5 or 6 laps all of a sudden. You don't get that opportunity here. You only have the opportunity to stay with the leaders. If you ever lose time, it's really quite difficult to get it back.
No, that I agree.
But it does keep anyone who's surviving, it keeps them condensed, which
Yeah.
is what Automatic and Screaming Goat have done. They've survived the whole race. To be fair, they've been very similarly paced. And yeah, so the number of yellow flags has kept those 2 cars condensed. But hey, we've had 2 cars that have managed to keep that close to each other.
Credit to Screaming Goat here as well. Sorry, Joseph. Automatic, just to make this point, we've seen Automatic. They're dual race winners at Road America. We've seen them on the top step of the podium here before. Screaming Goat does not regularly feature in the top 2 or 3 at the end of a WRL race. 14 hours, our first long enduro of the season, and they've not only been in contention, they've led at various points. We had the weirdness around the penalty with the 909 that was then revoked, but they kept their head down. They kept pushing that number 29, and now they've got, like you guys mentioned earlier, it's a sprint to the finish. I mean, this is a sprint race now with, 37 minutes to go.
Yeah, and the lap times seem really evenly matched at this point. Now that it is a head-to-head fight, they've upped their games a little bit. I don't know if they've put in their ringers, if they have ringers, to go to the end, but if you're going to do it, this would be the time. The gap was 5.6 seconds 2 laps ago. Now it is 5.56, so there's really nothing in it in terms of lap time.
Joseph, can the TLM USA number 172 car make it to the finish on fuel?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, because they're only 13.5 seconds off the podium at the moment, and the GTR 99 car is not fast. So that actually, in the last 10 minutes, I've called 2 cars as being secure in 3rd place. I think I'm wrong on both counts. It wasn't my fault with the 2, but yeah, I think TLM USA might be giving GTR 99 a run for this, for 3rd place. Yeah, they're catching at 5 seconds a lap, and they're only 13 seconds behind it.
Did we ever tie up what happened to the Rocket Wrenchport car? Wrenchstall car? Why it's
Joseph had a
lap or 2
theory.
down?
Yeah, my working theory is that they would be in really good shape right now were it not for the stop that they made 9 laps into their stint a few stints ago. Remember, they came in having gone off track.
Right, yeah. Check the car over, maybe change drivers and then sent it.
Yeah, and I think that has done a lot of damage to their hopes of winning.
Because that was an extra stop. It's not like they were able to eliminate anything, like a splash at the end or anything like that by making that extra stop. Yeah.
Because they are so good on fuel economy that it didn't gain them anything by doing that.
Their strength was staying out on track.
Yeah, and they didn't do that, and now they're 3rd instead of 1st. Now, whether that was because there was an actual issue, I mean, I maintain it would have been really easy going over those bumps to do damage to a tire, cut a tire. I mean, maybe even just take a little bit of air out of it. Break the seal a little bit, take some air out of it. But they're the only ones who know at this point.
We've got another potential race brewing. It's actually for 4th overall because Team GTR 99 is consistently so far off the pace right now, and I'm not sure why, that the number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates car might catch them. Because I reckon we've got around 15 laps.
Heads.
Yeah, we've got about 15 laps left to go in the race. Team ACP is 6 seconds a lap faster and about a minute and 20 behind, or a minute and 10 behind. It's just disappeared on timing, so I've lost it. So I think we might, as having just called GTR 99 as being a good chance of finishing 3rd, I think they might actually finish 5th at this rate. I don't think Tangerine Associates has a chance of catching TLM USA, because TLM USA are also quite fast.
Screaming Goat just clawing that gap back. It's now under 5 seconds for the first time.
It is. This is a case of anything you can do, I can do better. A couple laps ago, that 909 did I think it was a 6.1 or a 6.3, and the 29 Screaming Goat BMW dropped in like a 5.6 in response.
I do think we need to find the Team GTR car because they're going to lose third place either this lap or the next one. That's going to be the first change of position here, I think. So it's a dark blue car. Unfortunately, I don't think they have any highlights, so it's kind of difficult. Any light strips, so I don't think it's going to be that easy to pick them out. But
I think it'll be in maybe 2 laps. The gap went from 13.5 to 8.4 on that last lap.
I think it'll be the next lap, assuming they don't get particularly badly held up in traffic. Let's see if we can find them coming across the finish line.
No, I wonder if they've got some sort of mechanical or something. If they've,
I have no idea why they're so far, because that car literally one or two stints ago was doing 205s and 204s, so it was one of the fastest cars on the track. So I don't know where these 210s have come from.
There it is, just come across the line now. 210.5.
So is it that car there?
There's the TLM car right behind it.
Right.
There's nobody in between them.
Yeah.
7.8 that time from the TLM, so that's helped.
Not quite as quick, but it'll be. So the gap's now 5.7 seconds, and they're about 5 to 6 seconds faster. So we should see them close in on this lap. Both cars have relatively clear track in front of them.
Screaming Goat's going to get held up by traffic this time around. It's down to 3.5 seconds, but Automatic will have just cleared about 3 cars at Screaming Goat. I think it's just going to get balked a little bit by on the way into turn 3 here, especially if the MX-5s go too wide in front of him. Instead, he takes it 3 wide, really super late on the brakes into turn 3.
Kind of too late.
We've got a
development.
We've got a development in GP2. 17 is pitted out of second.
I was going to say, I was trying to find a moment to tell you that the Mustang's in the pits right now.
Was this expected?
No, not nearly. No, it's 17
And they've got a
short.
tire laid out on the right front of that car. So if it's not expected, they're not doing fuel. My guess is there's an issue on the right front of that car. Whether it's a puncture or some kind of suspension issue or maybe some contact or something.
Meanwhile, back over in GTO, I'm going to take command of both classes. That gap has now gone under 4 seconds.
3.5. That's what I was mentioning with the traffic that the Screaming Goat car was going to catch. I was a little concerned that it was going to cost that 29 considerably more time than it cost the Automatic car in the last lap. But just like we've seen throughout the course of the race, the 909 considerably more cautious in traffic, more deliberate in traffic. The 29 is just basically going for broke at this point. A lot more aggressive. And really it's about just clawing this back 10th by 10th. That's the only way they were going to be able to do this anyway. The GTO leaders at the top have just been so evenly matched through the course of the race today that it was always going to come down to this.
99 and 172 have just come past the start-finish line. 172 didn't close in anywhere near as much on that lap.
No, but it's because the 99
suddenly picks up the pace.
Yeah, down into the 8s.
We seem to have lost turn 1 count, unfortunately. But so these two, I think they're going into the International Horseshoe now. That's the first 208 I've seen from that car in quite a while. So that'll definitely help them hold on to 4th. I'm not sure it's really going to help them. We've got half an hour left, and TLM USA is still 3 seconds a lap quicker. So I can't see them being able to put up much of a fight. The 2 cars are working their way into the West Horseshoe at this point. Again, they've got clear track for a little while.
How much pace do you think the red LED strips are?
I think it's about to change into turn 6. They're absolutely nose to tail. No, it looks like the 172 didn't quite get down the inside, but he couldn't be any closer.
No, but he's got a really good launch off the exit of turn 6, Scott. He swings it out wide, and it's a little longer trajectory around the outside there, but he had to go somewhere because his launch was much, much better off the exit of turn 6. And now as they come around the the west banking, the 99 just draws away a little bit, even in the draft.
Guys, I've got a little bit of trivia for you.
WRL trivia?
Yes. Do you know who won this race last year in GP1?
GP1?
Yeah.
No.
Screaming Goat Racing.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a BMW M3 by any chance?
It was a 2003 BMW is the information I have.
I think we're going to have to move into turn 1 here.
That is this car. This car won GP1 14 Hours of Daytona in 2020.
Uh-huh. And here we are a year later.
Yeah, but now it's not just beating GP1 general production cars. As the move is made on the brakes into turn 1. Man, I think this is where that 99 GTR is losing all its time. These long braking zones.
I think it's as much on corner exit. Look at the gap there that they pulled just. He's just not on the power as early. To me,
general lack of mix.
It looks as I think the place where it's the worst is right on initial acceleration.
But the move was done before they even got to turn it.
Yeah, I mean, so the 172 obviously pulled the car length he needed to get down the inside of the brakes, but he's pulling 2 or 3 car lengths off instantly off of every corner. It's difficult to make a pass that way, but he's through now, so that's the change for 3rd place. So that'll change on timing when they come around next time.
The GTR again picked up the pace last time. It was a 2:07.8.
Tangerine Associates are still, well, I mean, if the GTR 99 car can hold that pace to the end of the race, then they might hold on to 4th.
Exactly.
If they drop back into the 10s, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, that was going to be the.
So now we need to find our 2 cars with red highlights, which
I asked this question earlier while things were going on. How much power do you think those things are worth?
Well, I think I'm fairly sure the red highlights on the 909 appeared a lot later than I don't think they'd be in there all race. So, and that car did seem to pick up.
Turn on your LEDs.
Seemed to pick up some pace. But they've been very bright on the Screaming Goat.
Oh, it's great. You can see them anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. But those are the 2 cars. They're now going to be they're within 4 seconds. We'll see where they are when they come around this time.
Yeah, the margin sort of stabilized the last time around. They're right at 3.6.
Got big red lights over there, so I'm guessing that's the 2 of them.
It will be, and then the faint.
Oh yeah, because the screen. Yeah, the Screaming Goat is behind.
Oh yeah, there's no cars between them now. This margin's going to be something like probably 2.5 seconds by the time they get back to start finish here.
Yeah, so 2.5 to 3, something. Like
yeah. The 99 has really good legs on the first sort of third of the banking before that 29 kind of comes into its own up around top speed.
Yeah, we noticed that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's an aerodynamic efficiency as much.
I would assume so, yeah.
Timing now confirms TLM overtaking the 99.
6.2 from Automatic. 5.5 from Screaming Goat. This is fantastic.
26 minutes to go.
I love this. This is, I love endurance racing, but I'm never one to turn down a good finish. If it's a lap 2, 3, 5 margin, whatever, I'll take it because it's organic and that's the way the race plays out. But this is head to head. Guys we call it amateur endurance racing because at least budget wise, that's sort of the what's available to you. But you've got an old GT4 Aston Martin and an even older BMW M3. I learned, by the way, Screaming Goat is partnered with Choice Racing.
They mentioned that during the interview.
That was Will that mentioned that on air. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was off air or on air. So Choice, debuting their new car, not in such a great situation today. They've had a little bit of it, although they're going to get a top 10 out of it. They're down there tonight.
Yeah, they were doing, I can't remember they were doing fine when you interviewed them, and shortly after it dropped away.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. The red flag there, which kind of threw things into a little bit of chaos as well.
New PB.
Yeah.
New PB for the 110 Thunderbunny. That's another car that's still pushing. 214.3. That's a half-second improvement over their previous best.
So these 2 red highlighted cars now working their way into the bus stop chicane towards the end of the lap. The gap is definitely smaller than it was this time last lap.
No, you're good.
Yeah, down to under 3 seconds. Last time they crossed the stripe. The rate things are going, we should be looking at a gap in the ballpark at 2 seconds this time by.
I think that sounds about right. Still not quite going to be close enough to make a move, but yeah, we're
here they are across
start. Yeah, start finish now. There is a car between them as they go into turn 1, and I don't think Screaming Goat's going to be able to.
It's under a second.
I then again, the car in between them was extremely late on the brakes.
No, it left the 29 in a weird spot, way out past the white line.
Honestly,
at the track.
The 29 couldn't go with them. I don't know what car that is.
It's an Acura Integra.
Yeah, I've been trying to ID that car all race.
Yeah, there's two of them.
80?
Yeah, there's an 80 and it has a sister car as well, I think.
Right, but that car is extremely good on the brakes in turn one.
And you know what? I thought this would have cost the number 29 time. It hasn't. Because he's picked up right where he left off. There's still just there's no cars in between them as they come up onto the brakes into turn 5. And now they're going to be nose to tail here by the time they get to turn 6.
A little bit of
If the 99 doesn't get balked by this car, and I don't think he will, the 29 should be able to follow him through.
Got to be careful, Brendan. 909.
Oops,
Sorry,
car.
909.
There's a car.
909. Yep.
Guys, there's a car slow at the west banking. It's just crossed from the top of the track to the apron, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. I see that. Is that an NP? Nope. At first I thought it was an MP01. It looked very low, but it's not.
It looks like it's under its own power.
It is.
It was awfully slow. We could see it in the shot overlooking turns 1 and 6. And then it was only in this shot that I noticed it cross over.
It's not super slow. I'd say it's doing a good 70, 80 miles an hour probably.
Also, one last little bit of housekeeping before our leaders cross the line. The 17 appears to have managed to made that tire change without losing second. So that is still 28-17 to 11.
Very good. Wow, it fascinating fall from grace for that 211. Not even able to kind of pick up the scraps here after the 17 had problems. Leaders across the line again. 7/10. Although that lap was pretty heavily adjusted by traffic. The 29 is so good on the brakes into turn 1, right up to the rear bumper of the 99 Aston Martin. And they're being stalked at the moment by an Audi TCR, I think.
The slow car has made it to NASCAR turn 4 and still appears to be under its own power. So I think we're going to get that car back to the pits.
A good launch for the 29 off of the International Horseshoe up behind the number 99 Aston Martin. They make the drag down to the kink and up into the braking zone at turn 5. We're going to have to watch this a little more closely because that 0-2 Hammer Audi has been flying the last couple laps, I think, in sort of its recovery drive for this afternoon. 2:05.3, so he's running right with them, but the lead battle here, I don't know how aggressively he's going to try and pick his way through these two cars. Now that we have the leaders nose to tail, I would hate to see it sort of
be spoiled.
Yes. I don't think that's the case. It's certainly not the Hammer Motorsports way. And I know the message there is just to push on as best he can, but also it is worth mentioning to your driver that, hey, what you see in front of you is the battle for the race win. If it's not an obvious opportunity to get through and pull away, then maybe don't push it.
I think the
17
is number 11, by the way.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Okay.
Oh, 17's back in the pits.
Yes, exactly. So that almost certainly.
And they've gone straight to the right side of the car.
Okay. Was that the same side that they looked at the first time?
Yeah, it was the right front they did the first time.
Okay.
Good launch again off the chicane this time for the 29. And instead of that 99 drawing away in the first third of the banking, the BMW has stayed right with him, about 2 car lengths around the length of the east banking. They come back towards start-finish with 20 minutes to go. This margin is measured in feet, not in seconds. The 99 ducks out of the slipstream of a BMW across start-finish. That's a 366. The margin is basically a quarter of a second, but it's fundamentally irrelevant because this 29 is going to look around the outside of the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin at turn 2 out in the off-camber area. Nothing doing there. And I would say, Scott, that these are pretty low-risk moves at this stage. We've got 19 minutes left. He's clawed back the margin. There's no point in doing anything silly. Not that that's WRL way anyway, but you wouldn't make any sort of desperate lunges with this much time left.
Absolutely.
This is going to be...
Pick them up on the external cams now, so we can follow that race around. It's worth taking your time and picking your moment for now. It's probably going to come in traffic at some point.
You would think so.
But if we were 10 minutes from now, maybe I'd start getting a bit nervous.
There's a car pulling off at turn 6.
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
This will be. If we go green to the end here, by the way, we're under 10 laps to go here. Maybe 9, depending on how the clock falls. But just keep that in mind. We've only got 9 more opportunities, basically, for that pass to happen.
So this car hasn't made it to the marshal's post at turn 6. It's not really in an impact zone. It's driver's left as the wall, just before the wall starts to arc back towards the apex of turn 6.
Can we see it there, like next to the adjacent to the porta potty?
You can see it on the camera. You can see it on the camera.
It's that light underneath the floodlight.
Yep.
There's a car in between our leaders now into the chicane.
Yeah, and this is going to sort of ruin the 29's launch off of the chicane, I think, where the 99 is just going to get an immediate punch as they come up over the rise, the last apex of the chicane there.
Rocket Redstall elevated to second.
Yep, that'll be as a result of 17 still stationary down in its pit stall. The 350 is back out on track from the paddock. And Scott and I look to our left once more. Here is the automatic Aston. It's the 99 GTR BMW that's stuck up in the middle of all of this. Fascinating.
And we know they're about 4 seconds off the pace.
Yeah,
and they have actually regressed back into, well, certainly their last lap was a 2:11. I'll just quickly check.
4.8 last time from Team ACP.
Where,
guys, you'll have a better sense of
10,
this.
11 to 12. So that position's likely to change, I think.
You'll have a better sense of this than those of us who are just looking at the cameras are. How dark is it compared to what the cameras are giving us?
It's the Rolex 24 lighting. It's 25% trackside, and then I think 100% on the infield, or 50% at least on the infield.
Sure, but would you say looking at the pictures, are the pictures brighter or darker than what you're saying?
I think a bit brighter.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah. The brightest part.
The turn 5 camera is probably the most accurate one for what the lighting is like. Sort of off in the distance, what you see there is fairly correct.
It's the sort of thing where it's not going to affect the drivers significantly. Yeah, as Brendan said, it's just like Rolex 24.
Yeah, especially once you've been in the car a while. It might be a little bit jarring if it's your first stint at night, but if you've been in the car for an hour or so, you're already well adjusted to it. Or for that matter, if you drove the transition.
Yeah, so if we think there's going to be 8 or 9 laps left in this race, that's enough time at this rate for Tangerine Associates to catch GTR, by the way.
This car off at turn 6, by the way, may be the 110 Thunder Bunny BMW.
Yeah, both of the Thunder Bunny cars actually went missing at the same time,
the 350Z just came back out on track from the paddock. So it was on its way back out. I'm fairly sure that's not who that is.
Leaders are nose to tail again with the Aston held up through the bus stop.
Yeah, and when you said, Scott, that this move was likely going to come in traffic, this is what I envision, where the 99 can't get the launch and use that sort of punch off the corners that it has from that big V8 out front. The screaming, the 909. God, stop that!
Just
the Aston, the automatic Aston can't get that punch off of the corners the way that it normally does, and use that grunt from the V8. Whereas the 29,
well, the problem the 29 has is it has no top end advantage, so that means that it needs to get the job done. It needs to get the job done on one of these medium length straights. It can't really do it on this front straight because it's going to blast back past it again.
If they're going to try to find an opportunity, really where they need to do it is the International Horseshoe. That's their best chance. I was
pointing out to Scott, what you do is try and set it up, wait for your opponent, in this case the 909 Aston, to be blocked or slowed down by traffic through the S's, time the run so that you're at full speed coming out of turn 2, and be late on the brakes into the International Horseshoe. That's exactly the move I was trying to point out to Scott.
Yeah, because you're at risk. If you make it anywhere else, you're at risk of being drafted straight by into turn 1.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, yeah, and I don't think. It depends how hard you want to fight into the chicane. I'm not sure the Aston would have the legs to jump back past into the bus stop because that's a risky move. So if you can make it early in the lap, but
it does depend a little bit though on what kind of move the Aston, or how it compromises the Aston through the bus stop. If the Screaming Goat car can get a good launch off the corner, then there's a chance that it could be even with the Aston here at start finish, which means it would have a fighting chance down to the braking zone at turn 1 to sort of defend before they get into the infield.
I haven't seen any evidence that it's going to be able to do that. It's
good on the brakes,
but this is also a corner. It's really easy to hug the inside.
No, it's true.
That off.
We've got a little bit of a
17's on the way back out, by the way.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a gaggle at the end of the top 10. Pro Sports just overtaking the 420, and the 420 is now at risk of being overtaken by the 511.
Oh yeah, 3 cars within about 3 seconds though.
Yeah, it's a wild little battle, but obviously we're watching the fight for the lead.
Yeah, the margin on the East Bank. Oh, sorry, the 29 either backed off or just gave up a spot to the Hammer Audi. I wonder if he's let the Hammer Audi go in an attempt to get him to try and hold back the 909.
He's overthinking it if that's what he's done.
No, I agree with that.
That car does have pace.
The alternative there is he missed a shift, which is
There
possible.
was also a slower car on his line, and the Audi was going around the outside, so maybe he was being extremely conservative.
It's possible.
Banking, but yeah, he may have missed a shift.
We're down to 13 minutes to go, so when you say overthinking it, you don't really have the time to try and let that play out.
Because the O2 isn't necessarily going to be motivated to make any silly moves on the outside, so it could just sit there for the next 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So you put it in your own hands, you don't put it in someone
I
else's.
completely agree with that.
Safety vehicle coming out to collect. At this point, not so sure.
It's been there for about 7 minutes already. It seems surprising.
I think you respected the 110.
Sorry, I meant to say the 110 if I did.
The gap between GTR and Tangerine Associates actually didn't close on that last lap. It's 32 seconds now.
Yeah, that was a slow lap from the
So if they can still keep catching at 6 seconds a lap, they'll catch them on the last lap at this rate now. But they've lost any margin they might have had by not putting a decent lap in that last time round. So that's going to be really tight for 4th overall.
I think this is our gaggle of leaders here on the oval at turn 2.
So 2 car being in the middle is going to make things really difficult.
And look at the way the 29 closes on that TCR and then can't do anything with it. Now he's going to charge on the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely can do.
Wow. I thought he had just backed out of it and had changed his mind there.
Guys, if you look to your left, there's fireworks out in the distance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see.
Oh wow, yeah, we're on the beach.
If we were able to look behind, by the way, if we were able to look behind us, we'd see quite a lot of rain. Based on that radar. I don't think
the
it's-
west, yeah.
That's that way, isn't it?
East, west is out. That's
Oh, okay.
yeah. West Bank, East Bank,
Yeah, I could have sworn you come from the south to get to there, but
south. We're looking
Okay.
south, yeah.
in that case, we're over there.
Ish, south.
But either way, I don't think that that weather's quite going to get to us. It's been kind of hanging out there for an hour or two.
Yeah, all the systems basically around here have been awfully slow moving, so I don't think that's a threat either.
No, I will say it is. The air is very moist, very damp, and very thick. Our leaders are nose to tail again here, with the 29 having dispatched of the 02.
Thick traffic at the moment.
Yeah. Like the Florida air. They're pushing
that's gonna
through
be-
it.
Now, hold on, because I want to make the point really quickly that that's obviously, well, I say obviously, that should be a yellow flag zone between turns 5 and 6 now.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Your yellow flag zone will start, and there is a waving yellow at turn 5, so you're absolutely right. It starts there at the yellow flag zone, and you cannot pass until you get to a green flag at turn 6. That is the rule. Now you have to be very, very cautious here, and I'm hopeful that there are enough people on their toes down in the pit boxes to be able to remind these drivers, who I'm sure are very, very focused at the moment, just that, hey, at 5 and 6, do not push it, stay on the guy's tail, but you cannot pass, you can't initiate a pass, single file through there, and then go racing again once you get out onto the banking.
The number 2 car gained 5 seconds on GTR that lap, so that wouldn't be enough. That battle for 4th is starting to go the way of the GTR car.
Is 99 going to get balked here at the chicane, or is he far enough back? I think he might just be far enough back behind the Boxster. Yeah, he'll be all right. Good run for the 29. Good run for the 29. He's pulled up alongside on the exit of the bus stop chicane, but this is where that grunt of the V8 Vantage comes into play, and this margin is going to go up from something like a car length to probably out closer to 2 or 3 by the time they get back to start-finish. He's up close enough in the slipstreams, though, that it's sticking right at 1 to 1.5 car lengths around the east banking. A slow-moving car into the pit lane just to his left.
He's got to make turn 1 difficult.
Yep. The move, the opportunity is on the brakes at 1, and it's just going to be compromised by the 348 Chattanooga Torgenwagen BMW, a little fade to the outside. The 29 slides wide. The 99 slides wide a little bit on the way towards the apex in response. They're both on the throttle and back single file, but that was the best look we've seen from the Screaming Goat BMW around the banking so far.
And I'm not sure it's done.
I think the way his options were limited by that Chattanooga car, really, that was kind of pretty key there. It didn't give him any chance to actually put the Aston under any real pressure.
No, I agree with that. We're going to have to be careful with traffic here. I think it's a 211 we're coming up on, and the Screaming Goat car is going to have to be really aggressive to try and get the move done at turn 5. If not, have we recovered that car? I think we're back to green, actually.
Yeah,
we are. Yeah. Okay, so we're clear at turn 5 there. The 29 car dives up the inside of the 211. The move will be made here by the exit. Indeed it is. The Hammer car flashes its lights at that Porsche Boxster. That 29 is right with the Aston again.
Note of housekeeping. Third place in both GP2 and in GP3 out in the pits again, but the fourth place cars in both cases are too far away to be able to pass with the amount of time we have left.
Yeah,
big lock up into turn 1. Oof. Just avoid the tire wall there. I thought we were going to have a moment.
The HQ car.
The number 2 car is not catching quick enough. The delta was 3 seconds on that last lap, so the gap is 24 seconds with 7 minutes to go. So I don't think that fourth position is going to change.
Good run again for the 29. What he does is he gets that launch out of the third apex of the chicane, straight lines the exit, and then sort of pulls up to the right rear quarter of the 909 Aston. And he's able to just hang with him in the slipstream. The 909 using all of the available road, ducking down in front of traffic to try and cut off the slipstream of the number 29 around the east banking. They get to maximum velocity, and they're both right together at the start-finish line here. On the brakes into turn 1 again. The Aston's late, but the BMW's a little bit later, not close enough to be able to make the move. And that 909 just fades a little bit right between the apexes of turn 1 and 2 there. And with the 29 taking a wider arc, a little bit, yeah, the 29 just takes a much wider arc. Late on the brakes into turn 3, the door is open, and the Screaming Goat BMW is through into the lead with 6.5 minutes left. So for all of the defensive driving...
That's exactly where we thought it needed to happen.
100%.
Yeah. He's got to make a gap now, because if he doesn't pull a gap, he's at risk of being slipstreamed into either the bus stop or into turn 1.
You're absolutely right. The move, for all of the defensive driving we saw around the oval, and for sort of the little changes in line on the way into the braking zone at turn 1 and the arc into turn 2, it was an open door from the 909 and a late braking move like from the 29, like we saw in lap traffic here, lap after lap after lap. Late on the brakes into turn 3, turn it hard into the apex and try and rotate the car on the throttle. And that's exactly what he did. Pass for the lead, done for the moment, with now just under 6 minutes remaining.
He was able to pull a gap. They were right next to each other coming out of, heading into the West Horseshoe. I thought he was in serious trouble there. But
it's pretty key that the 29 has a clean bus stop here, but he definitely hasn't pulled more than 2 or 3 car lengths. So.
No, and the 29 being in the slipstream, if we think it's a less aerodynamically efficient car, is going to benefit that car pretty substantially if he can stay close enough to hang with that car. Now, the difference maker is going to be once they get to the infield, because if the 29 has a clean run into and sort of through the infield and can build up a second-plus margin, I think this is this could be things sort of wrapped up here. But I'll tell you what, Scott, that 99 is closing in the slipstream. The gaps come down from about 4 car lengths to 1.5. And as they jump on the brakes into turn 1 here in just a moment's time, the 99 looks right, the 29 defends left, an exact opposite of what we saw, just a minute and, it's called 2 minutes and 5 seconds ago. And the 99 gets a good launch, 909 gets a good launch off of turn 2. And the Aston, just a little bit, but the 29 gets a better run down into the braking zone at turn 3. And the margin is, again, about 3 or 4 car lengths.
I think traffic withstanding, that could be it.
I think so.
Got a 5 or 6 car length lead coming into the area of the track where the 29 is particularly strong. He's now got a few corners. We do have that. It only takes 1 car to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Based on
goes right back up again.
Based on what we saw here, Scott, 4 car lengths roughly at the bus stop is enough.
Yes.
for the 29 to defend from the 99, even in the slip.
If he's behind a GP3 car through the bus stop, then that's gone.
Exactly.
He's cleared this first car into turn 6 and has even more of a gap now. It's a good 7 or 8 car lengths onto the banking.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, too, the 909 was not held up through turn 6 there. He was just far enough behind that the 29 was able to get through. The 909 Aston was not.
If one more clean run through the bus stop, and I think this is game over.
8.6 seconds is the margin, by the way, Scott, for P4. 2:14.9.
That'll be why. The second I mention that it's over, the GTR car suddenly starts going, well, I'll go 4 seconds a lap slower then.
Anything you can do, I can do slower?
GP2 is all sewn up, Joseph. Rather than look down at the screen, I'll let you take care of that.
Basically, the only point of note there is that the 28 is basically going to be right on the money with pit stops here. So if things had shifted a little bit 5 minutes to the left here, we could have had a really interesting little race with the 211. But it's a 2-lap gap, so we would need basically a full service and probably with some issue. So GP2's sewn up. GP1 is also more than sewn up. The 44 could park it now and they would not get past. Same deal with GP3 and the round 3 racing for the number 6 and 5.
Sorry, we're under 2 laps to go now.
Yes.
The leaders are working their way through the International Horseshoe, and with 2.5 minutes remaining, I think they crossed the line with about 2:55 left. Well, that's an unofficial timer. We're going off Race Hero timing, and I think we're checkered flag time certain at 10.
The 99 and the 2 are both in this gaggle that we've just seen go into turn 1 with 2 laps to go. And that lap, the delta was 6 seconds. So I think that position is actually going to change. It's going to be on this lap.
It's the 99 versus
the 99, I think, is the second one.
It is versus
the 2, I think, is this one at the back behind the 2 cars that are side by side. I think.
Not that. I'll buy that.
You don't think that's the 2?
No. I think I'd buy that.
Guys,
I think
they're gonna
black car with the yellow.
They're gonna
weight.
hit some traffic here into 6.
The leaders.
Yeah.
They've both, as we look out the window, they've both got the punch out of turn 6 now. And if anything, I think the 29's come off better there. He was well clear of that traffic, while the 99 was still clearing cars at turn 2, NASCAR turn 2. So I've got one eye on the flagger here down at the bottom of just underneath our stand here, our commentary booth. And as I look out to the bus stop, the bright orange, sort of orange-red LED strips on the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW M3 head into the east banking for what should be the penultimate time.
I will say, if it is to 10 o'clock on the nose, we've got about 30 seconds left.
No, and there's a furled white flag here at start, I believe. Can't hear what they're calling around in race control. There it is. One finger goes in the air. The white flag waves. And the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW M3 begins its final tour of Daytona International Speedway with 2.2 seconds in hand over the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin.
Brendan, I'll ask the question before the race is over. How does this keep happening?
It's amazing. It's amazing. This is sort of as pure endurance racing as you'll find in the United States of America these days. And we get to the ends of these 8s and 14s and 9s and hopefully to the end of a 24 here in a couple of months' time. And we call amazing races to a checkered flag.
There is the 99 and there is the 2. There's one car in between them. Going on to the last lap.
Oh, okay. I see down here. Yep.
So the car with the purple highlights is neither of them. It's the car on either side.
I'll let you keep an eye on that, Scott. Jump in if anything changes here. I will keep an eye on the leaders rounding their final tour of Daytona. Number 29 Screaming Goat car heads out of turn 6 and up onto the banking. I think the Aston Martin's fallen.
Bumped hard.
Yeah, he's fallen right back. And I assume once he got to about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds back, he just sort of realized that he didn't have much for that Screaming Goat BMW.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to him for trying to keep the pressure on and trying to...
Yeah, absolutely. And he defended well, right? It wasn't I'm going to give this up and turn it over because they're quicker. There was real active, proper defense there. I mean, it wasn't dirty or anything like that. It was a good defensive driving and heads-up driving by the 909 to do everything he could to keep the Screaming Goat BMW behind him. In the end, it wasn't enough, and with 6 minutes remaining, we had a lead change, the final lead change of the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona. The Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW M3 of 2003 vintage, the 2020 GP1 winner in 2021, in maybe the most unlikely fashion today, is the GTO and overall winner of the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona. Congratulations to everybody at Screaming Goat Racing, their sister team down there at Choice Racing, Automatic Racing, the number 909 Aston Martin, after a brilliant weekend at Road America last time out in May. Another solid result, P2. That'll be great for the championship HUD. The boys at Automatic Racing, sort of a home race for them this weekend as well.
It's going to be a race to the line for fourth. It's these two cars with the yellow headlights coming off of turn 4.
Nose to tail?
Absolutely nose to tail.
To the ACP cars in the draft, the 99, I think, is just going to have the legs here, Scott. And the margin is a car length. 0.16 seconds, a sixth of a second, almost exactly, is your margin between fourth and fifth, to say nothing of the pass we saw with about 4 laps to go for your GTO and overall win. We moved down to GP1. That was sewn up some time ago, but PC Racing in just incredibly dominant fashion. We haven't talked about them a heck of a lot today because there hasn't been anything to say. Lap after lap, stop after stop, and it's a win in GP1 for the PC Racing 44. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, Farah thought in GP1 for the 701, who lost their brakes into the International Horseshoe.
That's right, as the GP1 leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That car did not return after its incident down at turn 5. Everybody okay there, but we did see it. I did see it, I guess, down in the paddock a little earlier. Done for the afternoon. HQ Autosport, after what I think I would call a fairly immersive last sort of stanza in GP2. Certainly, I feel like we've been talking about it in uncertain terms for about 5 or 6 hours. And HQ Autosport brings it home, the number 28, the 211 Rocker Renstal, the Boxster anyway, finishes in second. Core Motorsports in third with enough of a margin, despite all of its problems on the run to the checkered flag, finishes on the third step of the podium. GP3, well, not much happening there. Was there really? It was round 3 racing. Who comes home with a 6-lap margin of victory over 3 fast guys in Denny. The number 86, Toyota 86, as it is, finishes in second there. Overnight Motorsports comes home with a P3, unfortunately at the expense of BSI Racing, who we think was a car stopped over at the chicane that never made it back out. And a shame there for a debut effort in the WRL for Shea Holbrook's organization there. Hope to see them back in the future. They come home 5th in class with a DNF officially, but Overnight Motorsports is the benefactor there, finishes on the third step of the podium in GP3. As we wrap things up here, we'll take care of the online coverage in a moment, but I've got to turn off the garage area feed, the paddock area feed, and let RJ and the fine folks at the World Racing League do what they do best, which is manage the post-race situation and carry on. So with that, I want to say a huge thank you to everybody down in the paddock and everybody in the pit lane that said hello or given us a wave or given us an interview at various points today.
And food.
And food, yes, Hammer, thank you. And a bottle of water I got from Thunder Bunny, a pair of stickers. We're in great shape. Thank you so much to everybody down in the paddock. It's been a fantastic race, fantastic experience. A totally rewarding experience for DriversEye up here in the booth. We're going to wrap up our online stuff here in a minute, but congratulations to everybody who finished the Daytona 14 Hours. We'll see you next time out at Road Atlanta in July, and hopefully well beyond that as we make a run towards the championship conclusion for the 2021 World Racing League season. Welcome to follow along on YouTube and Facebook for the next couple minutes. If not, it's bye for now, and we'll see you from Road Atlanta. So with all that being done, it's late, boys. Oh, Tanner's already fading us out. That's amazing. 5 after 10. I don't feel like there's much more to cover other than what we covered over the last 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, every enthralling bit we had came to its head there in the last sort of half stint of the race. And like you said, Joseph, how does this keep happening? Race after race, it's like organic endurance racing is almost as exciting as artificially
Drive endurance racing.
contrived. Yeah, it's amazing. Funny.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that was pretty extraordinary. Shame I missed the first half of it, but the second half is pretty incredible. I have to say.
Yeah, I loved it. Scott, this is, I mean, you first time in person for the WRL, right?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, that kind of hit me when I drove into the infield to steal food from Hammer, and I drove out from the tunnel and saw all the cars coming around the banking, and I was like, oh wow, this actually isn't much off IMSA. This is like,
No.
this is pretty cool being able to see, like, these cars are serious. Like, it's funny, we're a bit insulated up here, but when you actually get down there, they're loud and it's very raw. There's a lot of them out there, even when we're down to sort of the half the field size we had on the entry list. But yeah, it's a pretty pretty cool experience. And yeah, the racing, we had that middle, and this seems to happen a lot with WRL races, where we have that middle portion of the race where we're a little bit worried that it's all going to sort of disintegrate into cars falling miles apart from each other, but then it all seems to come back together at the end every time. We did have a really, really strong entry to this race, which I think did disintegrate a little bit at the start of the race, but then it just turned into a normal WRL race, which was entertaining as well. I mean, we don't need to say how entertaining it was. It was awesome, wasn't it? But yeah, great time.
Your well-prepped cars are well-prepped cars. I mean, by the time the green flag drops, you'll have a couple hours there worth of attrition where guys are in and out of the paddock trying to, troubleshoot issues that weren't able to solve on the Friday. They get out there on the Saturday and they sort of rear their ugly head. But the well-prepped, well-built and sorted out cars are able to stay out on track, click laps off, and they're the ones that end up at the top when all is said and done here. So for me, I mean, I don't want to keep anybody longer than we have to. Like I said, it's kind of late here, and we've all got early departures in the morning. I have a lot of memories of Daytona. I've spent a lot of hours here in the daylight, in the nighttime. My usual shift at the Rolex 24 as a quarter marshal was graveyard shift, 11:30 to 3:30, and then I got to stick around for the finish and do the same thing in the afternoon. And like you said, Scott, when I drove down underneath the tunnel, the floodlights are on. You've got cars zipping around. And even watching from up here, which is a unique perspective for me. I've never been up in the tower here at Daytona. To see cars clicking laps off, focused in traffic, right? Making those calculations, trying to set up passes, costing them minimal time. This isn't just, let's zip cars around Daytona for 14 hours and try and figure things out. When it's time to get going, like when you have no other options but to push, and to try and make up whatever the gap is to the car in front of you, or you've got to set up a pass that's going to determine whether you finish first or second, right? This just becomes just like a professional race. It becomes guys going head to head. It becomes picking guys off in traffic, planning things out ahead of time. And what we were able to follow from high above Daytona here all the way around the 3.56 mile track was exactly what we would have been able to do during the Rolex 24 if we had been up this high, right? Same view, different classes. Okay, maybe the top end of cars is a little slower. We're doing 160 at the end of the front straightaway instead of 200, but hey, you'll take that. And what we got instead, it wasn't, a nighttime full of nothing and a daybreak where a caution might bring the field back together. This was nose to tail, car lengths being the margin of victory, car lengths being how we talked about the distances between your first and second place finishers, your fourth and fifth place finishers, and you can't ask for anything more than that. I loved being here all afternoon. The nighttime, the finish was fantastic, and kudos to everybody down at WRL for having the platform that they do, allowing us to be here, allowing the competitors to be here, and to do it all at such an iconic place like Daytona. With all that being said, I don't think I've got anything more to wrap us up here, so we'll kind of get cracking on what we've got to do to tear things down. The teams obviously have their business down in the pit lane. Oh, I do have one other thank you. If I don't think we're in the pit lane anymore, or out in the PA anymore, so I've missed my opportunity. But the corner marshals that are here this weekend, I recognized a few of them from my time down here. I said hello to a handful of them. Flag Chief Jim Hooker has been over here in race control most of the afternoon. A fine man and a fine crew of corner marshals have been out here in the Daytona sun all weekend. And as volunteers, it's a big part of racing. Quarter marshals allow everybody to do what they do and do what they love, and I can't express my gratitude enough to everybody that had a hand in making all this happen. So, that being said, myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels with me to my left up here in the commentary booth, Joseph Mudrak in a place that isn't Florida, and Tanner Johnson in a place that very much is not Florida, on production all afternoon. Fantastic work by everybody. I, as always, thank everybody for your company again on DriversEye Live. All four of us really appreciative of everybody and all the kind words you've said throughout the day. We will be with you live again from Road Atlanta on July 17th through the 19th for our dual enduros again. Stay tuned for more information on that. DriversEye Live, Facebook, YouTube. Thanks everybody for joining us. We will see you at Road Atlanta. And with that, a very late and very good evening to you all. We'll see you next time.